And welcome to the show. This is the Cult of Conspiracy, and my name's Jonathan.
I'm Jacob.
And today we got your boy, one stupid fuck. Sorry, I just gotta do it. What's up, Brandon? How you doing today, buddy?
The name, the tag is, genius in its own right, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a name, all right. But yeah, we were just talking a little bit before the show about Spain and what'd you say, Spain and France, Portugal or something?
Spain, Portugal, and southern France all lost power. And still, as of right now, the official narrative, quote unquote, cannot give any real answers as to what happened. Some people suspect a terrorist plot. Some people suspect, some hacking that went down. But there's no answers other than womp womp. We don't really know. But they got power back. I think the area that got it the last was like 12 hours without power. So, it wasn't even that bad.
That's hurricane season right there, dude.
Exactly. In Louisiana, this last hurricane season, Hurricane Francine that blew through, we didn't have power for like 2 days. Like, life went on. You know what I mean? So it wasn't that bad, but the fact that it was unprecedented, allegedly, the fact that it just came out of nowhere, nobody was prepared for it. They didn't have stocked up of ice and water and all of this, but society didn't collapse. As our boy Brandon was telling us before we started shooting, nobody took to the streets and started looting, which, to be fair, no one in Spain and Portugal is known for their looting. You know what I mean?
It wasn't, Southern California.
Exactly. But I wonder what would have happened if power would have stayed down for a month or 2 months. If people would have started to lose their shit more, if people would have come together in more of a communal sense, I don't know.
It'd have been a different story, I think, because if you think back to it, it wasn't that long ago. In the realm of time, it wasn't that long ago that we didn't fucking use electricity the way that we do. You know what I mean?
I think hot water is 80 or 90 years old.
Having hot water in your home.
The hot water that we know, of, the easy access, turn the fucking knob hot water. Yeah, I think I could be wrong, but it's 80 or 90 years old.
Shit, what is it? 1 in 10 homes in Russia currently do not have indoor plumbing. So,
yeah.
There's areas of the world where that's still just what it is.
I just saw a video of this guy, this older guy. He was talking about, whenever I was growing up, we didn't have electricity. We didn't have hot water. We didn't have plumbing. I was like, damn, you've been alive for that time? It seems like so long ago just because we gotten so used to, having all that. But I guess within the realm of time. So, whenever they say if the power grid goes down, everybody's going to be fucked. It's it wasn't that long ago. We were okay without it. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. I guess it depends on what makes it go down, right? And just throwing it out here, an EMP attack, right? There is no bringing the power grid back up if an EMP hits the main power grid for the continental U.S. Just throwing that out.
So we go back 100 years.
Basically, yes. We'll have to rerun lines, rebuild entire substations. It can be done. The amount of work and time it will take to get power restored is what will happen in that gap of time. And I think that's what people freak out most about. But it also depends. Okay, so we won't be able to go to the store to get cold goods, right? We're not going to be able to get meat. We're not going to be able to get milk, things like that. But we'll still be able to get dry goods. We'll still be able to get bread. We'll still be able to get canned goods, things like that. So it's just, I don't know 100% that if the power grid goes down, we go into a post-apocalyptic world. Yes, the potential is there. There's a possibility for sure. But also, that's the same as what happens around here during hurricane season. Yeah, you got the big cities where people start looting and being pieces of shit for sure. But most people just get along.
That's what I think. Yeah.
People do water fasts and stuff like that. My right-hand man, Joey Kimbrough, he did a 22-day water fast. If someone can, the human body, I remember one time, I spent a lot of my life broke as shit, living in closets and kitchens and floors and all sorts of goofiness. And I remember one time I was so nervous. I was buying ramen all the time, and I was so nervous. And I went online. This is way back when the internet was still you had to actually get on a computer to use the internet. And I typed in, how long can the human body go without food? And it was 30 days. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is fucking amazing. I was like, I felt like invincible. I felt like Superman. I was like, when I read that, I literally my whole life changed. I was like, oh, I can't die. It's impossible.
Right.
I literally can't die. It's fucking impossible. I am literally invulnerable fucking Superman, I am the Man of Steel.
Oh, dude, the chances that you would like even go 30 days without finding a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Stumbling across $5 in a parking lot or something like that. Like it seems impossible. But there have been guys, like I always talk about how these people do these crazy fasts, like Kevin James did a 41 or 42 day fast or something like that. Then there was a lineman for the Panthers or Ravens, whatever team he played for. I think he actually played for both, who also did like a 40-day fast. Now, these are big, gigantic specimens of men, right? But so I can't imagine me, being 220 pounds, being able to go 40 days. But I bet you I could push 20.
It depends on the person, for sure, right? Like if you're a 400-pound human being, whether that's muscle or fat, let's throwing it out here. If you weigh 400 pounds, yeah, you could fast a good long while and have your body atrophy and still maintain some sort of a semblance of normalcy. You know what I mean? Now, if you're 130 pounds soaking wet, you probably can't pull it off to that level. There's a little bit of a give and take on this one.
I don't think I'd want to do it because you lose like a lot of muscle mass and shit doing that too, and then you start, you know what I mean? Like it's more than just
atrophies, dude.
It's more than just losing fat. It's like you're losing everything.
Yeah. But like you said, like you got those linemen that play for the NFL, and then once they retire or whatever, they don't need to be that level of huge. And like that becomes a burden in and of itself. Their back has issues, their hips has issues, just to carry around that much weight. So like them allowing their bodies to atrophy to get to a normal living weight, but they also are like the prime candidate for doing this because they know sports medicine. They know their body's like a well-tuned machine, and they know when enough's enough. You know what I mean? There's some levels of give and take.
Yeah, right. But anyway, all right, let's get to the topic of the show. We got Brandon Joe Williams back. Welcome back to the show, man. It's awesome to have you again. The past couple of conversations have gone really well. A lot of the Good Cult members have reached out and said, you got to keep on getting them back on. So it's nice to have you back,
I was going to ask you, how have you guys how has your audience received the past two shows, and did they like one over the other? What's been your reactions to the shows?
Very polarizing, but I think you're used to that, right? There's some people that think that one stupid fuck is a legitimate retard, and there are some people that think one stupid fuck is like working on 6D chess right now and like another level of geniusness. So I mean, very, very one or the other, very 0 or 1 as far as the Matrix might be concerned. But
everyone always says I'm either completely batshit insane or I'm absolutely brilliant, which I'm okay with that. That's pretty. I 50-50, it's like I always get decent odds, 50-50 ain't the worst odds in fucking in the casino,
Well, they say that those two things actually toe across the same line. Like the intellectual super geniuses and like schizophrenic crazy. It's like
the problem is that people, just like you said last time, Jonathan, I don't know how, I have such good memory. You stopped me last time. I think it was the last show we did on financials, and you said, stop for a second. The way I think and the way I best learned is by relating it to something else that I understand already. Now, what you may not realize, that's how everybody thinks. That's literally the entire technology of positioning. If you study positioning in marketing, that's the whole basis of the entire technology. It comes from psychology, basically, right? So everyone thinks that way. So the problem with what I teach is that it's so far from anything anyone can relate to it that they either say I'm absolutely brilliant and I'm some kind of like Einstein and I've been sent from God. People literally think I'm like the second coming of Christ. Like, I'm not even kidding. And there's other people who think I'm like the most insane motherfucker literally walking the earth. So it goes completely both ways. But the reason why someone would think I'm the second coming of Christ versus why someone would think that I'm the most insane person that's ever walked the earth is just because the information is so fringe, it's unrelatable. That's why someone would think that way.
Yeah, because it doesn't logically make sense that you can go up, because one of the last things that you were saying in the final part of the show last time was that you can go up basically into a dealership and get a brand new car without having to pay shit.
Yeah.
Which sounds crazy, right?
But are paying for it, but yes, I understand what you're saying, yes.
So could you just a brief overview of how that process would work? I mean, I don't know if that's like a crazy kind of stringent kind of process, or what goes into that?
Well, like I said in that show, I mean, no one has ever been able to And I'm not trying to be egotistical. You got to understand 10,000 hours or something. I don't know, 8,000, 12,000 hours has gone into me trying to understand this and explain it in simpler and simpler and more robust ways. So I feel like I've worked very hard to be able to do this. So this isn't something egotistical. It's like someone who's built a massive $1 trillion empire and they're proud of their empire. That's how I feel. This didn't happen overnight. Trying to take all that and explain it on a show to brand new people in, I think we did 3 or 4 hours last time. It's never been done. It's never been attempted. It's never happened. There's never been anything. No one has ever stepped up to the plate to try to swing at this ball ever like this ever. Right. I mean, you listen to a lot of shows. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you listen to a lot of these shows, people talking about this, and they just talk about horse shit. And then there's a couple little pieces of information, and it's been an hour, and that's the whole show. Our show was like, we came out at the other end like, oh my God, like your head is on fire and smoking. You got to take your hat off. You're like, you don't even know your own name. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is, we got into it to the level where it's just, I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think anyone's ever even attempted this. And you also have to understand, I didn't talk about financials one word for 9 months while I was quietly studying all this. I didn't feel comfortable. It's just, I didn't feel comfortable that I knew the information well enough to talk about on a show. And I was looking at it and studying the information nonstop all day, every day for 9 entire months. And then I started talking about it, I want to say near the end of 23. So most of 23 was a lot of the research involving this, and then there was a bunch more research that went into 24, and then a lot of all the lawsuits were in 24. So that this is an ongoing procedure and an ongoing thing, and to try to the fact that anyone can understand anything from the last show is literally, I would classify as like the definition of the word miracle. It's never happened. It's never been available. It's never been so anyone who may have listened to our first show or a second show and they're like, oh my God, I'm confused. Well, yeah, I don't blame you. I've been confused for years trying to figure this out. And I think I am getting pretty good at explaining it, only because, again, I've invested my every single drop of blood from my entire fucking body, and every single drop of sweat that comes out of my head is in this. So it's like, well, yeah, you better fucking eventually get pretty good at explaining it, or you should just fucking kill yourself. Because what are you doing? After a while, it gets to a certain point where you should be able to do that, right? That's how I feel. I feel like through hard work, I should be able to fucking do this. And if I can't, there's something wrong with me. Okay.
So, yeah. Well, you had to go full on hermit mode there for a minute. It's like the archetype of the hermit, where you have to go in and really try and figure out if you are crazy, and if you're not crazy, then let's keep on digging. And then whenever you finally get to the bottom of the barrel and you strike gold, right? It's like, well, now I got to start telling people. And I appreciate that, because there's a lot of people that will go into talking about something. We've done this at times in the past just by giving a brief overview of just a topic in general that we know a little bit about and we kind of want to learn a little bit more about, so we start to talk about it. But that's not you. You seem to have a really good grasp on everything that you're talking about. And whether people want to say you're full of shit or you're crazy, I mean, hey, if it's working for you and you're able to find these loopholes, I mean, it's not even really considered a loophole, really, is it?
No, it's the entire skeletal nervous system of the entire legal system. It's an understanding, and it's a depth of research and knowledge that is farther than anyone has ever even imagined. It's like even the wildest imagination of what something could have been. It's like 1,000 football fields, even beyond the wildest imagination of what something could have been. So, and I think the reason why I've gotten so good at explaining it is because I'm the one who's like, well, how is this and how is that and how could that be? Like, I'm actually the most aggressive naysayer that there is in the world. I'm the most aggressive naysayer walk on the earth. I naysay everything so fucking hard. Well, where did that come from? Well, what court case did that come from? What section of that court case? And then now it's this section. Okay, I want to know the definition of every single word in that sentence. And it's just like, that's like, some people would consider that literally like insane or obsessive compulsive. But to me, it's just very normal. It's like, where did it come from? And then, okay, so you say it comes from here. What is he actually saying? And then what are the words, the definitions of what he's saying? And then it's like, oh yeah, okay, wow, that actually does say that. And that doesn't come like the Slaughterhouse cases where Mr. Miller set aside the U.S. citizen category for the Negroes after they were released from slavery after the 13th Amendment. And it's like, here we are in a world where like no one knows this, and it's very clear in the Slaughterhouse cases. He's very clear. He says, one of the quotes is the fact that we're doing all this specifically and exclusively for the Negro can admit of no doubt. And that's just one of like several quotes in the Slaughterhouse cases where he's being very clear that the U.S. citizen category applies only and specifically to colored people, of which are 12.5% African blood or higher. So it's just like you wake up now and you're just like, everyone thinks they're a U.S. citizen. And you see U.S. citizen in every single form, and nobody has any clue about any of this. And it's just like mind blowing that this could be true. So then Brandon's either psychotic or he's a genius, because it's just like, it's totally unrelatable.
Yeah, it's man, it's really wild because you start getting into law speak and it's totally different than, your normal dictionary type of words, because there is Black's Law Dictionary and there's all these different types of like definitions for each word. Man, we went over this, just the simple term of man or you. Like, who is you? Like that one blew my mind because I was like, damn, if I don't know who I am, then what the fuck is this talking about? And so it's playing by different rules, and that's something that you're really uncovering. And I feel like, they obviously did this on purpose, right? Like it's almost like the initiated know the law speak and know how to get around the law because it's a different set of subsets of, words that mean different things. And so it does take I could imagine it taking a long time to be able to decipher these court cases word for word, like how you're doing and what you're uncovering. It's pretty awesome, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, it's. I mean, I look at it as just a game, a board game, a video game. I look at it as a treasure hunt. People do crossword puzzles. I don't know. To me, it's the same shit. It's just when you win a video game, you feel good for a minute. It's kind of fun. It's exciting. It's an escape. I love video games, so I'll be the first one to say I love it. But then afterward, certain video games can really make an impact on you. For example, my favorite video game of all time by far is the video game called Disco Elysium. It's a fucking absolute masterpiece. It will leave you questioning everything about your life: love, addiction, romance, money, your goals. I mean, I'm getting shivers just thinking about it. Literally, it's the most intense book, video game, movie, anything I've ever consumed or seen or played or read in my entire life times like 1,000 is the video game called Disco Elysium.
What is that? Is that a computer game?
They released it on consoles, but it was first it was initially a PC game, but now it's on all the consoles. And I think in like 2019, it was Game of the Year on like every single platform, everything.
How have I never heard of this before? That's crazy.
Disco Elysium. It's not a video game for your typical video game player. It's very, 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 very. It's all dialogue. It's all dialogue. So it'd be like they'll say something and you'll have like 5 or 6 dialogue choices, and then you have a sanity meter and a physical health meter, and depending on your dialogue choices, you lose these various things. And there's this whole thought cabinet that has all these different relativity. I mean, I don't know how they programmed this thing. It's unbelievable. But it's not a combat game. It's not an action game. It's a super, super intellectual, dialogue-based, reading-based game. And the director's cut version, which was released, I think, in 2021 or 2022, the original version had voiceovers for only a couple sections in the game. The director's cut version has voiceovers for literally every single piece of dialogue throughout the entire game. So the game itself, the newest version of the game, the director's cut version, is everything is voiceovered. Every
so real quick, does your responses to certain questions dictate how the game will play out for you?
Yes.
Or okay,
Yes.
so it's
and there's like 9 billion different. It branches out into like 9 billion subtrees.
okay, so it's kind of like Fable in the fact that you can make your own adventure,
Yes.
whatever the hell you want it to be.
But it's like 9,000 times more expansive, and it branches out like and it's just that the dialogue is so intense. So basically, I'm not going to spoil the game for your viewers, because I'm telling you, anyone who likes books, movies, or video games, I'm telling you, even if you've never played a video game in your fucking life, but you love books, this is literally, I'm not even kidding when I say this, it's going to be one of the most intense, beautiful, and heart-wrenching experiences you've ever had in your life. And basically what it is you are a police officer, and you wake up in this extreme drunken situation where there's all this damage to your hotel room and stuff like that, and you don't even remember your own name, you don't remember who you are, why you're there, and you wake up and you're literally like almost naked. You have to pick your clothes up off the floor, and you have to pick your tie up off the fan, and you are essentially so addicted to alcohol, and then depending on if you choose also drugs, that you have hallucinations. Your tie has a personality, starts talking to you. It's called Horrific Necktie. Starts telling you to do horrible things. You can do horrible things in the game, and you go through the game and you progress, and you realize that, without ruining too much, you start to realize that your addiction is based upon a woman. So you start to learn about that, but not until a little bit later in the storyline. And then
aren't they all?
And then you literally are a detective, and you have to figure out who you are, and you have to actually do your job as a detective, while at the same time discovering why you're so fucked up. And it's like, I'm telling you, bro, like I literally been getting shivers just talking about it. It is beyond the beyond. Like the two most impactful movies I've ever seen in my life are Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind and American Beauty. And those two really impacted me. This game is like 1,000 times more impactful than those two movies.
Damn. So when did this game come out?
I think 2019 was the first version.
So pre-COVID.
Yeah, right before COVID. I think I played it in 2019 or 2020. And I've played it a couple times since, but it's like 500,000. Like the whole game has like 500,000 dialogue options.
Damn.
Wow.
That actually reminds me, I'm a huge Black Mirror. That's like my favorite show of all time.
Yes.
And they came out with the new season.
They did that one episode back during COVID where you could choose your own adventure on the TV.
Oh yeah,
that was pretty wild.
That was cool. But the new one of the new episodes is called Playtest, and holy shit, it has your boy from We're the Millers, the fucking eyebrows, right? Like he's like one of the main characters in it. But he creates like this video game, and it's like these AIs, and they're like self-replicating, and they're very aware, and they're like trying to, dude, it's crazy how that whole thing plays out. Like that is one of the wildest episodes of any TV show I've ever seen. And they like created a whole game with it too. And like the whole thing about it is like you're creating like these little creatures and shit, and they start to gain sentience, and they multiply, and if you're giving them love and giving them food and giving them things to do and everything like that, then they continue to build and multiply, and eventually they're like trying to show you how they can like integrate the swarm mentality into humanity to be able to save humanity in some kind of, dude, it's fucking insane.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, I love that kind of shit.
The Millers? You called them eyebrows?
Yeah. Whenever everybody was going around and they were like
Jason Sudeikis, huh?
No, not Jason. I'm talking about the boy.
Will Poulter?
Yes, dude, I love him. He's so good.
Oh, dude, he is kind of killing it in Hollywood right now.
Yeah, he
actually, he's taking more and more of these like serious ass roles, and it's okay. So William Poulter is in this episode.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. I highly recommend. Dude, honestly, every single episode from the new season of Black Mirror is my like it's like a collection of all my favorite episodes of anything of all time.
Wow.
Like it's that fucking good. But Black Mirror
I
just
saw a
does
couple
that.
episodes before, and it was just so fucked up and terrifying. I was like, I don't know if I like this. Like,
Well, if you're scared of the fucked up ones, then definitely skip episode 1 of the new season, because that will destroy you. But every other episode after that is really good.
okay.
But anyway, yeah. So we were
I
getting
forgot
into.
why I was talking about Disco Elysium, but anyways, so
Talk about breaking the matrix and making you question your reality around you, kind of thing.
Yeah,
and how
so-
that kind of ties into your work.
yeah, Disco Elysium is the craziest break of any sort of reality and questioning everything, and in the most beautiful way. That's the thing about it that people don't. I don't think that people are even going to understand that. He breaks into all these different personalities, and they're all so brilliant, and some of them are completely insane, but they're all very intelligent. And drugs complicate all of those different personalities. It's pretty wild. But anyways, it's sort of like I had guys like Ryan Sprigg and stuff like that. He has a show called That One Time on Psychedelics. I don't do psychedelics, but he's like, I want you to come on my show. And I'm like, I don't do psychedelics or anything. He's like,
Wait,
bro, he's like,
why
your
don't
information, he's like,
Hold
your
on. I
information
figured that would
literally
be something
is a
that you'd be
psychedelic.
down with, dude. I figured,
No.
and not hardcore, not like, going on some 4-day trip or nothing, but I figured you would at least get down with some DMT or some shrooms from time to time.
No, I've never done any. I have no interest. No, I just. Well, Ryan Sprigg has a good point. He's like, your information and what you're doing is literally a psychedelic. That's why he wanted me to come on the show. He's like, it just rips apart reality in such an insane, aggressive way. It just burns everything to the fucking ground and makes you question every aspect of all of existence.
It's a good point.
And I never thought of it that way. And I went on the show. This was a long time ago. And yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, when you take it in little bite-sized pieces, like I have, and you've been trying to figure it out for so fucking long, the relativity points are so close together. It's sort of like, grandma doesn't see the baby for 2 years, and she sees the baby, and it's like, oh my God, your baby's fucking gigantic, but you were there every fucking day. And to you saw the little millimeter or 2 millimeters each day that the baby was growing. And to you, it's kind of like whatever, right? That's kind of like my life, right? And then I'm always trying to figure out how to explain this stuff clearer, simpler, and shorter. So that makes it even crazier. And now it's getting to a point now, especially with like some of my recent stuff that I released. Like I just wrote a whole treatise on the word person, which is the most insane shit I've ever written in my life. It's like a lot of the information from the first show that we did, but like even more condensed. And then it has all the court cases and quotes from each court case that breaks down the whole linear timeline of how all this stuff kind of went down, which I didn't have, I don't think, when I first went on the first show with you guys. And, within 2 or 3 or 4 hours, a person can understand more about this information than, 10 years ago, guys studying it for 10, 20 years ago. You couldn't get anywhere near as close as you can now in 2, 3, 4 hours. So, and there's other guys explaining the stuff. They're doing a really good job too. So it's just going to get crazier and crazier and simpler and faster. And we're just going to get more evidence and plug it in. And it's just, I always explain it like it's a big puzzle. And, I'm kind of like the conductor of trying to put all the pieces into this puzzle. It's like the puzzle the size of like Times Square, right? And I'm always amazed because like last year I was like, damn, we got a lot of pieces of the puzzle. This is crazy. This is getting crazy. And then this year I look back at last year and it's like, fuck, I didn't have anything. I don't even know what I was thinking. And then, 2023, it was like, I thought I had, half the puzzle done. And it's like, fuck, no, you weren't even close, brother. So it fucks with my perceptions because here I am in 2025. I feel like, God damn, we got to be three quarters of the way done with this puzzle at this point. But then I remember back to the last time I said that.
Oh yeah, well, hey, look.
I don't know, but it's just I'm having fun. I guess really at the end of the day, that's really all that matters is just we're having fun. We're finding more evidence to tie everything down and make it, make the unbelievable believable, which is a huge task. Now that's never been done. I can tell you for a fact, no one's ever done that. No one's ever gone out and found every single court case and every single section of every single court case that is the underbelly to everything we're finding in the United States Code and everything we're finding in the, the rules of evidence or the rules of civil procedure or the rules of criminal procedure or local rules or whatever. So it's just and then, recently everybody's been going out and looking at court cases and reading them, and then they're bringing me stuff, and the amount of court cases and the amount of quotes from court cases that are just completely made up and completely false is unbelievable. It is an actual true pandemic. If there is a true pandemic, it wasn't COVID. The real true pandemic is the amount of completely made up horseshit case law that is quoted on the internet. It is completely disgusting and completely out of control. And most of the things that you read on the internet don't even come anything close to the case that they say it comes from is a real case most of the time. And you go into the case and you won't find anything even remotely close to anything that the quote says. So it's just completely fabricated.
Could you give me an example of that just off the top? I know you're like somebody that stays in the mix with this. So what's one of these that you're talking about that maybe you've been dealing with this past week even?
Oh, well, I don't deal with it anymore because I come down like absolute fucking napalm brimstone with that shit now. I can't. Yeah. I've been coming down hard on my audience with that shit for about a year now. Really hard.
So you're saying like the
no about
what's
5
it called?
months,
Precedens
5 months.
judice or something like that. There's a Latin term.
No,
for
like
basically the legal precedents for why a judge would say this type of ruling over this case because there's like 13 other cases where that's how the judge ruled in that way. So we're just gonna kind of do what that guy did. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Yeah, like I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. I might be able to find one, but it's just like something about like all corporations are creatures of the state, blah blah blah, and they are not the same as people or natural persons. Well, I forget there's that natural. It's like diversified metal products versus something. There's this one quote that people share all the time. The quote, the case doesn't have anything like that in it at all. There's nothing even remotely close. There's not even like a 3-word match. Like if you do a search and you do like any 3 combination of words in the entire quote, none of it's there. We're talking complete fabrication. And now, I'm starting to learn more and more about AI recently. I'm not a huge AI fan, but I use it a little bit to search for certain specific things that I need, and I don't trust it that much. So I'll go out and I just want to know where. You just point me in the direction, and then I'll go and I'll read everything manually. That's kind of how I do it. Yeah. But like, I know there's a lot of what's the term that they use for when AI just makes shit up. That's illusion. It's not illusion. It's like
AI.
I know what you're talking.
There's an actual term that they use when delusion or illusion, or there's some kind of term they use when AI just makes up complete horseshit and gives it to you. There's so much of that. Grok on X seems pretty good. I've been using Grok, and I triple check everything like a maniac. Grok's the first time I've ever used an AI that didn't just. It actually feeds me some decent shit.
Oh, you were talking about hallucination.
Hallucination. That's it. Thank you. Hallucination. That's the term. And so
AI hallucinates.
That's it.
Yes.
That's what it calls it. Yeah.
That's the technical term that people who love AI use. And it might even be like an official technical term because that's the term they always use. It's very specific. Hallucinations, right?
Right. It says the term used when AI generates false or misleading information is called hallucination. This occurs when AI systems like chatbots produce responses that may sound plausible but are not based on factual data.
Correct. Right. And it's getting less and less. I mean, I'll tell you right now, Grok has been pretty good to me. I ask, like, for example, I ask a question like, when was the first court case where the word person or persons started to incorporate legal fictions under the 14th Amendment, right? And, that's a pretty complicated question. Right. I got an answer to that question from Grok, and I checked it, and it was actually correct, which saved me, I don't know how many, I don't even know how many hundreds of hours it might have taken me to find that. That's a very difficult question. And it just, bam, instantly gave it to me. I was literally like, yeah, right. Let's fucking look at this horse shit hallucination. I have a very low trust level when it comes to AI. So I checked it out and I did a lot of checking on it. And I was like, holy fuck. I was like,
it makes sense that Grok would be more particular about that kind of shit because that's Elon's baby.
I've only ever used AI for very intense legal related purposes. So my understanding and usage of AI is first off very novice, very, very, very novice. I don't know how to use it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I go in and I try to word it as best I can. Second thing, it's 100% like legal. Like I don't really use it for anything else. So my opinion is that I've used a lot of different, people say, oh, this AI is so great. And I'm like, I roll my eyes and I'll check it out. It's crap, right? Grok has been the first
AI
one.
might take over lawyers' jobs. Because at that point, all their job is to do is to know the law and then to try to present the case as best they can to the judge. AI allegedly is able to just do that for them.
Yeah, AI, you can plug a document like a motion or something like that into AI now, which is new. And it'll give you all of the procedural errors, which is literally all a lawyer is supposed to be doing. Well, Let me take that back. So bar card attorneys, your typical lawyers that you're going to go down on the street corner and find and hire, they're all trained in, and all they really understand is procedure. And procedure is defined as the rules of civil procedure, the rules of evidence, like basically the mechanics of the way the gears turn, right? Now, real law and understanding, like a linear understanding of like how did citizenship change over the years after the Civil War, and what happened, and how did our monetary system change from gold and silver and negotiable instruments to only negotiable instruments, which you covered in the last show, right? Those are concepts that you're not really gonna see. The bar cards aren't able to really think with that or understand that, and neither is AI. But the thing is that the whole legal world operates 99% on procedure. If you were to go through all the dockets of every single judge every single day that the bar cards file, it's a complaint, and then there's procedural attacks, and then there's procedural counterattacks, and then it's procedure, all the way through to the very end. And then 95% of cases never see a trial. So it's either settled or dismissed, and procedure accounts for, 95% of everything in the entire legal system, which really was a huge disappointment to me when I went in there, because I had been studying law and the history of law and the definitions, and I had a very deep and verbose understanding of real shit. And then I get in there and it's like, we haven't talked about any real shit in 100 fucking years. And I'm like, fuck, you know what I mean? So now I'm having to learn procedure, which is just fucking awful. I thought you go into a court of law and you talk about the law, and we're going to talk about this thing and that thing and citizenship, and it's going to be kind of exciting and philosophical. It couldn't be farther from the truth. It's a procedural fucking nightmare. That's really what it is. And that's why most people hate it so much. And that's why the bar card and stuff that are in there, go on Reddit, go to Ask Lawyer Advice, look at their subreddits. They're addicted to drugs and alcohol. They're addicted to prostitutes. They want to kill themselves. They hate their industry. It's a very, very, very fucked up place with people who are just, it's awful. It's actually a cesspool of complete horse shit. It's actually pretty awful.
So there's no way to really like entirely understand it, even from somebody that actually has a bar card. Is that why it's so
well, the thing is that no one brings up anything of any real substance. It's just a complaint because somebody was in a car accident, and then there's procedural attacks. Like for example, in my arena in the Ninth Circuit, local rule 7-3 states that if you're going to file a motion, which just means like you're commanding or requesting that the court do something, where they're going to move the case forward, or a motion for, to get a certain type of judgment, or like a motion is literally what it sounds like. It's getting the court or requesting the court to move or do something, right? And the way you can think of the court as just a ball, and the ball just sits there until one of the parties, which means a defendant or a plaintiff, file in a motion to move the ball. That's why you see court cases, they just sit there forever and nothing ever happens. That's because people don't understand, if you don't motion the court, nothing's going to happen. All right. So local rule 7-3 in my area and in a lot of other districts as well across the United States, states that if you're going to file a motion into a case, you have to have what's called a meet and confer 7 days before the filing of the motion. What is a meet and confer? It's in the Ninth District in my arena. It's defined as a meeting, preferably in person. So what that means is it's not required to be in person, but it's preferable from the court that it be in person. But I always request for it to be in person, and the fucking bar cards always say no, and they say we can just do it over the phone because they're fucking lazy. Or I don't know what it is. I'm like, let's get drunk. Let's go to fucking downtown, go on a rooftop and get fucking drunk and talk about law. and I thought that's what all the fucking attorneys want to do, is they want to talk about how cool fucking law is. Well, it turns out none of them know anything about it, and you just make them look stupid, and they have egos the size of the fucking planets, and then they don't want to talk to you because you make them feel stupid. And I had no idea that any of that was the reality of the situation at all whatsoever. I had no idea that's the world I was walking in it.
That's crazy. You know? Yeah,
so,
that's crazy.
So if you don't do the meet and confer 7 days before, or let's say you do a meet and confer and then you file in the motion 6 days after, they'll file a motion to strike your motion because you failed to follow Local Rule 7-3, which states the following: wait 7 days after a meet and confer, and then below that they'll say the original meet and confer happened on the 4th, and then he filed it in on the 10th. That's only 6 days. That's what I mean when I say procedural. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that is that bullshit. So
it's all bullshit.
Just out of curiosity, I mean, I know that, lawyers are probably a bunch of, from what you're saying, they really don't know half of what they claim that they know. But what about the judges? I mean, are the judges pretty well read in on a lot of this stuff? Because you have to be you have to be in that shit for a long period of time to even be able to qualify to be a judge, right?
They won't. Dude, most judges are elected.
They won't even talk to me. They won't even respond to anything I put in. So it's either A, they can't talk about it, which is a very, very realistic possibility, or they just won't. I don't know what else to really. They don't. I'm hoping everything I do is all in appeals courts, and it's all just sitting there in the appeals court. And then if the appeals court doesn't say anything and they just throw it out and they're fucking just as bad as the district courts, boom, I'm going straight to the Supreme Court. The problem is that only like 5% of cases are actually seen by the Supreme Court. So just because I go to the Supreme Court and I pay and I file in a writ of whatever the censatory or whatever the fuck it is that you have to file to get into the Supreme Court, doesn't mean that my case is going to get seen by the Supreme Court. So, it's a whole, I'm learning all this as I go. There's not even anyone I can go to. Most bar cards, I don't even think a lot of bar cards have even seen an appeals court before. And definitely not pro se litigants. So it's just kind of like, I'm like deep in this forest and I'm kind of by myself. Thank God I have Joey Kimbrough. Without him, I'd be really fucking lost.
I actually just looked it up, the qualifications to be even elected a judge. It says, to be elected as judge in the United States, candidates typically must be licensed attorneys with a certain amount of legal experience, which can vary by state. Some states also require judges to have specific educational qualifications or to have served in other judicial roles prior to election. So, I mean, they have to have experience. You can't just
what's terrifying about the courts,
the type of judge.
The most terrifying thing about the courts, by far, absolutely terrifying, is that in order to be a judge and in order to serve on a jury, you have to be a U.S. citizen. Right. That is by far the most terrifying thing, because as we covered in the first show, a U.S. citizen is a special class of persons that was set aside in the Slaughterhouse cases in 1873, and it's a special classification of citizenship that was set aside specifically for the released Negro slaves that were released by the 13th Amendment, and then they were given citizenship by the 14th Amendment. So literally the word U.S. citizen and the word Negro mean the same thing. And you start looking up the court cases on that, and the term Negro, one of the definitions of Negro is all Negroes are colored persons, but not all colored persons are Negroes. And one of the definitions says that the specific amount of blood that a colored person has to have in order to be legally classified as a Negro is 12.5%. And how in the fuck are you going to prove that?
Is that colored meaning black or
Yes.
like any color?
Yes, and there's even special court cases and special definitions about a mulatto. One of the definitions of Negro says does not commonly include a mulatto. You look at the definition of mulatto, and the actual literal definition is when a negress, which means a female Negro, has sex with a white man, or when a Negro has sex with a white woman. And then it says, like, it's not exactly and specifically a half and half blood, but the definition basically is like, it's not like a real like nailed down thing, but essentially it's a black woman with a white man, or a black man with a white woman. Essentially would be a mulatto. And then under the definition of Negro, it says does not commonly include mulattoes. So then it gets even more complicated, because a mulatto wouldn't technically be a Negro, so a mulatto couldn't possibly be a U.S. citizen.
Now, with that being said, the colored title, quote unquote, like Abe Lincoln was a Melungeon, right? Which means that he had some dissemination in his bloodline. Now that's understood allegedly to be like Native American or something like that. But the white people didn't see natives as non-colored, but it also wasn't the same as black. But I guess it kind of depended on where you lived in these types of things. But so is there any ruling as far as that's concerned, I wonder?
What's amazing about this whole subject is there's a really, really amazing citizenship manual that was written by the Army in 1928. It's called TM 2000-25. TM stands for Training Manual. And it was literally an Army training manual to train people in the Army about citizenship. And it's all this whole timeline of citizenship and what it means to be an American. It's literally, no joke, one of the most fucking badass things I have ever read in my entire life. It's humongous. It goes into the mindset of an American: take no shit, take no prisoners, high performance, productive. It goes into all, I mean, literally, there's nothing in the world that would make you more proud to be an American and make you understand what it means to be an American better than Army Training Manual 2000-25. In that manual, they have a section on the 14th Amendment. And even by 1928, they had no clue what was going on in the 14th Amendment. They were totally fucked. And you can see it in the Army Training Manual. So in my opinion, from everything I've looked at so far, and it's an ongoing research, the Slaughterhouse cases was 1873. By the end of the 1800s, what a U.S. citizen was and the communication from Mr. Miller in the Slaughterhouse cases, it was completely fucking gone. I mean, you see things in the mid 1880s, you see a teeny bit after the 1900, but almost nothing. I mean, for whatever reason, it was either buried or just no one understood it. Because I'm telling you, literally by within 10 years, it seemed like it was already fucked. I mean, it was very, very rapid. So if you want to understand these things, you really just have to go back. You'll find a couple cases here and there sprinkled. I think I even saw one in like 1956 or something, and you'll see a couple little lines and a couple little things. But really, if you want to understand these things, you really have to go back. You have to read the Dred Scott versus Sanford case, and then you have to read the Slaughterhouse cases. Dred Scott versus Sanford was 1857. And then the Slaughterhouse cases overturned the Dred Scott decision, right? But the thing is, in order to understand the Slaughterhouse cases, you have to understand the Dred Scott versus Sanford case, because the whole point of the Slaughterhouse cases was to address the Dred Scott versus Sanford case. So those two cases are sort of married together, and you have to read one, and then the way I recommend is you read one, read the other, read one, read the other, go back and forth and back and forth. And I'm telling you do that like 2 or 3 times, and you're going to be like, oh my God, everything in America is completely fucked. And it has been probably since like 1885.
So that kind of leads me to a question. I feel like we probably asked this last time, but whenever it comes to certain case studies and case law and shit like that, and you tend to go all the way back to the first time something was referenced, and that basically is the law, right? Is there ever been a time where, you talk about how these lawyers, they throw in a bunch of bullshit and they call it whatever, right? Like, and they're able to get away with certain documentation. You go through the actual documentation, question doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Does the goalpost move with the times, or is it always like, has there ever been a time where you can look back and be like, oh, wow, all right, this is the first time that this word or this law was ever even mentioned? Have you ever seen a time where the goalpost moved and evolved with the times, and now that original document or that original law is erased because this new one took its place?
All the bar cards say that, and that's always the excuse for everything, and because they're masters of fucking manipulation. The real truth is the way that it's yes and no depending on the circumstance. So, for example, when you're studying all this stuff and you start to get this hint from this guy named One Stupid Fuck on the internet that a U.S. citizen is a Negro of 12.5% or above African blood that was released through the 13th Amendment and then had no citizenship. It was a big fucking issue, and then was given this special citizenship called a U.S. citizen category that was basically set aside by Mr. Miller and his boys at the Supreme Court in 1873 in a case called the Slaughterhouse cases. Now, in order to understand that, yes, you'd have to go all the way back to 1873 because we're talking about a problem that was going on during the slavery and the Reconstruction after the Civil War. So the reality of what anyone may understand, or the reality of what the typical person on the street has to Civil War, slavery, and the Reconstruction of America is zero. It's been a long time. So you can't gain an understanding of any of that. You have to go as close as you can to that specific arena or circumstance, and you want to hear it from people who were actually there and were actually experiencing it. So that case law becomes the strongest pieces of case law, even though later people may have talked about it. Yes, right? But the thing is that no one understands the Civil War, Negroes not having any fucking citizenship, everyone freaking out about it, total chaos, better than Mr. Miller and his boys in 1873. Nobody has a better reality of any of that shit than him and his boys. Okay, now let's say, for example, like Roe versus Wade is a great example, right? They overturned it, right? So I think Roe v. Wade is like, I forget, the 60s. It's like 1962, 65, I forget exactly, 50s, 60s, something like that, right? So now that it's been overturned, right, the newest version of whatever came out is sort of like more important or more valid or quote unquote whatever, right? But the way that all law works is you can bring any claim and you can structure it any way you want, right? So for example, I talk about Dred Scott a lot. And a lot of the bar cards, they come on my shit or they fuck with me and they annoy me. I just block them because it's not even worth my fucking effort to open my mouth. Oh, Dred Scott was overturned. No shit, you fucking retard. No shit, it was fucking overturned, right? But it was overturned by the Slaughterhouse cases. But the thing is, if you don't read both, those cases are literally married together, like more than any case I've ever seen in my life. Those cases are essentially, in my mind, it's like one case, even though one happened in 1857 and the other one happened in 1873. They're basically all trying to deal with the same situation, right? The thing is the situation and what came out of the Slaughterhouse cases has, to my knowledge, never been discussed ever since 1873. And the reason why it's never been discussed is because people think that the word persons in the first line of the 14th Amendment, and they even thought this back in 1928 in TM 2025, the word persons means everyone. And Mr. Miller was so fucking clear. The word persons means Negroes released by the 13th Amendment and given citizenship by the 14th Amendment, and it has nothing to do with state citizens, which are white people. They had to be a free white person. It was literally one of the things that you had to be in order to be a state citizen or naturalize as a state citizen. You had to be a, quote, free white person. And there's literally court cases talking about what does free white person mean.
So there's no context within that law that would lead to the belief that when he says persons, he's talking about obviously the persons that were recently freed, because the white people were already American citizens. They
That's
were
correct.
already free. It's nothing
That's
to do
correct.
with them.
That's correct.
We're talking about the ones that the 13th Amendment had something to do with.
That's correct. And he's very, 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 very clear about that. There's like 7 different parts in the opinion where he's talking about how the idea that this applies to released Negroes of African descent is obvious. He's talking about how, everything we're talking about here has nothing to do with state citizens at all. It only has to do with these new federal U.S. citizen category. He's saying the state citizens, they're not protected by this. They have nothing to do with this. This has nothing to do with them. And then you have another case, Van Valkenburg versus Brown, which was a California Supreme Court case where they say literally, boom, right in the first line of the case, no white person has anything to do with a U.S. citizenship or the 14th Amendment or the Slaughterhouse cases. They don't say that exactly, but they say no white person has anything to do with the recent amendments to the federal Constitution. And then they go on farther and they say 14th Amendment, blah, 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 blah. And they huge, massive, super specific, very clear, crystal clear that the 14th Amendment, meaning U.S. citizen category, meaning slaughterhouse cases, all the same thing, and Dred Scott, it's all kind of tied in together, has absolutely nothing to do with white people.
Right. That makes sense to me out loud. So I guess, all right, explain to me how you're looking at the Dred Scott and the Slaughterhouse cases as kind of one and the same. Why aren't we looking at the 18th and 21st Amendments as kind of one and the same, the prohibition of alcohol and then the repeal of that amendment? How is that also not the exact same conversation?
Because after the 14th, basically the whole country at this point in time, because of this misunderstanding with the Slaughterhouse cases, it operates as though there's only one type of citizenship, the U.S. citizen category. Have you ever seen state citizen on any document anywhere?
No.
That's correct.
You're the only person that's brought it up to me, honestly.
That's correct. And the thing is that it's still here, and it's for white people. White people can't be U.S. citizens. It's crystal clear. Crystal clear. The Slaughterhouse cases is just as active as case law today as it was April 14th, 1873. It's never been touched. It's never been overturned. It's never even been clarified. Even one atom, not 1 millimeter, has anyone ever, no one's ever even touched the goddamn thing. It's the dustiest fucking thing in the world.
Are people still bringing that up today to reference
you'll
whatever?
Find books. There's even a whole article online. Type in slaughtering the 14th Amendment. You'll see all sorts of, there's a whole article and there's a whole book that was written on the subject. And Mr. Clarence Thomas, who's actually a black man who's currently one of our Supreme Court justices, he's talked about how the Slaughterhouse cases is fucked up and it needs to get addressed at some point. But it's not, you'll see Slaughterhouse too. You'll see it mentioned randomly in certain areas. Like you go on Cornell and start, it's the one case that has definitely, judges and stuff and senior judges have a lot of different opinions on and stuff. So it's, yeah, right there, right? Slaughtering the 14th Amendment. Go down. It's like an article or a book or something. Slaughtering the 14th Amendment. Yeah, the Slaughterhouse cases. There's all sorts of American history, all this stuff.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it says it
How
right
does that
here.
tie in with Trump? I saw Trump talking something about this U.S. citizenship 14th Amendment. Oh, fuck.
Well, it says right here, the Slaughterhouse cases of 1873 were a significant Supreme Court decision that interpreted the 14th Amendment, ruling that its privileges or immunities clause only protects rights associated with federal citizenship, not those related to state citizenship. This decision limited the impact of the 14th Amendment on state laws and has been criticized for rendering the clause nearly meaningless.
Yeah, so if you go online and you start asking AI about this case, they'll use these weird buzzwords like it's a dead letter and like weird. It's literally like weird psycho bullshit. because the Slaughterhouse cases is just as alive today as it was the afternoon of April 14th, 1873. Everything, the entire passport system, the entire Department of State. If you go on to the Department of State website and you start looking at a lot of the case law that they have on there, specifically in relation to U.S. citizenship and stuff, they even fucking reference the Slaughterhouse cases multiple times. The thing is that the problem with the Slaughterhouse cases is nobody has, it seems like to me, since 1873, no one went in and read the case. It's like a book that like got shut, it got put on the shelf, and everyone refers to it, and it's the whole society is based off of it, and no one ever came by and picked it up and just wondered what it said in the book. And it's just the dustiest fucking thing in the world. And I came along and I moved, enough cobwebs out of the way to be a fucking, Australian, those huge huntsman spiders, and I'm like, fucking Indiana Jones with a goddamn torch, and I see the fucking bookcase, and all I did was pull the book off the wall, open it, and read it. That's all I did.
It seems like that's so strange. Why do you think they're not touching it? Why do you think people aren't bringing it up? Like, what is their reason? Or do they even have
system, one? If what the Slaughterhouse cases says is acknowledged, everything, Federal Reserve notes are gone, CIA is gone, FBI is gone, driver's licenses are gone, license plates are gone, traffic violations are gone, the police disappear. You'd have no police instantly. The entire public school system vanishes. Everything is based off of this illusion of what the Slaughterhouse cases says. Everything, the whole system. The only thing that would be left standing is the county recorder, the courthouse, the sheriff's office. Everything else, literally everything else, would be pretty much gone.
Wow. So you think that this is being kept like untalked about and almost secret because it's fragile, like as fragile as that?
Even a good person with a good heart would be absolutely terrified to touch the Slaughterhouse cases. I'm not saying they're all evil. I'm saying this is so intense and so deep, and it goes so fucking crazy, and it's just everything in the entire society is literally based off of what we're talking about, the Slaughterhouse cases. I mean, you wouldn't have the EPA, you wouldn't have the IRS, you wouldn't have the Federal Reserve, you wouldn't have Federal Reserve notes. Our currency system would just poof disappear.
And
overnight.
that's all because of the definitions that are described within that literature, that it would basically shatter the foundation of everything else, because those definitions to each one of those words is so polarizing almost.
Because before 1873, there was only one type of citizenship. They used the term U.S. citizen. You'll see that all through the cases, but they're very clear. It's not its own specific legal classification. The term U.S. citizen was just a colloquialism for somebody who was a citizen of a state. And they had to be a free white person to be a citizen of a state, right? And if you go back before 1850, the term free white person meant mainly of European descent, right? And the thing is that, but back then, it was never an issue. It was all Europeans coming, and no one questioned it, and they brought over the Negroes from Africa, which they're very clear about in Dred Scott. They went to Africa, seized them, and brought them over here, and they go into extensive detail in the Dred Scott versus Sanford case as to how that worked, how they were doing it, what their thought process was. They go through all the different laws and all the different territories as to how they were treated and how they weren't, and if one of them escaped, what would happen. And it's a very, very detailed account of all that information, right? But you have to realize, like, no one even, and then all of a sudden they started questioning this whole slavery thing. And in Dred Scott versus Sanford, Roger Taney, he was the guy giving the opinion. He's very clear. He's like, guys, all of a sudden this has become a problem. Before this point, no one ever even brought this up. It was never an issue. Nobody ever questioned it. Nobody even thought to question it. It was like slavery was so a part of a free white person's experience in America that it was like getting a coffee or starting your car or waking up and yawning in the morning or taking a morning piss. I mean, literally, that's how common this practice was in this country. And in the Dred Scott versus Sanford case, they go into extreme depth as to how that is and why that is. And it's not even an American thing. It's an English thing. So it came over to America from England, but they go through the entire timeline all the way back to like 1705 in the Dred Scott versus Sanford case. Slavery is not an American thing. It's an English thing that came over to America from England, and then we broke off and we still had it. So it's an English thing, right? So the thing is that state citizens or citizens of the United States, which just meant a citizen of a state, it was the same terminology. That's all there was, and you had to be a free white person. And the basis of the entire thing was in 1790 they had the Naturalization Act, and then in 1795 they released a couple little adjustments. In 1798 they released a couple of adjustments, and then in 1802 they released a couple of adjustments, and then that was it. So to this day, right now, which is May 17th, 2025 at 8:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the 1802 Naturalization Act is still 100% completely active.
Now, what are we hearing about Trump trying to do things with this Naturalization Act and all these things, and how what he's doing to these illegals is, unconstitutional and all these things?
He's not a bad guy. I don't think Trump's a bad guy. I just think he's very, very far from the pulse on this thing. Everyone is. He's not, and again, you're talking to a guy who has been, who's had his head jammed up the ass of this conversation for like damn near 4 years. So this has been, for the first 2 years, I didn't even get into the financials. All I was doing was nationality, citizenship, slavery. That's all I did. That was my whole platform the first like two and a half years. And then we branched out to driving versus traveling, which is what I was hoping to talk to today with you guys. It'll be a shorter talk, hopefully, than the other two. And then the financials, the financials that wound up it was just so fascinating to me that I kind of dumped everything else for like a whole year. I was like, fuck all that, citizenship, nationality. We know enough about that to operate right now. This is fucking unbelievable. So I just kind of went whole hog into that for like a year and a half. And then now I'm sort of coming back up and out of that. And now I'm coming back to a lot of the citizenship and nationality stuff, which is why there's a lot of new information coming out on this now. Right. So, but the thing is that, the driving versus traveling thing, it's kind of like a smaller subset of like I have 3 areas of my platform: nationality, citizenship, driving versus traveling, and then financials, right? Financials and citizenship and nationality are like the 2 huge bubbles. And then driving versus traveling is like a smaller sub bubble. In my opinion, it's not as important, even though, people lose their fucking mind. Driving versus traveling. I mean, we start talking about that, your audience is going to go completely apeshit, screaming in the comments, tearing each other apart. For whatever reason, you talk about polarizing. I mean, driving versus traveling is by far the most polarizing, and it just drives everyone into a fucking literal complete bloodthirst frenzy.
This is something
I don't know. To understand.
I don't know.
Well, this is something that we've talked about on here before. And, I always talk, before we ever even had you on the show, I would always talk in reference about these videos of these people that, they get pulled over for speeding or not having a license plate or whatever the fuck, right? And they get pulled over and they say, well, I'm not driving. Or what is it? I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
And it's like, per the law, traveling means like on your feet or on a horse. When you're on a motor vehicle, there's a different conversation to be had.
Well, and that's the thing
that's not true at all, actually. That's not even close.
Right. And the argument has always been, Jacob always, because I'm always trying to present like, yo, look, like these people are getting pulled over and they're saying that they're traveling, right? And then Jacob's like, well, the only reason they even get let go is because they don't want to fucking deal with people like that. And it almost seems like a cop-out type answer, but what is your remark on that?
Well, it's funny we talk about this because the first show we had, Jacob was pretty hard on me. And he was giving me a hard time most of the show, and he was really on me. The second show, Jacob was a lot more calm, and he was a lot more composed, and he was much more friendly. And we're
trying to train him.
I was thinking on this third show, I was like, Jacob's going to really let me have it this time, because for whatever reason, this subject is literally, it's not just Jacob, it's not just me, it's not just Jonathan. This is an area of literal cultural psychosis. Okay, like no joke. Like the citizenship versus nationality thing, people just don't understand, and they want to understand, and they're confused, and honestly, frankly, even when they learn the racial aspect to it, even a lot of black guys hit me up and they say, you're doing a great job. It sucks, that it's like this. But now I understand why the cops treat me so badly, or whatever it is. These messages that I get a lot of love from the black community, or the whatever colored or melanated. From melanated is what they prefer from most people I've talked to. So I just say melanated. But the thing is that my job isn't to be a moral guidepost. My job is to just dig up the information, present information that's like, holy fuck, I didn't know any of this existed, in a way that's linear and that can be like, enjoyed, shall we say. If I was sitting here like this, Mr. Miller in 1873 said the following, and it sounds like a old high school history class. No one's going to listen to it. So how do I structure the information, organize the information, and then present the information in a way that's interesting and fun, and it impacts people's lives in a way where it actually changes things for them? Like, for example, I can't say I'm a U.S. citizen anymore. If I do, I'm going straight to prison. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I can't be a U.S. citizen. I never have the capacity to be a U.S. citizen. Since the day I was born to right now, I've never had the legal capacity to be a U.S. citizen. It's a physical and legal impossibility that ever occurred, is occurring now, or will ever occur in the future, unless some dramatic legal changes take place, right? So it's one of those things where, it's shocking, but it's also powerful. For example, I don't pay taxes. If I paid taxes, I would have to say under penalty of perjury that I'm either a U.S. citizen or a resident alien. I'm neither of those things. So to pay taxes, I would have to commit a felony called perjury.
Do you ever worry about that?
If the IRS calls me and they say, hey, you didn't pay your taxes, I go, well, yeah, of course I didn't pay my taxes. Because if I did, I'd be going to prison. And if they try to push me into paying my taxes, I would go down to the DA, or I'd call the FBI, and I would file an 18 U.S.C. 1622 subornation of perjury charge. Whoever procures another to commit any perjury is guilty of subornation of perjury and shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. Sir, what is your name and what is your ID number at the Internal Revenue Service? David, ID number 34567. I'd write that down. I'd say, David, do you understand that you are attempting or procuring me to get me to commit a perjury by signing under penalty of perjury that I am a U.S. citizen or resident alien of the United States, which is a criminal violation of 18 U.S.C. 1622. By that point in time, they don't ever want to talk to you again.
Okay, so this is not something...
The reason why I would say that is because it's 100% true. If I filed a tax return, I'd be going straight to fucking prison.
All right, so this is not something that you're necessarily even worried about, is paying taxes at all, because...
I can't pay taxes. It is physically impossible for me to pay taxes. Paying taxes literally... Okay, so 18 U.S.C. 911... So I have to commit one of two types of felonies in order to pay taxes. Felony number one is 18 U.S.C. 911, which is whoever falsely and willfully represents himself to be a citizen of the United States shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. The other type of felony that I could choose to commit if I paid taxes would be just plain perjury. Just typical perjury, which is typically up to 1 year in prison. But oftentimes it's like they don't put you in prison. They just put you on probation or whatever. It depends on the situation, right? But the thing is that is perjury a felony? Yes. So I have to commit either this felony or this felony to pay taxes. I have to commit a felony to pay taxes. Now, what's crazy is on the lowest level of manslaughter is 3 years in prison. Okay. So if I committed this felony, it would be on the same par as low-level manslaughter.
So this is all because it says citizen of the United States. That's correct. That's the key code right there is what you're trying to point out.
And the key code, that's all Slaughterhouse.
Damn.
All of it's Slaughterhouse, everything.
When was the last year you paid taxes? Not getting too personal. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
21 or 22.
I'll say, don't tell him to incriminate himself here.
Well, no,
bro.
Here's the key word. Here's the key word. Right here, willfully. Falsely and willfully. So keep in mind,
himself to be a citizen.
So keep in mind, I have never, ever, 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 as soon as I understood the Slaughterhouse cases, I immediately quit committing felonies, aka paying taxes. Immediately.
So let me ask you, how did Al Capone get brought down for income tax evasion?
Well, the thing is that what I'm explaining, I'm telling you guys, what I'm explaining comes from the Slaughterhouse case. This is just no one's ever known this, or I think there's good people out there in the Supreme Court and stuff. Clarence Miller has talked about this, or it's so big, and it's just so crazy. If Clarence Thomas were to bring up the Slaughterhouse cases and have it overturned, the whole government just disappears.
So I think the answer to your question, though, Jacob, is probably because Al Capone identified as a U.S. citizen, right?
Or a resident alien. Precisely, yes.
But my point is, okay, resident alien, either way. So let's say some of these, even not Al Capone, I'm not even sure if he was born in the United States or not. I want to say he was. But there were some very high-level mob boss type guys around that day and age that were not born in the United States. Right. But they got brought down for American income tax evasion, and they had the money to pay for the best lawyers that money could buy. Why didn't any of these lawyers who knew the American penal system and knew the law and knew how to coerce it and could even bribe judges in most cases, especially back in those days, how come they didn't find this little loophole out? How come they still got brought down for these charges?
I'm telling you, every time I bring up Slaughterhouse, the judges won't talk about it. The bar cards won't talk about it. No one will. And I don't think they're all evil either, because I know I'm on a conspiracy podcast. I don't want it to be like, oh, they're all evil. Everyone's out to get you. I don't like that kind of communication. I don't think that's true. I just think it's literally like, imagine like this gigantic house of cards. It's like the size of Mount Everest. And it all comes down to one little block at the very, very bottom. And it looks fucking huge, and there's like 9 billion people in it. I mean, every single government agency would close, Federal Reserve notes would disappear. So it's like it would literally, like, from the viewpoint of somebody who may be in government or in the Supreme Court, if they were to touch the Slaughterhouse cases, they're basically rattling every millimeter of every single aspect of everything about the entire country, every aspect of the economy, every aspect of everyone's marriage, everyone's mortgage, every home, every business, every dollar, every transaction, everything.
So essentially, the Slaughterhouse cases are kind of like the straw that could legitimately break the camel's back.
Yeah, and the thing is that the whole reason why this whole huge, monstrous, confusing system was born was out of that confusion. Because if they would have just followed what Mr. Miller said, that's another thing too. People, I really don't want people to think that Mr. Miller and Roger Taney and all these guys were just the biggest KKK members in the world, and they're just like hanging colored people in their backyard, day and night. That's not even remotely close to the truth. In fact, if you do a research study of Samuel Miller's middle name was Freeman. And he was very, very passionate about releasing the slaves, and he had been for a long time. So I think when Mr. Miller, I think it was April 14th, 1873, stood up and he gave that final opinion for the Slaughterhouse cases, he was very, very proud of his what he had done. And I think from the research I've done, he had been working towards this goal for a long, long, long time. Right? Now keep in mind, I'm telling you right now, I swear to God, if Mr. Miller were to come back to America and he was reincarnated, and he were to see what happened, he would be so fucking pissed. He'd be the angriest person who's ever walked the earth.
Yeah, well, because it's basically been misconstrued, right?
Terribly. Everyone's a Negro now. Literally, that's basically the simplicity of what happened. Everyone is a Negro.
Not to shift gears, but curious what your answer is going to be here. Let's say that I start a company and we do so well that we end up opening a French branch, right? And per the French law, it can't be an American company operating in France, whatever the case, fine. So it's technically like the French wing of my company, whatever. But that company, I decide I'm not paying taxes because I'm not a citizen of France. Like, for sure, Jacob is not a citizen of France, nor will he ever be, right? But the French government feels some type of way about the fact that my company, and therefore myself, have not paid any French taxes. So they send Interpol after me to come get me because French income tax evasion. And I understand that American laws are not equivalent to French laws. I know they got their own standards and all that kind of stuff. You're saying that my argument should be, well, I'm not a French citizen, so you have no jurisdiction over me. That's essentially what you're saying, right?
The word citizenship itself, so there's two different layers, right? The
That's
first
a French
layer,
word, if I'm not mistaken, actually, but I may get that wrong. That might be Latin-based. I don't fucking know. Anyway.
So the first layer is nationality.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still on a screen share. If I go to 8 USC 1101, which is the definition section in Title 8, which is the entire basis of Title 8 is the entire basis of everything having to do with the passport system and nationality and everything else. If you go into the United States Code and we read the title name of Title 8, it's aliens and nationality. You don't see the word citizenship anywhere. Even if you go into Title 8, you still don't see the definition of citizen anywhere. You only see nationality. Nationality is based off of allegiance. Citizenship is based off of subjugation. You have to have nationality first before you can have citizenship. For example, if you go into the definition section in here, and you go down to the definition of a national of the United States, which is subsection A22, a national of the United States means A, citizen of the United States, or B, a person who, though not a citizen of the United States, owes permanent allegiance to the United States. So you can owe allegiance to a country without subjugating yourself to the country's legal system. And you can see that same thing in 22 USC 212, persons entitled to a passport. No passport shall be granted or issued to or verified for any other persons than those owing allegiance, whether citizens or not, to the United States. So the thing is that we're all brainwashed to think there's only one type of citizenship. There's actually three types. There's a state citizen, there's a U.S. citizen, and there's a non-citizen national, which is actually not a citizenship class at all. It's actually a nationality class lacking citizenship.
So is that like green cards?
Nope, wouldn't be a green card because a green card is like a permanent resident or something like that. It's a totally different classification.
All right, I should have said like a work visa. Excuse me.
No, it's a completely different classification. It's a completely different classification. It's mainly used for U.S. territories, like, for example, American Samoa. They felt like U.S. citizenship would have eroded their very, very old cultural rituals that are still very active in American Samoa. It's a very cultural place. So the reason why American Samoans, when they're born, they aren't given U.S. citizenship is because American Samoa as a whole believes that U.S. citizenship would basically whitewash the culture over a long period of time. So people in American Samoa created a special treaty where they are non-citizen nationals of the United States. It's a special classification. Yeah.
So, all right, in that same respect, like the Punjabi gas stations that we got here, Right. And I understand they got ways they trick the system and they like rename it and sell it to their cousin who sells it to the nephew.
Well, a lot of
sells
that's Indian type stuff too. Indian.
Well, yeah.
The whole Indian thing is really fascinating. There's a whole title just about Indians. There's an entire section of the United States Code, Title 25. People don't realize the whole Indian thing and Indian tribes and Indian land and Indian reservation and all that. That's a very wild rabbit hole. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Yes.
I mean, not feather. I said Punjabi gas stations, not like the Cherokee casinos. We're talking different type of Indian. Not feather.
But still, a lot of that stuff can still be used. I use a lot of the information too. I have my own nation. It's set up through all the same ways that an Indian tribe would set up an Indian reservation. It's all the same information.
But my point is, though, let's say this gas station's been operating for a few years now. They decide they're not paying taxes and they're not tricking the system and selling it every few years, whatever the case is. You're saying that the U.S. government, the IRS, cannot come against them for income tax evasion and imprison them because they're not U.S. citizens?
Well, yes, but the problem with that situation would be the fact that a lot of Indian people, if you go to free white person, and we look at the various definitions from various court cases, there is one specific part. It would not include a native of India who belonged to Hindu race. It's specifically a case. Well, that's true, but there's also, like, for example, Caucasians are not considered part of a free white person. Aryan. It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabit Persia.
Well, what the fuck is a white person then?
So
it's mainly European. It's mainly
only
European.
certain parts of Europe. Only certain parts of Europe.
Correct.
Hell, Italians weren't seen as white until much, much later. Irish people weren't seen as white. They were the last group to get seen as white.
And one of the creepiest things, I don't know where you guys are at on this. I don't really want to take the show in this direction, but I'm sure you guys have been talking about this a lot. Look at the very, very first listing of free white person.
It includes all European Jews.
Right. But not Semitics, but European Jews.
Yeah. So that's, that's also kind of fascinating. Why is that the very, very, very first listed item? Now, you would have to go and read ex parte, Shakid, blah, blah, blah. This is the case right here. Mm-hmm. Now, have I read this case? Are these cases? No. But these are direct quotes from these cases. So the thing is, if you wanted more information about this subject, this is where you'd go. Boom, it's right here. Mm. And then you have, this is another definition. This one here does not have a case that it comes from. Sometimes in the dictionary it has the cases, sometimes it doesn't. This one does not, but this is one of the definitions from the actual dictionary.
So for the people just listening, it says, so what is the definition of a free person? The first one says, meaning
free
all,
white person.
A free white person. It says, meaning all persons belonging to the European races then commonly counted as white and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have emigrated.
You know, while we're talking about being able to read it for ourselves, I feel like it's a good time to plug this. Jonathan, if the people would like to see what we are talking about, because our boy Brandon Joe Williams, a.k.a. One Stupid Fuck, does come with his receipts. He comes with his articles. He comes with all of the information. And if the people would like to see it for themselves and read it for themselves, rather than just hear us talk about it, tell them where they can go.
Patreon.com/Cult of Conspiracy Podcast. That is the best way to be able to support the show. And what Jacob is alluding to is that you'll be able to see the video. Now, the video can't go up on any other platform, especially not YouTube. We've been canceled off of YouTube 4 times, and I guarantee you this episode would have absolutely been canceled. So we have to go to Patreon, and we have several tiers over at Patreon, but if you want to join us for our Tuesday night live show, you can come and sign up for the Third Eye All the Way Open tier, and that will give you access to join us literally once a week for the rest of your fucking life, as long as you're a Patreon member, and, you know, shoot the shit with us. We plan on doing this until death. So, I mean, we got all the time in the world. We're just waiting on you. We're trying to build this community. We're trying to gain more cult members who are just looking at exposing all the lies and all the crazy shit that goes on throughout the world, and to give you a voice more than anything else. Because here we are, we're just a couple of, not to steal it from you, we're just a couple of stupid stupid fucks behind a microphone. And why not? Why not include yourself in on the conversation? Maybe you can add a little bit of something to it, or maybe you just want to ask us something, and whatever, wherever you want to take it, please, just come and check out patreon.com/Cult of Conspiracy Podcast. But probably the best thing that you can get over at Patreon is that it is completely
commercial free listening, y'all.
Yeah, baby. So you hate them commercials? Fret not. We have Patreon for that. So yeah, we appreciate all the good cult members who have already joined forces with us.
Indeed. Okay, so back to the conversation here. We were talking about the quote-unquote types of free white person. And granted, that's Black's Law 4th edition.
I'm getting very, very specific about this. I'm answering your question, in a very, 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 very legal, very specific, very intense way, because that's just the way I think. You know what I mean? Like, for example, one of the definitions of a person who would not be a free white person is a native-born Filipino.
Right.
So that's that's a whole different case where they decided specifically that this particular class of persons or people, or however you want to say it, would not be included under the definition of free white person. Now there's a caveat to all of this information. The original courts that you had to go to were called common law courts of record. They're not around anymore. So the thing that's crazy about all this, and I cover this at the very, very end of this entire treatise, is that there's no one that can stop you from doing all this. So you can go into a court and say that you're a free white person, even though you are a native of India who belongs to the Hindu race. And the current court systems, because they're only composed of U.S. citizens, don't have the capacity to tell you no. It's a physical and legal impossibility for them to stop you. So that also makes it very fascinating, because I'm showing you information that's basically archaic. Now, the thing is that if the Slaughterhouse cases were addressed and everything were to come crumbling down and everything were to get reset, all of this information would reactivate unless they changed it. There's also that option too. Let's say they go in and they say, fuck, this is fucked up. They realize it and they say, well, shit, we can't just hit the fucking reset button, because then everything will come crumbling down in 24 hours. Let's restructure America, and then we would go into basically a Reconstruction number 2, essentially, which is also very possible that we might go into something like that at some point in time. I mean, there's been people who literally comment on my shit, and they say, Brandon, the only reason why you haven't been killed or arrested is because what you're doing is going to destabilize the country so much that it's going to allow them to create another Reconstruction. And then that will open the door to them reconstructing it the way they want it to be reconstructed. But I don't agree with that necessarily myself, because I think that the truth will set you free, and I think the truth is always the correct answer. And I think that no matter what, I'm not here to be a moral guidepost. I'm just here to point towards the truth, and I believe that the human race will operate better, even though we may have some turbulence at the beginning. A massive amount of truth. Your wife's been cheating on you for 2 years. That's why she's been such a piece of shit. That's very turbulent for the first, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks or longer. But ultimately, it was the right thing to do to find out that information. And ultimately, the right thing to do was to, eliminate that relationship. And the right thing to do is to go through the pain of eliminating that relationship and then move on to a better life. I think that this is no different.
So it'd be ultimate liberation.
Yes. So people are worried. People are worried about Brandon's going to slip the card and the whole thing's going to come crumbling down. That's not my problem. That's not my concern. If the truth dictates that that's what's supposed to happen, then that is what's supposed to happen. And if I'm homeless, it's all irrelevant. The truth is the truth. The truth needs to be shared. And if the consequences of that truth is Brandon loses his home, or Brandon loses his car, or Brandon loses all the money he has in the bank, well, too fucking bad. That's we're still doing it. So,
I mean, if that is the case and they were to rewrite these laws, I have a hard time believing that they would put free white person, especially in today's world. Like, they would definitely try to include everybody of every race into the white category, and or they would write the laws to where white people are just seen as, demons in and of themselves.
What's funny is, to this day, right now, as we speak, there is a Let's see here.
I mean, those laws are written at a time when racial divide was at its heaviest and white people had more rights than others and like all of that. I'm not saying that that's a positive thing. It's definitely not. But also the fact they had to put Indian of Hindu belief system is not white. Anybody of Filipino descent is not white. Well, like, no shit, Sherlock. Why did you have to write that in that manner? But it's like, well, because they kind of had to in that day and age because they were assholes. But now I could see it to where it's like, especially with the way people think that they can be one of 74 genders. And I mean, what was that one woman that was like running the NAACP up in the north somewhere? Come to find out she was a white woman that kept getting her skin tan and her hair permed to look like a black woman. I feel like that line is getting so blurred these days because people are fucking psychos. You know.
Dude, I knew that it was all fucked whenever you had the one guy, what was it, like on Christmas or New Year's Day or something like that, whenever he was like, amen and a women. I was like,
oh my God.
We've really fallen. That's that's really how you know that we're fucked.
Well,
because
check
the term
this out.
amen is supposed to be sexually driven. Like, bro, wait, what the fuck? Come on now.
Well, check this out. So this is to this day right now. This is 100% completely active. And this is actually the entire civil rights section. This is what people use all the time, this arena. They'll use, like, for example, when anybody sues like a police officer, they'll use 42 USC 1983, which has the capacity to sue civil action under deprivation of rights, right? If we go just 2 subsections before this to 42 USC 1981, equal rights under the law, you'll see here, and this is exact proof of everything I've been telling you, all persons within the jurisdiction of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory to make and enforce contracts, to sue, be parties, give evidence, and to the full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of persons and property as is enjoyed by white citizens.
Wow.
You can see it again in the next subsection, even more clearly. 42 USC 1982. All citizens in the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory as is enjoyed by white citizens. So what this is this is the 14th Amendment U.S. citizen category trying to give the released Negro colored slaves the same rights as enjoyed by white state citizens. So that's exactly what this is.
Whenever you're bringing up 1981, 1982, these are the years that these were written?
No, that's just the sub. I think, what's the Civil Rights Act? Civil
64
rights?
or something?
No, this is the Civil Rights Act of like 1866 or something.
Okay.
Yeah. It's this.
So, real quick, you said white state citizens. It said citizens of the United States. You're saying those are interchangeable dialogue terms?
No. This is
All
talking
citizens of
about
the United States.
So
yeah.
I'm gonna switch out some of the words. You ready? Yeah. All Negroes released by the 13th Amendment and given citizenship by the 14th Amendment shall have the same right in every state and territory as is enjoyed by white citizens.
Got you. White citizens. Right there. Doesn't that tell you that there are citizens that are white?
Yeah, they're state citizens.
Okay.
Yep. Even when we go back to even like you saw earlier on Google when Jonathan was looking that shit up, even Google straight up, you just type in Slaughterhouse cases.
Whoa, I don't know what book that pulled up, but that looks gnarly.
Mm-hmm.
Was a landmark case, blah blah blah. The court ruled that the clause, which means the 14th Amendment, they're talking about the 14th Amendment, only protected the rights of federal citizenship, meaning the U.S. citizen category, not those associated with state citizenship. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's just that no one knew state citizenship existed. It's been taken out of all the history books, all the civics is gone. The bar cards don't know anything about it. It's been taken out of all the law schools. This is the biggest secret in all of American culture, is the fact that there is 2 types of citizenship. And then there's also a nationality non-citizen nationality too. So there's actually 3 different types of relationships that a person can have. 2 of them are citizenships, and 1 of them is a non-citizen nationality. But in order to be a citizen, you have to also be a national. So
The Slaughterhouse
citizenship.
cases. Look at this. I never knew this. The case stemmed from a Louisiana law granting a single company a monopoly on slaughterhouses in New Orleans, which butchers argued violated their constitutional rights. Wow.
They argued that under the 14th Amendment, and that's the problem.
How did free slaves come into the conversation with a monopoly on slaughterhouses?
Because
That's wild as hell.
because they argued that they have rights, but they argued it under the 14th Amendment. White people have the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights. The Negroes that were released after the 14th Amendment, that were given citizenship by the 14th Amendment, they don't have access to the first 10 amendments. In fact, there's an entire thing called the incorporation doctrine, which you can see right on Cornell. This is fantastic. These are all of the cases over the years since 1873 where they've been, quote unquote, reincorporating all of the white man's rights as state citizens into the U.S. citizen category. And this is a great segue to move into the driving versus traveling conversation, because if you look, as a note, the 9th Amendment and 10th Amendment have not been incorporated, and it is likely that they never will be. The 9th Amendment is the most powerful amendment in basically ever. It's the thing that gives an American the most amount of power possible. The 9th Amendment states, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. The right to travel is actually a 9th Amendment right. The 9th Amendment was never incorporated for U.S. citizens.
So I'm looking up what the incorporation doctrine says. It says definition, the process by which the Supreme Court has gradually nationalized the Bill of Rights, requiring state governments to extend to residents much the same rights as the federal government must. Essentially, it's saying that the state's government cannot infringe upon something that was federally recognized for all people.
That's only because of the misunderstanding of the word persons in the first line of the 14th Amendment. They think all people are 14th Amendment U.S. citizens. That's the misunderstanding here.
Okay.
State citizens don't need any of this shit. We don't need it reincorporated. We don't need federal recognition. It was all there before 1873. This is all just for the black people. And I don't want to say blacks because it's only one particular subclass of black. So to say blacks is even a fucking disservice. It's
So
not
you're not
all
talking
blacks.
about the black people of today, because
No.
no black person living today was a freed slave.
African descendant of slaves. Yeah, if your dad fucked a white woman or your grandpa fucked a white woman at some point in time, you're a mulatto. Bang, that's it. It's done. You're not a fucking Negro.
Wow. Okay.
So the thing is that, and the thing is that make them fucking prove it. Just like I say in my treatise. Don't, if they start bringing this shit up or bringing these kind of claims, fuck you. You fucking prove it. You go down my whole fucking lineage line and you figure out and you prove that I'm a fucking Negro. You prove that there's not one fucking white woman or white man in my bloodline in the past fucking 100 years that didn't bang each other somewhere. I'm not going to give you shit. Fuck you.
Right. Yeah.
Why would you tell them anything? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the thing is that U.S. citizens can't even adjudicate anything about a state citizen. And a jury in America can only be composed of U.S. citizens. So a jury in America cannot even adjudicate this subject at all.
Wow. Because none of them are freed slaves.
Well, no, because U.S. citizens are like a subclass of beings. A U.S. citizen cannot. State citizen is the original American. U.S. citizen is a subclass of citizenship that was created for the released slaves. So basically, if you want to get really, really technical, a jury in America at this point in time can only be composed of colored people who have 12.5% African blood or higher.
Huh.
Wow.
Legally and technically, as per the definitions, That's the only class of persons that can compose a jury. If I went in and served on a jury, I'd be committing a felony. I can't serve on a jury. If the jury called me, I'm not a U.S. citizen. And we have people do that all the time, and they typically let it go and they take your name off the rolls. If they didn't and they forced you in, I'd file an 18 U.S.C. 1622 subornation of perjury charge, up to 5 years in prison. You are forcing me to commit perjury, which is a felony. You are suborning me to commit a felony, and it's completely unacceptable. I cannot serve on a jury. I can't have a driver's license. If I got a driver's license, I'd be going straight to prison. Damn. I cannot have a driver's license. It is a physical impossibility. As soon as I understood this information, I went in and turned in my license. And not right away, but once I really, really got it. So when I first started getting it, I went in and I changed the license. I changed all the shit on it. I signed it a certain way. I did all this crazy ass shit, but I still had it, but I left it at home in my drawer. I never carried it on me, right? And then after about a year and a half, I started to get a deeper and deeper and deeper understanding. And then when I hit a certain point, I was like, fuck, man, it's a felony for me to have this thing. I have to get rid of it. And I went down and I got rid of it.
So what did the lady at the DMV say whenever you turned in your license? I feel like that was a pretty funny exchange.
Well, it was a long time ago. So I dressed up in a suit and I had a handkerchief and I had a pin and I dressed up real nice and I took a briefcase. So a lot of times whenever I do crazy shit, I dress up like a lawyer and I tell people I'm an attorney, which I am, but it's sort of like playing dress up basically. Right. So I went in, I said, I'm the attorney on behalf of the person who has this driver's license. And I pulled out a power of attorney that I had between myself and the person on the license, which is a sole proprietorship, which is a business. And I handed it to her and I said, I'm the attorney, in fact, essentially on behalf of the person on the license. I said, and I have to turn this in. And she said, oh, okay, why? And I said, well, the person on the license is not a resident of any of the 50 states. They're not a U.S. citizen and they're not a resident of the District of Columbia or any of the U.S. territories or insular possessions. And she said, okay. And then she went in the back and talked to her manager, and they were kind of like looking back at me, and I'd wave like this. And I had my nice green, like lime green, with my pink handkerchief and a real nice looking pin. And I had my it's expensive. It looks really nice. It looks like a $500 handbag, but it's like a $60 bag from like Australia. It's real nice looking. It's like leather. And I just looked but I had like jeans on and like this kind of a shirt, but I looked nice. I trimmed my beard and I shaved and I went in there and I was trying to be, bright. And I was like, hi, good to see you. And I had the document, the power of attorney, and they were looking at me and looking at me and looking at me. And they came back and I said, no problem. We can do it. Let's do it right now. And I had the form. I went online. I typed in how to get rid of my license in California. They had a surrender form. I printed that out and I filled it out. And I took that into it. I said, I already have the form all filled out for you. Here you go. And she said, oh, we don't use that form anymore. I'm going to give you a different one. And it was a smaller form that had almost the same shit on it, really, honestly. I filled that out, which took 5 seconds. And then she took the license. She said, you're all set. Thank you very much. I said, oh, because the original surrender form, the one that they have on their website, it has a perforated line in the middle. And then it's the same form duplicated twice. And then the second one's supposed to be like your copy or your receipt. I said, would you mind? I said, the original one has this second copy that, whatever. Could you just verify the same information was put on your form and then just sign it and date it so I have evidence for my client to let them know, because my client's not here, to let them know that this has been completed. I have to bring my client evidence that this has been completed. And she said, oh yeah, no problem. Signed it, dated it, and I walked out.
So basically you did the same type of paperwork that like a elderly person that is forced to surrender their license because they're like a danger to be on the road. That's basically the form you filled out. No,
it's a voluntary surrender form. So it's just completely voluntary.
Huh. What other reason would anybody ever do that? Like, why would they even have that form?
I've had so many reports from my audience of people going to the DMV, and I've been working here for 22 years. I've never seen anybody turn in their license. I've been working here for 25 years. I've never seen anyone turn in their. I've been working here for 18 years. I've never seen anyone turn in their license. And then some people get mad and they freak out. Some people are really curious, like, what the fuck are you? This is wild. What is this about? Tell me more. It's all over the map. I mean, it's all sorts of reactions and stuff. And I think that the type of reactions you're going to be experiencing really just comes down to how well you know the information. Because if you know the information really well, you're friendly, you're composed, you're certain, you're confident, and I like to dress up like a fucking attorney, so that adds a whole nother layer of respectability. And I've never had issues. In fact, a lot of times my biggest issue is they want to talk about it. They want to ask me questions, and then I'm there forever. There's people waiting. And I remember one time I went to the Glendale Water and Power over here, and I was talking to the lady, and I closed down my one account that had a social security number on it. I don't have a social security number. And I wanted to give them a passport. And they're like, well, if you want a passport account for your utilities, you have to close your old account, and we can open up a new one for you. But if you do that, you have to come in person. We can't do that over the phone. So I dress up like an attorney. I go down there. I have my briefcase, right? And I say, hi, I'm here to close the Social Security account. I don't have a Social Security number anymore. I never did. I just didn't realize it. I got rid of it, whatever. And I have a passport, and I want to open up a new account with my passport for my utilities. And she said, wow, I've never, and I was there for, I swear to God, it must have been an hour. And there was like 6 people waiting, and the line was getting longer and longer and longer. But then I realized everyone sitting behind me along the wall was all like super into the conversation, right? And no one was like, hey, can we speed this up? Or hey, can you, and I like lost track of time. And I ended up having to like, be like, listen, you have like the whole, there's all these people waiting here, and no one complained. They're all like, oh, it's cool, whatever. And like, she was like, oh yeah, I didn't even realize, and like, blah, blah. So like a lot of times, you know, that's sort of the issue I run into, is that people get so fascinated by it. They've never seen anything like this. It's like a fucking 3-headed alien coming through the door. And there's nothing dangerous or hostile about you, and you're funny, and you're laughing, and you're cracking jokes, and you're dressed like a fucking attorney, and they just want to talk to you, you know?
Yeah, it seems like as out there as it would be if you went to a bank and just like gave them all your money because it doesn't belong to me anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. So the only bad times I ever had was at the Social Security Administration. That place is a complete shithole. Those people are below like death. Like they're like below even having enough self-respect to like off themselves. It's just an awful place. And I went in there, I brought in all this documentation. I said, I need to change my Social Security account from U.S. citizen to other. There is no non-citizen national when it comes to the Social Security Administration. There's only an other box, right? So I got the SS5, I got all this documentation. The first time I mailed in a bunch of documents, they sent everything back. I went in person. They wanted something else. So I went home. I got some other stuff. I think I mailed some other stuff in. They sent it all back with another weird thing. I went in a second time. You know, you have to wait in line and get a number. And by the second time I went in there, the lady went in the back, and she got my folder. And my folder by that time was about that thick. All the shit I had sent in or filed in or given to them. I had given them copies of the passport documentation, all sorts of craziness, right? And she basically flat out refused to accept my SS5. And I fucking lost it. I pulled up 18 USC 911 on my phone. This one here. Where is it? 18. The one about you go to jail for 3 years if you say you're a U.S. citizen willfully, falsely, right? And I pressed it up against, pulled it up on my phone like this, and I pressed it up against the bulletproof glass, which is thick as fuck. It's like, 2 inches or 1.5 inches thick. Mm-hmm. And I started fucking screaming. And I said, motherfucker, I've been here 2 fucking times. I've sent you all this fucking shit. And I said, you're forcing me to say I'm a fucking U.S. citizen when I'm not a fucking U.S. citizen. And I pushed it up against the window. I said, I'm not going to fucking prison for an 18 USC 911 charge. You are, motherfucker. And she was totally freaked out. and she stamped it. I said, you're gonna take this as 5 right now. And she goes, okay, I'll take it. And she was like really like scared for her fucking life, bro. Like I had put this lady to the edge, right? And then I said, I need a fucking copy of this. Proof that it was fucking done. Take your little fucking stamper, stamp it right now. And she fucking stamped it. I said, give me a fucking copy of that thing right now. And she went in the back, she made a copy and she gave it to me. And I never went back. And that was probably like 2 years ago. But normally I'm telling, that's like, you got to fuck with me like 4 or 5 times and you got to waste hours and hours and hours of my time. And you're going to get that. You're going to get the heat. But I've never had anything like, if that's a 10 out of 10, I think the most I've ever had compared to that is like not even a 2 on the same scale.
Real quick, you also say that you can't be arrested because police don't have jurisdiction over you. So hypothetically speaking, if that woman would have felt threatened or something like that and called a cop to arrest you because you were acting in a certain type of way, what would your defense been to them?
Well, the thing is that in the moment, who cares? Okay. I would just say I have diplomatic immunity. You can't touch me. If you touch me, I'm coming for your badge. And then from that point, it's his choice. If he wants to take me out, no problem. I'm going to get badge number, body cam footage right away, FOIA request for the body cam footage, and then bang, we're going straight to a civil suit, and I'm banging the shit out of him, and I'm banging the shit out of his fucking office too. So I would just give him the choice. I'm not going to fight the officer. That's just stupid. I have diplomatic immunity. The ball's in your court. What you do now determines your future. And I will, and I'm not going to resist at all, whatever you say, but I'm letting you know, I'm warning you. What you do now determines your future. God damn.
All right. Well, yeah, it seemed, and this is something that I feel like would just get really fucking old. As far as you not driving around with a license, do you drive around with a license plate?
Yeah, I have diplomatic tags. I'll show you guys what they look like. I sell them too. So we have a whole process where people go out and they get what's called a private motor carrier, a foreign private motor carrier DOT number. It's basically a number you get from the federal government. It's not state issued. It's from the federal government, right? And it looks like this. We have motorcycle and car plates. I just released our first passport too. So we have a passport as well. And this is what the plates look like that are on my car.
Do you ever get pulled over and the cops are like, what the fuck even is that?
No, God, no. They stay the fuck away. Well, again, so I've done a lot of research on this. Typically, to be honest with you, the people who are getting pulled over and getting fucked with are the people who have like fucked up shitty cars with like fucked up weird stuff. If a car's clean, painted, and it's not all fucked up, typically, especially if it's kept clean and stuff like that, it's typically people don't get bothered with these plates. But if you have diplomatic plates,
regardless, right?
If you have,
if their cars are roadworthy, because if you have these plates, then you're like free and clear.
Well, no. From my experience, from all the reports that I get, basically, a diplomat is not going to drive around in a fucking a 1994 Nissan Altima with a black garbage bag for a back window. Do you see my point?
I mean, I guess it depends on a diplomat from where. Because, I mean, there are some third world countries where that would still be doing really well for yourself.
So in LA, there's tons of people with diplomat plates. I see them, quite a bit, especially if you go downtown LA, right? Typically, a diplomatic vehicle or a consul, because there's 2 types of classes. There's diplomat and there's consulate, right? Consulate versus an embassy, right? So typically, to be honest with you, it's a Toyota Corolla that's, maximum 2 or 3 years old. Sometimes they're a little dusty. I'm telling you, they all look the same. That's just, and it's probably like the embassies or the consulates just buy a bunch of these like fleet vehicles basically. And then, people come and they can use them or what. I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, it just seems like every fucking one I see is like a year-old Toyota Corolla or a 2-year-old Toyota Corolla. That's your typical fucking diplomatic vehicle. And they're typically at most a bit dusty, but they're not all fucked up. They're not missing a bumper. You know what I mean? So that's just the way it is, right? So I have a crazy ass straight piped 800 horsepower 2009 Shelby GT500 that's like lowered and it's got coilovers and all sorts of craziness, right? So they see diplomatic plates on my car, and it just causes their brain to like completely fucking short circuit. They've never seen anything like that, but it's a badass fucking car. So they automatically just assume that it's not some weird mismatch. But if you have a 1992 fucking Ultima and there's pot smoke rolling out the fucking windows, and the back window's fucking got a big crack, it's like, it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, this can't be a fucking diplomat. The guy's dressed like a fucking hoodlum. There's garbage. And then another thing, if they do kind of get triggered and they want to pull you over, even in the diplomatic and consular immunity guide for law enforcement, which I've read, which you can go online and you can type it in, diplomatic and consular immunity guide. It even pops up right here, probably because I've been talking about this for years. And if you read this, they can stop you and detain you in order to verify your identity. So the thing is that now you got a broken window and you're missing a fucking a bumper, and now they pull you over, and now they're looking in your window and you've got trash all over the ground. Now it's like, okay, there's something fucking wrong here. This is not a fucking diplomat. Do you see my point?
Yeah.
Right.
And that's,
So
from my experiences and all the reports that I get a lot of fucking reports. That's typically the issue.
okay.
So I started putting things and saying things in shows and stuff. If you're going to use the plates, you have to have at least somewhat newer vehicle, and it has to be it can't be clean. It can't be all fucked up. You can't be putting it on a van, a 20-year-old van with the fucking quarter panels fucking destroyed. Like, it's just not going to work. It's going to cause you to basically look like a giant fucking target, essentially.
But even still legally, it should uphold, though, right? Yeah, let's say they do get pulled over and their shit's all fucked up or whatever. Is it just they would get pulled over on the grounds of a taillight being out or a bumper missing or whatever? Would they still not question the diplomat license plate?
Well,
That
no,
shouldn't
because
matter,
then
though,
at
right?
that point, well, no, because then at that point, now it's like, now you're going to start getting the hot questions.
But my point is,
Can you
though,
handle the
to
hot
Jonathan's
questions?
point, that shouldn't matter, because at that point you have the diplomatic immunity, and you've already said on a previous podcast that all road laws are pretty much null and void, and they're nothingness. So regardless of what they pull you, missing a bumper, no windshield in your whip, and you have these diplomatic tags, you should be free and clear, and they can't touch you, right?
I see what he's saying. He's saying
the answer
because
is no. The answer is no. And the reason why is this, again, dovetails beautifully into the driving versus traveling presentation, because the thing is that that's the whole point of this presentation. The whole point of this presentation is to go through all of the layers that are preventing you from having that diplomatic immunity. And again, if you go onto my page where I sell the plates, I say very, very clearly that you have to make sure that those layers have been addressed prior to getting those plates. And if they haven't, see, I have all this information here, and then I have a link to the driving versus traveling article. Because if you haven't done all those layers, then you don't actually have diplomatic immunity. And that's why the kind of people who wouldn't go and do the correct steps to actually make sure they've handled those various layers are the kind of people who would drive around in a fucked up van, a 2002 Dodge minivan with a fucking busted window, and it's painted 3 different colors, and they're going to stick diplomat plates on it. Those are the kind of people who would do that.
So
that's
let
the
me
issue.
So let me ask you then, somebody like you who is very well knowledgeable, you know exactly
Yes.
what to say if you get pulled over. You necessarily wouldn't get in any kind of trouble if you were the one that was driving
No.
that 1992 Nissan fucking Altima with the windows blown out and all that other shit. Then,
I
right?
wouldn't even, I would just take the thing off and just drive without any license plate at all. I wouldn't have a diplomatic plate on something like that. But yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Oh,
Gotcha.
so all right, let's continue with this driving versus traveling thing so we can get a better overview of what we're talking about.
So this is, I do an introduction and then I do the argument, right? The argument in simple terms consists of 2, and this is from my Williams & Williams law firm, .com. And there's a link here. It's a driving versus traveling. It's a whole page that's become kind of a centric page. In fact, actually, the last time I was on your guys' show, we said that we were going to do driving versus traveling on our next show. And that was actually the catalyst that made me want to make this page. So I was prepared for this show. So
Nice.
thank you very much for that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So with that said, so the argument, we have two different arguments. We have the federal side, right? And we have here that, registration, license, and proof of insurance is required to operate a motor vehicle on public roads, which is correct. And then we have the opposite side, which is we're not driving commercially, we're traveling non-commercially, which the Supreme Court has already established the fact that we have the right to do, which is also completely correct. So what's the problem? There's two different things here, right? So this third section is the separation of issues, right? So the separation of issues is that you're kind of half in, half out in a lot of these things. And that's basically the main issue. And we have to basically clean up these various areas in order to fully establish one side of the equation, right? And it's all based off of the Commerce Clause. So the Commerce Clause comes from the Constitution, and it gives the government what's called plenary power. It comes from Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The Congress shall have power to regulate commerce with foreign nations, among the several states, and with the Indian tribes. And then if you look up more information on this, it's the only area where the federal government has what's called plenary power. Plenary power is complete power over a particular area with no limitations. This term is often used to describe the commerce power of Congress. Under the Commerce Clause, Congress is granted full power over interstate commerce. The court has found that states are not able to pass laws affecting interstate commerce without the permission of Congress. So the government has unmitigated, unfettered power over three areas: commerce with foreign nations, commerce among the several states, which is also defined as interstate commerce, and then commerce with Indian tribes. The entire driving versus traveling conversation, in fact, the entire of most conversations fall within this entire conversation. The Commerce Clause is literally probably one of the most centric things to literally anything you'll ever learn at all about American law or your rights or anything, right? Now, the first and most important layer of this that we have to cover is obviously what we've already covered: citizenship and relationship to the Commerce Clause, right? Now, we don't need to go into all this because we already have in this show. The basic simplicity is this. A U.S. citizen is somebody, their citizenship is actually under the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia is considered a separate nation from any of the 50 states, because the 50 states are considered all their own independent nation, right? California is its own nation state, right? California is actually considered a foreign nation from the District of Columbia legally. And you can see that in, I'll show you the case on that. That comes from Caja. Let me show you the case on that. Caja versus U.S. It's a case from 1894. This statute is one of universal application within the territorial limits of the United States and is not limited to those portions which are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government, such as the District of Columbia. Generally speaking, within any state of this union, the preservation of the peace and the protection of person and property are the functions of state government and are no part of the primary duty, at least, of the nation. Here's the most important part. The laws of Congress in respect to those matters do not extend into the territorial limits of the states, but have force only in the District of Columbia and other places that are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government. And even Google will tell you, is California within the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government? No. Even Google will tell you. That's how clear this is. Now, where do you find a good description of what this national government is and where it's located? It's 4 USC 71, permanent seat of government. All that part of the territory of the United States included within the present limits of the District of Columbia shall be the permanent seat of government of the United States. You can see more information as to how this works in 4 USC 72. All offices attached to the seat of government shall be exercised in the District of Columbia and not elsewhere except as otherwise expressly provided by law. Now, what makes this so complicated is that U.S. citizens are citizens of this thing. They aren't citizens of California. If a U.S. citizen is by definition not a citizen of a state. So that's why all U.S. citizens fall under 4 U.S.C. 72. All U.S. citizens shall be handled or exercised in the District of Columbia and not elsewhere, except as expressly provided by law. And that's also what activates the Commerce Clause. That's why you need a driver's license. That's why you don't have a 9th Amendment or a 10th Amendment. Citizenship is by far the most important aspect to the driving versus traveling argument. It's also the most important aspect to any legal argument. If you are a white state citizen, you have all 10 of the original amendments, including the 9th and 10th. Your right to do literally whatever the fuck you want. I could drive a big rig with 16 machine guns and bombs attached to it. It'd be under the 9th Amendment, perfectly legal. It all comes down to citizenship. The problem is nobody even knows any of this at all. No one even knows state citizenship even exists. That's the issue. And that's the most important layer to the conversation. A U.S. citizen is a foreigner in a state. So thus, the first aspect of the Commerce Clause would activate. That's why they're called residents. The word resident means you aren't a citizen of that zone. So a resident of California, and you can see that in voter registration very clearly in California, the way they define it is glorious. It's absolutely correct. If you notice, you have to be a U.S. citizen on any of these, which means you have to be a released Negro slave of African descent, released from the 13th Amendment and given citizenship by the 14th Amendment in order to be a U.S. citizen, and resident of California. So if I were to reword this in English, a Negro and somebody who's in California, but since they're not white, they aren't a state citizen. That's what this is saying.
Okay.
So when you're a resident in California, that means that you're a foreigner. You're committing, you're conducting a commercial activity. That's why they had to make all the whole driving versus traveling and motor vehicles is a commercial term. We're going to get into all that later. But this is more important than that whole conversation. That conversation is typically where people go when it comes to this conversation. If you don't handle citizenship first, a lot of that stuff is effective, and we get a lot of cases thrown out all the time. But the citizenship thing is by far the most important layer to the discussion. And technically, if your citizenship hasn't been worked out, people really shouldn't be winning a lot of those commercial-based court cases. But they are. We've got these things dropping like flies. Technically, though, they should not be winning those cases. That just goes to show you how this information is just so fucking lost. It's so beyond lost that people don't even handle citizenship, and they go in and they use things like the Civil Rights Act, which is only for Negroes, and they're getting these cases dropped about having to have a driver's license. We get these cases dropped left, right, and center, driving without a driver's license or any of this other horse shit, and they don't even bring up citizenship, which to me is absolutely fucking impossible and insane, but it just goes to show you these cases are really easy to win.
So then let me ask you this, with everything going on in our current political climate in the United States, right? Like Trump, hate Trump, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Trump is doing Trump shit. Why is he going after redefining birthright citizenship, and so many states are trying to push to the Supreme Court and all of this stuff, if we are already, and by we I mean the American people, the American government, the Supreme Court are already looking at the books of defining or redefining what citizenship even is in the first place? How is this not being discussed?
I have not dug into all of that too much. I don't know exactly all of from my experiences in the court system, if people don't bring certain claims, they're not going to get talked about. So he's talking about this whole birthright citizenship thing. I don't know if they're going any deeper than that. I don't know what I would need to look up the actual docket of what the actual lawyers are actually filing into the case to see what kind of causes of action and claims they're actually bringing to the table. Because until you look at the actual causes of action and claims, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I would need to look deeper to figure out and answer that question.
So he's basically, there's a gross oversimplification of it, but he's basically saying just because you're born here and you have foreigner parents does not mean that you're immediately granted American citizenship.
And he has said that he has said in interviews, I've seen the interviews where the 14th Amendment had to do with slavery and slaves. He has said that, but the only thing, the only fucking case that he could be referring to is Slaughterhouse. It's the only case.
He's trying to redefine birthright citizenship. He's not going off of legal precedents from the past. He's trying to redefine what it means today.
That's stupid, because the thing is that the entire conversation is Slaughterhouse. And the only reason why his legal team may not be bringing that up is because they can't, or they're scared, or they just don't know. Seriously.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry to tell you. Slaughterhouse,
I'm not a lawyer.
Slaughterhouse is the center of everything. And you know what's funny about Slaughterhouse? It's a really easy case to read. You think to yourself, oh, Lord, 1873, Supreme Court, it's probably legalese out the wazoo. It's probably big, gnarly, nasty words that they used to use 150 years ago and people could still read. It's not. It's a long opinion, and it's got a lot of different zigs and zags. But on a scale from 1 to 10, dude, I would say like a 3 or a 4, Slaughterhouse. Seriously. It's not a hard case to read. There are so many other I mean, I'd say Dred Scott's harder to read than Slaughterhouse, frankly.
So it's not that they're incapable of comprehending whatever's on the paper.
No. And I have a lot of bar cards that have commented on my shit. They explode over this conversation. That's what Slaughterhouse says. Oh, they freak out and they have emotional fucking reactions.
Well, it's a monopoly case.
The thing is, Slaughterhouse has been confusing, and there's been a lot of different opinions, and there's been a lot of different upsets and everything since fucking 1873. Just the way it is.
Sure.
It's been, and when you read it a few times and you take some time and you slow down your emotions and slow everything down and just read and try to put yourself, read about Mr. Miller, read about his past, read about, I think he comes from Kentucky, read about his past, read about his concerns. Really put yourself there. Research 1873. What else was going on during that time? I really take the time to try to put myself in the room as best as I can. Take the emotions out of it. The guys, every single court case is just a bunch of people trying to figure out some kind of problem. That's really all it is in a nutshell. It's very simple. And read the case 3 or 4 times, and what you'll see and what just goes slow. It's very clear. It's very, 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 very clear. I mean, even here, this is just one quote from the case. It is quite clear then that there is a citizenship of the United States and a citizenship of a state, which are distinct from each other and which depend upon different characteristics or circumstances in the individual. Mr. Miller, it's fucking clear as shit. Just because you've never heard of state citizenship doesn't mean it isn't real. It's very real. They just don't want you to know about it. All your rights are in state citizenship. State citizenship is the original American. A U.S. citizen is not actually an American. U.S. citizen is a special subclass that was developed and was released in this case in 1873. And they even talk about how prior to 1873, the U.S. citizen category was not a separate legal category. Mr. Miller makes it a separate legal category, him and his boys, in 1873.
I mean, we talked about that before, the Naturalization Act of 1790 for foreign nationals to become U.S. citizens. I've looked deeper into that. It had nothing to do with becoming a citizen of a state. It had something to do with becoming a citizen of the newly formed United States of America.
And that means, if you read Dred Scott versus Sanford, he clears this up beautifully. The definition of United States citizen or citizen of the United States is a citizen of a state. I think Mr. Miller also covers that in Slaughterhouse as well.
Gotcha.
It's covered very thoroughly in Dred Scott, and I believe it's also covered moderately in Slaughterhouse.
Okay.
So this is by far the most important thing when it comes to driving versus traveling, or when it comes to anything really. And when you look up the Naturalization Act of 1802, which is the one that's currently active, the way it works is if you're naturalizing, meaning you weren't native born here, but you're moving here as an immigrant, you're into a residence for 5 years. So the original Naturalization Act of 1790, they only made it 2 years. But then when they released the updates by 1802, which was the last update, they increased that 2-year threshold to 5 years. So so basically they say you're a resident. So all of the United States, you have to be inside all of the 50 states for 5 years. You can't leave for an extended period of time. That's what it talks about in the Naturalization Act. And then the state of which eventually becomes your citizenship or domicile, you have to be within that one for 1 out of the 5 years. So if you're bouncing around for 4 years and you're in states for 4 years, and then you're like, fuck it, California is where I want to go for sure, I know for a fact, you're going to spend that 5th year in California, and then bang, once you've finished your 5 years, you're no longer a resident. And that's why everything is resident. Every rental is a residence. Resident alien for tax forms. When you go and get a driver's license, you have to sign that you're a permanent resident. Permanent resident means somebody who's here, but their citizenship lies elsewhere. When you are in one of the 50 states, but your citizenship lies elsewhere, that activates point number 1 of the Commerce Clause. Resident is if you sign anything that says resident on it, you've just activated the Commerce Clause. So even before we even get into driving, and it's actually a commercial term, which I will show you. We're going to get into that whole discussion. That's what people usually do. But there's this gigantic Mount Everest that we have to tackle before we even get into that conversation, which is this stuff. So as far as I'm concerned, if you've signed anything that says resident on it or U.S. citizen, you need to have a driver's license. Now, the thing is, if I signed anything like that, I'd be going straight to fucking prison because I'm not a resident. I'm native born. I'm a citizen of California, not a resident. I've never been a resident of California, ever. In fact, it's physically impossible for me to be a resident of California. If I said I was, I'd be going to prison. I can't.
I thought you renounced your citizenship and started your own nation, though. So it's kind of a double whammy on that one for you.
No,
personally,
I have my own nation, but I am a citizen of California, not of the United States.
Gotcha.
Just like we saw earlier, is California within the exclusive territorial jurisdiction of the United States? No, even Google tells you that.
Right,
and then if you want to get into where is the United States located, we can do it based off of the Federal Reserve Note, location of debtor on a Federal Reserve Note, subsection H, location of United States. The United States is located in the District of Columbia. Mm-hmm. So a United States citizen is a District of Columbia citizen. District of Columbia is not part of the Union.
Right.
It's like a federal administrative zone. That's why you don't have any rights. That's why they had to reincorporate all of them in. That's why you don't have a 9th Amendment. Your right to travel freely on the roadways in a fucking machine gun laden big rig is under the 9th Amendment. You don't have the fucking 9th Amendment. Plus you're under the Commerce Clause. You're fucked.
This actually, because you just mentioned something there about how you're native, and it made me question, like, all right, well, how many generations does it take for you to be considered a native to the country that you're living in? Just out of curiosity, because technically, you know, if it's only 1 or 2 generations, then basically everybody would be a Native American, right? At that point. And so it says typically a person is considered a native to their country if they are born there or if their parents are both born there, which usually means at least 2 generations. However, definitions can vary, and some may consider individuals with one foreign-born parent as part of the native population. So fucking everybody's native up in this conversation, at least.
That's correct. And you have to be white to be native as a state citizen. But the thing is that there's no court that exists anymore that can tell you that you're not. So you just say you are, and they can't stop you. That's the first thing. Second thing is, if there's ever been a white girl or a white man anywhere on your lineage, you're a mulatto. A mulatto, per the definition under Negro, is not commonly considered a Negro. A U.S. citizen only applies to Negroes. So yes, as far as I'm concerned, a U.S. citizen is basically an extinct race. It doesn't even exist.
That is so wild. So, I mean, it almost doesn't even make sense to call the Indians Native Americans, because that would require
We're all Native Americans. I mean,
yeah, that would require some sort of distinguishment at that point.
If someone moves here and they've been here for 5 years, they're naturalized. They wouldn't be native. They're naturalized American. But the thing is that if you're a U.S. citizen and you have a green card, you can't be a U.S. citizen and a state citizen at the same time, because part of the Naturalization Act is that you have to get rid of all citizenships from all foreign countries. The District of Columbia is a foreign country from California. So in order to become a state citizen of California, you have to get rid of your green card.
Yeah, wait, hold on. You don't have to get rid of your other nationalization to become a naturalized citizen.
Yes, you do.
You can be a dual citizen.
Nope. Not on the state citizen side. On the federal citizen side, yes.
Got you. Okay.
To become a U.S. citizen, you can hold multiple nationalities and citizenships. State citizenship is very, very clear. In fact, it's so clear, it's actually kind of mind-blowing. Let me pull up another window. I don't want to lose my spot there. We'll scoot all the way down to the bottom. I actually just wrote this like a week or 10 days ago. I finally found all the research as to how someone can naturalize as
naturalized state citizen.
State citizen, yeah. Mm-hmm. So one of the points, I'll actually pull up the original text. It'd be even more fun. 1802. Let's pull up the original text, and let me find, here it is. What are the things that you have to do to naturalize as a free white person into a state, which is the actual true American category? The last update was the 1802. So this is the currently active. This has never been canceled or replaced in any way, shape, or form, or changed. This right here, that he shall have declared an oath or affirmation before the Supreme, Superior, District, or Circuit Court of some one of the states or of the territorial districts of the United States, or a circuit or district court of the United States, 3 years at least before his admission, that it was bona fide his intention to become a citizen of the United States, and to renounce forever all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, state or sovereignty, whatever, and particularly by name, the prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty whereof such alien may at the time be a citizen or subject. So not only you have to if you're a citizen of India, you have to name India, and then you have to actually go to the embassy and eliminate your Indian citizenship to become a state citizen. This is a completely different class of citizenship. We're looking at an actual American citizenship. Anything you get.
Hopefully you have the Indian embassy in the state to which you're trying to become a national to. Otherwise, the right to freely travel doesn't apply to you anyway, and you could be arrested for other shit.
Well, you would have to go to the embassy of India. You would have to go to Washington, D.C.
Right.
But there's
you're trying to get
consulates.
state symbolism or state citizenship to Texas, and you're an Indian. How are you going to travel from D.C. to Texas without your state citizenship? I feel it like you're kind of fucking yourself on that one if you were to go that route.
You would go to Washington, D.C., and you would go to the embassy and you would renounce your Indian citizenship. But keep in mind, as an Indian of Hindu descent, you wouldn't be a free white person. But again, then we flip it back around again. There's no court that can tell you that's true anymore.
I mean, you can self-identify as whatever the fuck you want these days. So, I mean, yeah.
But the thing is that a U.S. citizen jury, which is the only type of jury they can build in today's world, can't adjudicate any of this information. A U.S. citizen jury cannot adjudicate anything on the state citizen side. The state citizens are way higher on the spectrum. State citizens were like, when you read all this stuff about sovereignty and you see all these quotes about, where the sovereignty, like if I go back to the treatise and I go to Dred Scott, and we have right here, the words people of the United States and citizens are synonymous terms and mean the same thing. They both describe the political body who, according to our Republican institutions, form the sovereignty and who hold the power and conduct the government through their representatives. They are what is familiarly called the sovereign people, and every citizen is one of this people and a constituent member of this sovereignty. You go and you'll find so many pieces of case law talking about this subject, right? So you see it in all these different cases. There's all these different quotes. You see it in Slaughterhouse, Vic Woe. Sovereignty itself is, of course, not subject to law. So if they're saying that the citizens and we the people mean the same thing, and it's referring to the sovereignty, and then we have sovereignty itself is, of course, not subject to law, for it is the author and source of law, I'm not arguing that I'm a sovereign citizen. The fucking legal system's telling me I'm a fucking sovereign citizen.
But it also, okay, I'm with you, but it also...
Now, the thing is, now stop. The thing is, all of these quotes do not apply to U.S. citizenship. That's the issue.
Okay, so we the people does not mean us.
We the people does not mean U.S. citizens. It means state citizens only. A U.S. citizen is somebody who gave up their sovereignty.
So when it says we the people in order to form a more perfect union, like as in a union of the states, it's clearly not talking about the United States. It's talking about individual states, and that's what's being said there.
Well, keep in mind, the U.S. citizen category wasn't a specific separated legal category until Slaughterhouse, 1873. So anything before 1873, there was only one type of citizenship, state citizenship. 1873 is when it's split. This one's kind of interesting. This is a later case. They obviously are confused. Since in common usage, the term person does not include the sovereign.
Okay.
And that's legal, the legal term person, right? That's why whenever you see me file into a case, I always use my sole proprietorship. I never file indirectly because I can't file indirectly because I'm not a person. The attempt of a state officer to enforce an unconstitutional statute is a proceeding without authority of and does not affect the Senate in its sovereign or governmental capacity. Now, hold on a second. There's a bunch more quotes here. Here it is. Here's another one. 1838. Now, this is before the U.S. citizen category was created. Again, U.S. citizen category was what fucked everything up. 1873 Slaughterhouse cases. So pre-Slaughterhouse, everything is pre-Slaughterhouse or post-Slaughterhouse. Everything, right? Mm-hmm. The term citizen, as understood in our law, is precisely analogous to the term subject in common law, and the change of phrase has entirely resulted from the change of government. The sovereignty has been transferred from one man to the collective body of people, and he who before was a subject of the king is now a citizen of the state. So that's again, citizen of the state. He would be a citizen of the United States if he was a citizen of the state, but that wasn't a separate legal classification prior to Slaughterhouse.
So whenever they say that somebody's an enemy of the state, they mean specifically whatever state the dude lives in. They don't mean like the state is in the royal term, meaning the United States.
Well, a lot of this, everything I'm explaining to you guys is all gone. I mean, I don't even think anybody even knows what they're talking about anymore.
Gotcha.
So here's another quote. This one's from 1973, kind of recent. Article 1 of the Pennsylvania Constitution is titled the Declaration of Rights. The entire article is concerned with establishing the principle that the people are the sovereign, not the state. Right? Now, again, was the Pennsylvania Constitution written before Slaughterhouse?
Probably.
I thought so.
The Pennsylvania Constitution is like 17. It's like all the way. It was
one of the original colonies, I figured.
It's like one of the first things ever written. So yes, way before Slaughterhouse. So yes, before Slaughterhouse, the people are the sovereign, not the state. That's correct. State citizens are the sovereignty. But everyone's going around saying they're U.S. citizens, which are not state citizens. They aren't sovereign. That's why they need a business license, a driver's license, concealed carry permit. That's exactly why.
Not in Louisiana, you don't.
But that's the beauty of it, right? The beauty of it is a state citizen has the 9th Amendment. I could fucking marry a horse legally.
In 9 states, you actually can.
Well, I could do it in 50 states.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm excited about it. No, I'm just kidding. So the people of this state, this is 1829, the people of this state, as the successors of its former sovereign, are entitled to all the rights which formerly belonged to the king by his prerogative. Again, America is an English culture. So that's what they're talking about here, right? Now, again, they're only talking about state citizens, which essentially in today's world is an extinct species. No one even knows it's there. No one even knows it's an option.
By the way, the Pennsylvania State Constitution was first written in 1776.
Yeah, well, there you go. So the thing is that they're talking about, so what happens is people go into court and they bring up all this stuff about sovereignty, and the judge says, are you a U.S. citizen? They say yes. Dismiss the case immediately. If you say yes to being a U.S. citizen, none of these quotes I'm showing to you apply to you at all. It's that simple. I could bring 5,000 court cases into a court of law. Sovereign this, sovereign that, sovereignty this, sovereignty that. All the judge has to ask me is one fucking question. Are you a U.S. citizen? Yes, sir. That's it. You're done.
Get fucked.
End of story. The book closes, the court closes, and you are dismissed or put in jail.
Because that wouldn't apply to you.
Has nothing to do with you. Absolutely fuck. You are a released Negro slave. And in fact, if we find out, I actually found the original case that describes the only absolute and unqualified right of a U.S. citizen. Do you know what it is?
What's
a U.S. citizen has only one. So every single thing and all this incorporation doctrine, it's still all pretty much optional. There's only one absolute, unqualified right of a U.S. citizen. Do you know what it is?
Unqualified right of a U.S. citizen.
There's only one, and it comes from United States versus Valentine, which is a case from 1968. Judge Hiram R. Cancio says, the only absolute and unqualified right of U.S. citizenship, it says citizenship, but it should be U.S. citizenship.
How do we know that, though?
Because this case is from Puerto Rico, which is a U.S. territory. It's not a state.
Fair enough.
That's why. The only absolute and unqualified right of citizenship is to residence within the territorial boundaries of the United States. A citizen cannot be either deported or denied entry. So when you say driving is a privilege, not a right, for a U.S. citizen, that is 100% completely accurate. Now, if you said, if driving or traveling applied to leaving or re-entering the country, the answer would be no. You can drive a car in and out all you want. They can't stop you. It's actually the only absolute and unqualified right. And that's why, what's the only question they ask you when you're leaving the United States by car? What's the one question they ask you?
Passport?
Are you a U.S. citizen? Are you a U.S. citizen? Are you the type of classification of citizenship that has only one single right, which is the fact that I can't stop you from moving to this checkpoint? That's what they're asking you.
So let's say you go down.
A state citizen has this right plus all the other rights, all the Bill of Rights, the Second Amendment, the Ninth Amendment. So I can do whatever the fuck I want under the Ninth Amendment. And they can't do fucking dick, fuck all. I can carry machine guns under the Second Amendment. Not a goddamn thing they can do about it. Whereas a U.S. citizen has only one unqualified and absolute right.
So you go down to the Mexican border, right? They ask, and you're trying to get into Mexico. Maybe you're coming from Texas, and they ask you, are you talking about going to another country or coming from another country?
Both.
And they ask you that. Okay. So let's say you go down to Mexico, right?
For
they ask
driving,
you,
like basically we're talking about Canada and Mexico, essentially. Yeah.
right. And they ask you, are you a citizen? You would say no.
U.S. is very specific.
A U.S. citizen. And you would say no to that. And then what would their, like, the next question they would have? Like, what would it be?
Oh,
Well, if you say you're a state citizen, they've never heard of that. If you say it, they might just assume you mean U.S. citizen. And I don't know. Who knows? But I guarantee you they've never heard of anybody say they're a state citizen.
I mean, by this logic, it would be within their rights as law officers to deny you entrance into the United States because you are not, in fact, a U.S. citizen.
No, a state citizen has this right as well. Plus, they have all the other 10 Bill of Rights. So
But
state
this says
citizen,
specifically,
state
citizen, a U.S. citizen, like you said a minute ago, it is to re-enter and leave the U.S. So their question and all this only applies if you identify yourself as a U.S. citizen, correct?
Well, a U.S. citizen has only one absolute and unqualified right, but a state citizen has this same right plus all of the rights from the Bill of Rights.
You just said that this is only referring to U.S. citizens, and you said that specifically is the only right that a U.S. citizen has that's unalienable.
That's correct. But state citizens, if I say I'm a state citizen, I still have the same right.
Okay.
So state citizens have all the rights that you think an American has. A U.S. citizen has really only one, and it's this one. That's why you need a concealed carry permit to carry a gun. You don't actually have the Second Amendment as a U.S. citizen. And you say to me, well, Brandon, if we go back to the incorporation doctrine.
Well, I mean, that's like you said, a state-to-state thing. Like California, you have to have a concealed carry permit, and most of the southern states, you do not. So, I mean,
that's not true. That's not true. I can carry a machine gun in California, no problem. Now, how long
statement, homie.
How long would I last? They're not going to, would they just shoot me immediately without asking any questions? That's the bigger issue. But I could build machine guns and sell them for a living in California, and there's nothing they could do about it.
Shit, I know dudes that are like have court cases pending because they have a mag with more than 10 rounds in it in California.
That's because they're U.S. citizens. They're foreigners in California. They're residents. Okay. They're not citizens of California. They're residents. They're foreigners.
But to my point though, you have to have certain, every state has their own version of these things, right? And I mean, the concealed carry is an easy example.
All of those laws only apply to U.S. citizens that are residents. And you can see that right in the law books. If you look through the statutes, every single zone, every single area, the definition of the word state, the definition, it's all residents. They don't even mention people who are domiciled. They don't even mention citizens of the state because they're irrelevant to all of it. That was the whole secret. So like, you say to yourself, "Oh, sovereign citizens, they don't think that the law applies to them." It doesn't, and the way that they handled it, the way that they did it to make it to where no one ever knew that, is they just removed state citizenship entirely. They just deleted it completely out of the entire country. If they said, does not apply to state citizens or does not apply to domiciled citizens of the state, does not apply to free white people who are born or naturalized and then they are domiciled. If they said any of that shit, people would start asking a lot of questions. So what they do is they write all this shit in a way that they never even mention state citizenship. Why do they never mention it? Because it has nothing to do with any of it.
I don't know, man. I've seen hundreds, like no ego here, hundreds of videos of people claiming to be sovereign ... whether that's sovereign entity, sovereign citizen, sovereign traveler, sovereign, you name your title here, of them getting wrapped up in either A, them trying to get into it with the police and getting shot down, or B, them being arrested and actually facing jail time because of it. I've actually never seen one of these cases thrown out.
That's not, oh my God, we get them thrown out. I mean, God, the DAs can't throw them out fast enough with our shit. And the reason why is because, listen, to have a cause of action in court, you have to have damages. It's duty, breach, damage. That's the anatomy of a cause of action, which is the anatomy of a complaint, is duty, breach, damages. So you have to explain the duty that they had. You show the contract. They had a duty because of this contract, because of this law, because of this thing, because of whatever. The police have an oath. That could be a duty. You have to establish the duty. Then you have to establish the breach of that duty. He has a duty to uphold the Constitution, and he didn't by doing this particular behavior, and you prove that with body cam footage. And then the damages, right? So if I say, it's very simple. I don't resist. I'm not going to fight you. Nothing. You got the body cam on. Great. If anything I say can't be used against me in a court of law, right? Yes, of course. Okay, great. Fantastic. So we're on the same page. If he tries to establish residency, there's no fucking way it's ever going to happen. I would say I'm not a resident of any of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. I can't tell you. I can't give you an address, because if I give you an address, it's going to go into your computer as a residence address. And then what did I do? I just committed perjury. Your fucking body cam's on. I go to jail for up to 1 year. I'm not giving you a fucking residence address. I'm not a fucking resident. I'm a fucking state citizen. I've never been a resident. I'm not a resident. I don't have a residence. You can ask me for that all you want. You're never going to get it. You can arrest me. I'll be out within a few hours. If I give you a fucking residence address, I'll be going away for a fucking year, up to a fucking year. You ain't getting nothing. You can take me down there all you want. So he can arrest me all he wants. I'll go with him. No problem. I told him what's up. I told him what this fucking situation is. He still decided to arrest me. Now I have damages. That completes the 3 things that I have to have in order to have a cause of action. Now I can file a criminal complaint or a civil complaint. Now, if I freak out and I fight him, now I'm dealing with other felonies.
Yeah.
So I can still file my civil case. I can still file all this stuff. But now if I do have a jury, or that's going to be difficult, but if I have a jury and all this kind of stuff, they're going to see the body cam footage of me freaking out. They're going to say, this guy's fucking crazy, right? You're not going to win that.
As you are taking the opportunity to invoke your right to silence. Right.
Well,
and you
very
tell them
simple.
your things, and then you shut the fuck up, and that's it. You can still serve jail time even with a closed mouth.
I have diplomatic immunity. If you would like to break that, it gives me the damages that I need to file a cause of action. I don't agree with anything you're going to be doing. I hereby reserve all of my rights. But at the same time, if you want to arrest me, go for it. I will be pulling the body cam footage, and your badge will be in my fucking trophy case. I promise you that. Now, even if I don't win the case, I am going to file for, we're going to go into discovery. I'm going to depose the cop. I'm going to ask him questions that make him look like the biggest fucking retard on the planet. You can find a lot of these kind of depositions all over YouTube. Type in police officer deposition. Wow. I'm going to get that footage from the court. I'm going to post it on YouTube, and I'm going to pay for paid ads, and I'm going to run the deposition that make him look like a fucking idiot within the zone of wherever he lives. I'm going to completely destroy his entire existence.
So this seems, if I'm gathering all this correctly, this seems like if somebody was to sit here and disagree with everything that you're saying, which I think that there's absolutely going to be people that do that. I'm sure you deal with those kind of people on a regular daily basis. But that being said, is it almost like the people that are arguing on your behalf, you're arguing that the old laws are still the laws, and then there's the other people that are saying, well, there's been new laws laid upon those laws, which renders those old laws that you are trying to bring up obsolete?
Yeah, but the thing is that the simplicity is before 1873, we still had common law. And if you hurt somebody, the sheriff's going to come and tie you up and put you on the back of a horse and stick you in a cell. And there's going to be a local courthouse. And the people who were in that area who may have experienced the damage of whatever it is that you did are going to be in the courtroom. That's going to be your jury. just like you see in the old Wild West movies. The old Wild West movies are a fantastic description of what real America's really like. It actually really, I mean, seriously, I'm not kidding, guys. If you go and watch a bunch of old Western movies, it is wonderfully accurate. I've read so many cases. I've looked at so much shit. It's really impressive.
Lynch mobs and fucking showdowns at high noon. I dig it.
Now, what's funny is the whole point, the reason why equity was created, which is a different kind of law, was because common law was so violent. You fuck someone's wife, and they want to rip off your limbs and put you in the middle of the square, of town square, and they want to hang you off a light post and leave your body there for 14 days. To remind everybody that you don't fuck someone else's wife. It was extremely vicious. Now, on the positive end, do you think people were fucking other people's wives after that?
A lot, actually. A lot. That still took place. But I would like to bring back traditional dueling.
Equity. So the whole history of equity was created to sort of buffer or soften that a little bit, right? And equity is actually pretty cool. I actually don't have a problem with either one. So equity. And then also common law. You when you say like, oh, a sovereign citizen's above the law, no, they're not. They're not above the original American laws. They're above all the laws that were created for U.S. citizens because they aren't a U.S. citizen. It's very simple. If it's a French fucking law, and someone's like, you're not above the law. This French code says that you're a bad person. Bro, I'm not French. It's the same thing.
You say this, but another decent case study. Louisiana still operates under Napoleonic law. Still to this day, that has been enacted since we were founded. So kind of depends on where you're at.
That's also true. But the problem is they've sort of whitewashed everything, and it's kind of really all federalized secretly, which I may not get into too much on this show. That's a whole other rabbit hole. But the original actual states that were here prior to Slaughterhouse, they really aren't here. They were replaced by just corporations. State of California has a fucking EIN number. It's literally a corporation. It's listed online as a fucking business. I'm not kidding.
Most countries do.
Now you got to think, what if State of California is a business listed on Dun & Bradstreet, it's a business under what? If the answer to that question is the federal government, then the state of California isn't even a part of California. Do you see my point? California is a separate nation. We've already covered that. Even on Google, is California under the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government? No. State of California is a business. If that business is under the federal government, that's how they made California part of the exclusive jurisdiction of the federal government, by getting people to say they're a resident of state of California. It's all just word magic, you see? I'm not a resident of state of California. I don't ever say, I'm not even domiciled in state of California. I don't even like to say that much, because state of California is the name of the actual business. I'd rather just say California. We can talk about it more as we go forward. So everyone's going around saying that they're a resident, which they don't know what that means. It means foreigner, of this thing, and they assume they know where that's at. I'm not doing that. I'm domiciled in, I'm a citizen of this. It's all word magic, you see? The fact that it has an EIN number, the EIN number for state of California starts with a 94. The only way that it could possibly be the actual original state is if the EIN number started with a 98. 98 signifies a foreign EIN. California is foreign from the federal government. Even fucking Google tells you that. So the fact that it's not a 98 EIN proves to me that it's probably a business under the District of Columbia. It's not a foreign entity.
It tells you that it's a business, not a state of?
State of California is listed under Dun & Bradstreet as a fucking business, and it has an EIN number.
No, I'm with you 100%. Most states are, all states are, and for the record, most countries on earth have some sort of business association attached to them for tax and government and money purposes. I'm with you on all of that. Gotcha.
And that would be considered a whole separate unit or entity from the actual sovereign. And there's a lot of court cases on that too, which we can get into, but
But that's my point. California doesn't recognize itself as foreign from the United States on the tax side of things because it's within the territory.
No, state of California does not consider itself foreign. And my theory is because it's not. But California is. We've already covered that. I showed you the court case, and I showed you Google even tells you that.
Well, no, I'm with you. But you've even said that the United States of America only applies to territories, Native American tribes,
insular possessions.
Insular
possessions.
Right, with you, 100%. The address associated with State of California, the business entity, is within the actual physical state of California. There's an address associated with it, right? And it's listed with the tax ID number as a non-foreign entity. So what does that tell us?
It tells us, it tells us that it's probably under the District of Columbia. That's my point.
But its address is in California. So
yeah, but that comes from the Buck Act. So the Buck Act basically made it to where federal units can be inside of state boundaries, but they're under the federal laws. You can see that again in 4 USC 72.
Yeah, that's for like military bases and shit.
No, any federal zone. That includes ports. That includes any federal zone. So state of California, I've gone down that rabbit hole too. If state of California is located basically at the Capitol building, and the Capitol building is a federal zone, which I'm pretty sure it is. I don't have anything necessarily exactly specific to show you on that. If I dug, I'm sure I'd find it. They have a 94 EIN number. EIN numbers are issued by the District of Columbia. They're not issued by any of the 50 states. 94 is not a foreign EIN number exclusively. A 98 is a foreign EIN exclusive. So it's not foreign. So that is not foreign to the District of Columbia. I think state of California falls under 4 USC 72. All offices attached to the seat of government shall be exercised in the District of Columbia and not elsewhere, except as otherwise expressly provided by law. I think state of California is a business that's located in a federal zone. That federal zone, through the Buck Act, is under 4 USC 72.
Okay.
And everyone is saying on paper that they live in state of California, which is basically a federal zone. So basically, anyone who says they're a resident of state of California or they live in state of California is essentially saying they live in the District of Columbia. Again, all roads, everything is word magic to get you to tell them that you're in the District of Columbia. That's really everything in a nutshell. Basically, like, everything they're asking you and everything that you're saying is somehow being twisted to say that you're in the District of Columbia. A U.S. citizen is the same thing.
Gotcha.
District of Columbia is not part of America.
Right.
It's that simple. They're just trying every single way they can. They're trying to get you to tell them that you're not an American. That's it, basically. That's the simplicity of the word magic, right? For whatever reason, they can't tell you. They can't force it on you. I've seen court cases and stuff. If you say you're not, or you are, or this and that, they'll maybe gaslight you a little bit, but they don't really do a whole lot to stop you. Really, they don't. I've seen IRS cases drop because of this. I've seen all sorts of goofiness. They don't put up much of a fight when it comes to this subject. The problem is nobody knows any of this. So the very, 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 very few people who know, it's effective. But again, if they see that you're kind of skittish and you're kind of fearful and they might test you a little bit. And if you put your foot down, no, on these things, and this is it, and this is the things, then they typically they don't push very hard on these things, and they don't want people talking about it, and they don't want it to become case law. So what do? They just dismiss everything. They drop it as fast as fucking possible.
I just looked it up. So I wanted to know what is the legal difference between state of California and California. It says the term state of California refers to the official legal entity recognized by the United States government encompassing its constitution, laws, and governance. In contrast, California is often used informally to refer to the state, its culture, geography, or residence without the legal implications.
Right. So
I'm actually surprised.
One's talking about the government thereof.
That's correct. And the thing is that what are the purposes of state of California? Well, again, the only area in the entire Constitution that explains what the federal government has in terms of plenary power is the Commerce Clause. So really, if you want to go even farther, state of California this is my theory, it's a business that operates in a federal zone that basically dictates and handles anything in California that would fall under the Commerce Clause. If I had to give you an actual definition of what it was, that's the definition I would give you. Notice that almost everything that state of California touches is all commercial in some capacity or another. Again, cars and driver's licenses, same thing. We're going to get into that in a minute. It's got to be commercial. Why does everything under the sun, moon, and stars have to be commercial? It's got to be commercial. It's got to be commercial. Because the only way they can get plenary power as a federal agency is through the Commerce Clause. It has to be under everything has to be under the Commerce Clause. Everything. So the past 100 years of this country has been the federal government trying to figure out how to basically commercialize everything under the Commerce Clause. That's it. And cars are no different. And that's what happened.
So this is
the first
really
Vehicle Act was 1915 in California. Anyways, continue. Go ahead, Jonathan. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say this is really the contrast of what you're trying to say is essentially you're trying to separate the corporation of the United States and then the other side, which would be the constitutional United States.
Yeah. State citizen, which is a republic. And that's another thing too. You'll see like our democracy. They say that in the media and stuff like that. You never heard the word republic. You always hear the word democracy. That's because the federal government operates as a democracy and the U.S. citizens are a part of that democracy. And then the original actual America under the 50 states with a free white person as a state citizen is a republic. Everyone's arguing, oh, we're in a democracy. Oh, we're in a republic. Oh, no, we have got both.
So
we have both.
A democratic republic.
That's
personally.
bullshit. That's actually that's really dumb. That's somebody's fucking retarded. We have both. We have a republic over here for the white people, and we have a democracy over here for all of the released Negro slaves and the federal administrative government.
So if you are a U.S. citizen, you're essentially an employee of the corporation of the United States.
You're a Negro employee, yes. You're a Negro employee. And Negro does not mean all colored people. Negroes are all colored persons, but not all colored persons are Negro, I think is the exact quote from a court case.
But then also,
Negro is a specific type. Right? Yeah, it's a specific type of colored person, which Jacob has already established. As far as I'm concerned, it's an extinct species. I'm not even sure it exists anymore. And if it does, it's like very, very, very few people. I mean, my God, it's probably almost nobody. Now, if you come off the boat from Africa and you want to immigrate into America, that's pretty rough. That's about as bad as it can get. But if you're born here or anything like that, and you're black, I'd say it's just not even. First off, you also got to keep in mind, I covered this later in the treatise. I've dealt with a bunch of these attorneys at the DOJ and stuff like that because I sue the government, I sue banks. These people are all fucking liberals. Everybody in the fucking government's a liberal. Do you think any of these fucking liberal government people are going to bring claims that you can't be a state citizen because you have 12.5% African blood or more? They're the last people on earth. So you come into court and you say, I'm a free white person. What are they going to do? They're not going to fight you on it. They're all liberals.
I mean, I know one guy who, while I was in the Marine Corps, he was in the Army. He was from Nigeria, and he won his nation's lottery. And the lottery there is a 6-year work visa to the United States. Right. That's like the best option they possibly have is to get to America and work their ass off to make a little living. So first order of business he did was join the United States Army in the infantry, and he earned his citizenship and then moved his wife and children over here. And he has no intentions of going back to Africa for obvious fucking reasons. And he is proud as fuck to be an American.
Now, he wouldn't be an American. He'd be a U.S. citizen, and he wouldn't really be able to be a state citizen. That's like the very rare, that's a very, very, very rare circumstance where He could say he's a free white person and fuck it. Again, there's no court. There's no
way he can
court
claim to be white.
Well,
Dude, he is darker than dark.
There's no court. There's no court that can stop him. But if he did that back before Slaughterhouse, they would say no. They would say you wouldn't fall into the class. You would literally fall under every single classification of the word Negro, like every legal classification. Like if there was a bunch of boxes, and if you had X amount of boxes, you're considered a Negro. He'd have every single one all the way down the whole page. So now does that mean it's right? Again, I'm not here to be a moral compass.
Right.
I don't think any of this shit will stand in today's world. I think the problem is just awareness. People just don't know. If everyone knew this information tomorrow, you'd have this big uprising. Fuck all that. You'd have the Naturalization Act of 1802 would be re-released, and they would just remove free white person from the whole thing. That's all you got to do. The whole country would get fixed instantly overnight. You take the fucking Naturalization Act of 1802, you remove the words free white person from it. That's all you do. And then just republish it. Bang. Everything in America that you hate about America would instantaneously come to a screeching fucking halt. There'd be no traffic police. There'd be no police at all. Police stations would close. They'd all be abandoned buildings. They'd turn into shoe warehouses or whatever. You'd have the sheriff's office. So you still have the sheriffs. You'd have Federal Reserve notes, but poof, they'd be gone. We'd have gold and silver coins. Inflation would be a thing of the past. I've thought about this a lot. There are crypto coins. I don't know anything about crypto. There are crypto coins that are backed by gold and silver coins and bars. That could be a great option to keep all of our digital things that we love, our Postmates and our Amazons, because gold and silver coins cannot be digitally transacted. I understand that. I understand that people don't want to go back to a culture where we lose all these cool conveniences. So we could use some sort of crypto that's backed by gold and silver coins, and that would be a great fix. So all the credit cards and everything would be converted into basically, crypto backed by gold and silver coins. We could still keep all of our luxuries. There'd be no license plates. There'd be no EPA. There'd be no FBI. There'd be no CIA. All of the things that we all complain about, and you guys talk about on your conspiracy show, are all based off of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was interpreted by Mr. Miller and his boys in 1873. It's all based off of the assumption that you and everyone else is a U.S. citizen.
So I've heard people bring this up about how there's two constitutions. There's the corporate constitution, and then there's the original constitution. And this is where people will argue about, well, whenever Trump was the 45th president, was he actually the 17th president of the original Constitution of the United States, as opposed to the basically the corporate United States, where there had been now 47. Have you heard stuff like that?
Yes, if he was a state citizen and he ran as a state citizen, that'd be true, but he didn't. He's a U.S. citizen. You have to be a U.S. citizen to be president.
I thought he couldn't be because he was a Melungian, so he wasn't white, so he couldn't be a U.S. citizen or
That's
a president.
correct. So basically, in essence, to be a U.S. president, you have to be a citizen you have to be a Negro. So the thing is that, yeah, in order to be president of this world that we're in, this world that has quietly deleted the original American citizenship of state citizen, it's not gone. They've just erased it from memory to the point where it's still there legally, but nobody knows it's even there. If you were to run for president, so prior to 1873, all those presidents were state citizens. After 1873, at some point, what year did it become it's so nice that we can do this nowadays. I mean, really, without Google and stuff and even some of the AI stuff, I'm not sure. I mean, I think that's why all this stuff is exploding, because we finally have the resources that we've needed. I mean, how would you find any of this? You go to the law library and there's just, I don't know if you guys ever been to a law library. It's fucking just books, God knows what. You don't know anything. You just open up these tomes. I don't even know how you'd find anything, right?
Dewey Decimal System, dog.
Yeah. What year did it become a requirement to be a U.S. citizen to run for prez?
Pretty sure at the founding, but I mean, at that point, everybody was a foreign national before the U.S. was founded. So, I mean, yeah, no. That's why the Naturalization Act had to pass relatively quickly because we still had an influx of immigrants and we needed them to be Americans so they could pay taxes, things.
Yeah, I mean, it says here, the reason why this is complicated is because the term United States citizen existed before 1873.
For sure.
It just wasn't an actual legal classification. It was just a colloquialism for somebody who was actually just citizen of a state. It wasn't its own entirely separated category until 1873. That's why this is so complicated to find this information, because you type this stuff in and nobody knows that it's this two different classifications. Before 1873, it had one meaning. And then after 1873, it had this completely different meaning, right? So I would probably need to go deeper into this, but basically, like, maybe that never changed. Maybe they just changed the definition of the word, and then somehow it just got lost. Like I said, by 1928, if you read TM 2025 Army Manual, the information of the Slaughterhouse cases was already long gone. So I really believe the idea of what is a U.S. citizen versus a state citizen, what's an American versus a federal employee Negro, was lost before like 1900.
The lines got blurred.
Huh?
The lines got blurred.
Really badly. It might have survived a little bit past 1900, but I doubt it. I really don't think it did. I think it was pretty much already dead in the water by 1900. And then what happened right after 1900? Bang, right away, you get the fucking Federal Reserve Act of 1913. Bang, you get the Emergency Banking Act when they pulled all the gold out of circulation in 1933. As soon as everyone forgot what a fucking American citizen was, and we just had this goofy federal Negro classification, that's when everything went to shit super fucking fast.
I mean, you're talking about an Army manual from the 1920s, if I'm not mistaken, right? The military wasn't even fully integrated until 1948. So, I mean,
we had an army all the way back. I mean,
but as far as like the whole a citizen being a freed slave or versus this or state citizen,
I promise you, if you read TM 2025, it is seriously the coolest and most extensive and most you'll be wearing fucking American flag shirts and you'll be buying a bald eagle as a pet. I assure you. TM 2025, you'll be buying guns. I'm telling you, you'll be buying guns and spray painting them fucking American flags. TM 2025 is seriously one of the coolest things I have ever found in all of my research. I'm actually still reading it because it's extremely long. It's not very easy to read. Slaughterhouse is like 10,000 times, not 10. It's dramatically easier to read. TM 2025. It's a beefy one. It's got a bit of beef to it. So it's a bit of a slow. They write things in a certain way where it's like, oh, you should know this and know these people, and then 100 years later, I don't know any of these people. I don't know. It's like it's written in a way where it's sort of like duh, but it's written for like duh for people who were living in 1928. So you got to go off, and you're like, what the hell are they talking about here? So one of the projects that I announced to my audience is I'm actually going to rewrite TM 2025. I'm going to quote unquote modernize it. I don't like that term very much, but I'm going to basically take everything that's written in a way of like, duh, it's 1928. And I'm going to expand it out for people who weren't living in 1928, which is everybody. So it's going to be a long, huge project. I'll probably do it here and there, like little bit by little bit, but I actually have the intention to do that here as one of my next projects.
Hell yeah.
But anyways, driver's license. So if I had to define what a driver's license is, I would define it as the primary contract that establishes your activities as falling under one or more of the 3 points of the Commerce Clause. This is done by establishing that you are a U.S. citizen or resident/foreigner of a state, which would be point number 1 of the Commerce Clause, and or that you are engaged in commercial activity in between state lines, which would be point number 2 of the Commerce Clause. Now, keep in mind, when you get your driver's license, you have to sign under penalty of perjury that you are either a U.S. citizen or resident or permanent resident. of which I am neither, and would be going immediately into a prison cell to get fucked in my ass if I said yes to either one.
I mean, with that attitude, I mean, shit. I'm
very excited. I might go do it tomorrow. So the thing is the problem is people just don't know that there's this third category, and people think they're either one of these two things. And they don't even know there's a third category. And the most depressing thing is almost everybody is the third category. That's the funniest thing about all this. These two categories, is very few people fit into these two categories, really. Almost everybody, 90, whatever percent of the anyone. So anyone born in one of the 50 states is immediately and instantaneously a state citizen forever, essentially, right? And anyone who's been in the United States for 5 years is also a state citizen. There's some other steps. You have to relinquish all their citizenships. You have to swear an oath to the U.S. Constitution. You have to display good moral conduct. The problem is that you can't do any of this in any courts because the courts can't hear anything about a state citizen because the judges and the juries are all composed of U.S. citizens, and U.S. citizens cannot adjudicate anything involving a state citizen. State citizen is like the king, and a U.S. citizen is like a slave, basically. Slaves can't adjudicate kings. And that's why you hear all the stuff about citizens were sovereignty and they form the sovereignty and all this stuff. Like Dred Scott versus Sanford talks about that a lot. And then the one about, the citizens of the state have the same rights as the king by his prerogative. We went over that one earlier, right? So state citizens are literally basically like you took all the powers of the king and you melt down those powers and you place those powers into the state. And then now you are a citizen of that state, of which is basically the same thing as the powers of the king himself. And when you start reading TM 2025, there's this whole section about self-governance. And they talk about how America was a successful experiment in self-governance. That's how they describe it in TM 2025. Basically, because we're all sovereign, and we're all sovereign beings in these states, and we all have the power of the king by his prerogative, right? So it's basically what America was up until 1873, and it got a lot worse, obviously, the 1900s, is America is a successful experiment in self-governance, but only on the state citizen side of the equation, not on this side of the equation. U.S. citizen or resident is not a fucking American. They're not a fucking American. So everything I'm talking about has nothing to do with anything. So if you go into a court of law and you bring every single thing I'm bringing up here, and you talk like me for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and the judge purses his lips and says, "Excuse me, sir, are you a U.S. citizen?" And you say, "Yes," it's all over.
So only by your admittance are you a U.S. citizen.
That's why they ask you all the time. They ask you all the time. No one in your entire life told you you were a U.S. citizen. And fucking Trump's running around trying to get people to have to prove that they're a U.S. citizen to get voter registration completed. He's having such a hard time. The reason why is you can't. You literally can't. He's never going to succeed in doing that. It's never going to happen. The only way to prove that you're a U.S. citizen is by getting a DNA test and proving that you're 12.5% African blood or that you delineated from a slavery bloodline. That's the only way to prove you're a U.S. citizen. Never going to happen. He's never going to succeed. Never going to happen. There might be some goofiness and some IDs. It's all bullshit. It's never going to happen. It can't happen. It's impossible. That's why nobody ever makes you prove that you're a U.S. citizen. Very rarely. I mean, to get a social security number, they make you give them a birth certificate. That's a whole nother conversation. Most of the time, in most areas of life, how do you establish U.S. citizenship? By being
to buy a
asked the
gun, you have to
question.
fill that out, don't you? Even
Well,
to buy
yeah.
a weapon, you have to say.
But they
even
still
if you're not
ask
a
you.
U.S. citizen, you have to show some sort of documentation to show who you are, so they can run a
No.
background check on you.
Well, they just make you just give them your state ID, and then the form asks, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" And then there's a blurb there that says U.S. nationals or non-citizen nationals
Right.
may check yes or no. I forget. There's a little subsection now, probably because of us, that says something about non-citizen nationals. But it says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" Your driver's license does not necessarily prove that you're a U.S. citizen. So you give them a driver's license. You say yes for U.S. citizen. That's it. You don't prove shit. And why is it you don't prove shit? Because you can't. It's fucking impossible. You'd need a blood test.
That's right. Louisa, she just became a citizen. She's had a driver's license for a while.
Yeah.
Apparently, she did not become a citizen, though.
Well, she told the government she's a Negro, and they accepted her comment.
Well, she's Brazilian, so to be fair, there's actually probably some realistic things in the sentence you just said.
Actually, she does
Probably
always
more than 12.5%, to be honest.
Yeah, she does always say that she had a black uncle or grandpa or some shit.
That's hilarious. So moving on from this. So in order to understand the term driver, so look how long we've been talking, and now we're just now starting to get into the driving versus traveling conversation. You see? Mm-hmm. And that's what makes, I think, the way I teach and what I'm talking about so unique. No one in the world talking about driving versus traveling has ever had, well, there's probably a few nowadays, the conversation about everything we just talked about, or even a small little fraction of everything we just talked about. You may have a guy may say something like, "I'm not a 14th Amendment citizen." That's it, which is true. That's the whole conversation. But because this information is so unknown, you have to be able to have a good verbose conversation about this. Otherwise, it's just crazy talk. You got to link it all together. It's like logic. Logic is built by linking things together, right? So in order to have a logical conversation, you have to link everything together, right? So the term driver, the first thing we have to look up is the definition of transportation. So the section of the government that deals with transportation is called the Department of Transportation, DOT. You know that, right? Mm-hmm. So if you look up transportation in the legal dictionary, it's the removal of goods or persons from one place to another by a carrier.
A car is not considered a carrier?
Well, we're going to get into that.
Okay.
So now we're going to look up carrier. These are all the definitions from all these different court cases, okay? Carriers are either common or private. That's from this case.
We could agree on that one. Sure.
Common carriers are those that hold themselves out or undertake to carry persons or goods of all persons indifferently, or of all who choose to employ it, or those whose occupation or business is transportation of persons or things for hire or reward.
I mean, right there in the first sentence, it said it, right? That hold themselves or undertake to carry persons indifferently, or those who choose to employ it. So basically it's saying that a vehicle, well, I'm probably using a different word here. We're talking about a carrier that moves people, whether they use this or not, whether they care about it or not. It's referring to that.
Yeah, well, it's all commercial. Well, we're going to get into that more as we go. So let's just go.
Okay.
And now again, the reason why it's like this, and the reason why it's all written like this, again, if we don't cover the Commerce Clause first, no one will understand why all these things are written this way. Everything is written this way because of the Commerce Clause. That is why. Now let's continue. Common carriers of passengers are those that undertake to carry all persons indifferently who may apply for passage, so long as there is room and there is no legal excuse for refusal.
So would this possibly be like a train, for instance?
Sure. Okay. Trains are really, really obvious because trains are multi-state, so they automatically fall under point 2 of the Commerce Clause.
Right.
Trains are ultra federal. You can't get around that with all the money in the world. Never going to happen.
Right.
Trains, everything that we think applies to our car applies to trains in a way that you can't do anything about it. You can't goof your way around the train laws. You can't sovereign citizen your way around the train laws. The train laws are basically what they made into the automobile laws illegally. That's all bullshit, which we're going to cover in a minute. But the trains are a great example of there's no way out of the Commerce Clause with a train.
Now, I'm hoping that we dive a little more into that, because I've heard a lot of people say, well, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. You look at the law itself saying that, yes, they can't stop you from traveling through state to state. Okay. Now, the intention behind that was either by foot, on horse, or by train. But you're right that trains are also privately owned, right? And they're held to a whole different jurisdiction. That's why there's a whole different law enforcement body. Like the train police, the train law enforcement group are the biggest assholes on earth. Like, you think state troopers are bad, but you think game wardens are bad. Yo, train police will fuck your entire world up like it's nothing. So like, I thought for the longest time that trains are kind of one of these free traveler, quote unquote, as long as you paid your ticket and you didn't have any kind of you're not wanted in the state you're leaving from and things like that. This would be within the realm of traveling.
Trains are federal zones. Everything about a train is federal. Trains, just think of trains as they're all in the District of Columbia. All trains are basically and there's no way around. There's no goofiness. There's no sovereign citizenry. There's no state citizenry. There's nothing that you can do to change or alter that. It's never going to change. And the reason why is because, now again, point number 2 of the Commerce Clause is interstate commerce. Interstate commerce. Transporting persons or property for some sort of fee, rate, charge, or other consideration. So let's say you had like a private train track and you use that private train track to go from California to Arizona in 1925 because you were a billionaire and you needed a fast way to move between, let's say, Vegas and Southern California, and someone paid $80 trillion and they built a fucking private train that goes from here to Nevada.
Yeah.
That train would not be under any of that stuff. It'd be a private train. It wouldn't be under the Commerce Clause. Now, if he decided to convert that train into starting to transport people or property for some sort of fee, rate, charge, or other consideration, bang, now it'd be a federal train instantly.
Got you. So the same could be said, correct me if I'm wrong here, for like a private road, right? Let's say you have 100 acres of land, you pave a road. You don't have any speed limits on it. It's your road, it's your land. Between the states. For the fuck of it, your land is so vast that it actually goes between state lines, right? You got that level of range, right? Mm-hmm. And you build a road, and then that's fine. You want to drive on your land with a car that's unregistered and whatever else. It's your land, it's your road. You do what you want. The second that you start charging people to drive on your road, now it's a federal problem, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that means driving on the roads is a federal thing, correct?
No. Well, again, it's commercial based. It's commerce based. That's why everything has to be commercial.
Okay.
That's why they had to convert all of our cars into commercial instruments, which we're going to get into in a moment.
All right.
So carriers are either common or private. We already covered that's the first one, right? Now let's see what we've covered. Common here, and common here. Now we're going to cover private. Private carriers are those who transport or undertake to transport in a particular instance for hire or reward. And that's the one that kind of gives it away more than anything. That's very clear. This is all commercial. All of this is commercial. Why is it commercial? Commerce Clause. Very simple. It's got to be commercial. All transportation is commercial at the federal and state level. Why is it commercial? Commerce Clause. End of story. Okay. So common carriers are people who are just basically whores. Let's keep it really, really simple. Let's simplify everything way down to some funny goofiness. Private carriers are people who are a bit more picky about who they fuck.
Okay.
It's that fucking simple.
Uber drivers as opposed to you giving your homeboy a ride.
Taxi drivers in New York would definitely be. I guarantee they're filed as common carriers, but damn, they're private carriers. They're very. They if they don't like you, they won't even pull over. They won't even fucking make eye contact, bro. But Uber is if you get a. Well, it's also kind of Uber drivers, they get the little thing. It pops up. Do you want this fare? And they say yes or no or whatever. Again, it all comes down to like, what claims are you wanting to bring? If the problem is nobody knows any of this, so nobody brings any claims, so everyone just assumes you're a common carrier, and then nobody ever says no, and then that's it. Everyone's a common carrier. Even though, if we were to have a more in-depth conversation, Uber drivers can say no to their fucking various things that they're offered. Does that mean they can be reclassified as private carriers? There is some semblance of selection there, right? Interesting question. If somebody wanted to press that hard enough, they could probably win a case and create case law, and they would change everything, whatever, right? Since no one ever does that, no one ever changes any of that. There's no discussion. They're all common carriers, and no one ever says no, so they're common carriers. That all comes down to one of the most important things to keep in mind is rule of evidence 301. And this is really one of the most important things in all of law, frankly. Federal rules of evidence, they look the same as the state rules of evidence. So you have all these rules of evidence. You have to learn all. I'm actually in the middle of learning a lot of these. I haven't learned all these. 301 alone was enough to get me fucking reeling for a while. So in a civil case, unless a federal statute or these rules provide otherwise, the party against whom a presumption is directed has the burden of producing evidence to rebut the presumption. There's a little more to it, but really what this means in a nutshell is, in a civil case, if I presume you are a woman and you never rebut that presumption within the confines of that case, the idea that Jacob is a woman becomes a fact of that case. It's probably where a lot of this weird gender dysphoria stuff came out of as well. People running around. So if you go into court and you say, I am a woman, and the liberal attorneys at the Department of State don't fight you on it, within that court case, you are legally a woman.
I think it comes from a lot of homes without fathers personally, but that's just Jacob's hot take. Moving on.
It comes from a lot of things. But my point is that this is one of the most insane, crazy things about a court. Now, if you don't know this information, this is the information they use to skin you alive. What do? They come in, they make all these crazy ass fucking assumptions and presumptions. You get very upset, very, very angry. You throw a giant tantrum. You have already been saddled with the burden of producing evidence to rebut the presumption. You never do, so you lose the case. And no one ever tells you this is how the game is played. This is what drives everybody crazy, right? Now, what's super fun about this is when you understand this, now you can do it to them 10 times worse than they do it to you.
Okay. I've always thought that the absence of evidence does not equal the evidence of absence, right? I mean,
now, keep in mind, this is a complicated thing. I had to think about this for months to really understand it. Keep in mind, this is in a civil case. So
sure.
criminal cases, they have the criminal rules. It's a different rule set, right? So this is only involving a civil case. So it's very important, very, very important to make sure that you understand that. Because in criminal court, the fact that you're innocent until proven guilty is more applicable than in a civil court. Mm-hmm. In a civil court, if they make the presumption that you are guilty, you're actually saddled with it's actually the opposite. You're actually guilty until proven innocent to some degree. But keep in mind, an affidavit is legally evidence. So the easiest way to combat a presumption in a civil case, Jacob is a woman. Affidavit. Jacob, hereby declare I am a man. And then you get it notarized and you submit it into the case. Technically speaking, you did just submit evidence without even having to pull your dick out. An affidavit is considered evidence in a court of law. So if you throw a tantrum, but you never supply an affidavit, you lose.
Got you.
So it's actually really, really simple to fight this. People freak out and they run around like the chicken with their head cut off, and they don't want anyone knowing any of these rules. This is how they control people and drag you into their court, and they win every time because the way these rules are written, nobody knows the rules. It's like playing Monopoly and you get pulled into the game and you don't know any of the rules, and they know all the rules, and you just get steamrolled every time. But what's so fun is when you understand these rules, you can be 100 times more of a dick than they are. And the reason why is because they're bar cards, and they have to follow the rules of professional conduct. State Bar has their own rules of professional conduct. So they have these fucking handcuffs that you don't have. So when you start understanding the rules, all you have to do is back them into stuff where they're going to start violating rules of professional conduct. And they're completely fucked. And they can't use these against you. So I mean,
if you're representing yourself, are you not expected to uphold the rules of professional conduct?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely no application whatsoever.
Gotcha.
The federal rules of evidence apply 100%.
Sure.
These do not. Now, what I'm explaining to you guys right now is a new type of warfare that I am developing. I am developing an entirely new type of legal warfare based off of all this information. So I'm sharing with you guys something that is in the works and will be for years, and no one's ever done it, I don't think. It's a completely new style of warfare. Finding all the rules, learning all the rules, finding out which ones they have to follow. I don't need to follow them. And then crushing them into corners that they can't get out of and just destroying lawyers. I don't think anyone's ever done this. I could be wrong, but I don't think anyone's ever. And then I'm gonna boil it all down into a Beavis and Butthead fucking child TV show cartoon with my 3.0 course when the 3.0 version comes out. And I want to get, a million people doing this. And then that's how we're going to overturn the Slaughterhouse cases and do all the good stuff and retake the country. Now, is that the only way we can retake the country? No, I'm not going to argue about that. There's a lot of great ways we can retake the country. I only do peaceful avenues. I'm not going to, a state citizen is somebody who has completely relinquished, a native born is a little different, but essentially, in my mind, an American, a true American, a state citizen, is somebody who has no other fish to fry. I mean, America is everything. America is their love. America is their wife. America is their child. America is their soulmate. That's how I feel about America. So I don't want to create war. I want to create more of a peaceful, not a revolution, but an evolution, as far as I'm concerned. It's actually a de-evolution. Really, all I'm trying to do is just hit the reset button to before Slaughterhouse. Essentially, really, all I'm trying to do. So I say warfare, but what does Sun Tzu say about warfare? The greatest level of warfare that you can possibly achieve is to win the war without ever fighting. Sun Tzu. Mm. So to me, what I'm trying to do is to win the war without ever fighting through the system. Will I be successful? Who knows? A lot of people want to watch. I'm trying to get more people involved. It's not going to happen overnight. I thought it was going to be. I was very naive and very optimistic. I thought this was all going to happen pretty fast. Wow, the past year has thoroughly disabused me of that. I'm going to learn every goddamn civil code, every civil procedure, everything. I'm going to memorize the entire fucking rules of professional conduct. If I have to memorize every motherfucking rule of every single motherfucking section, that's what I'll do.
What's hilarious about that is that if you are, if you are able to carry through with what you do believe is possible here as far as the de-evolution or evolution, it's going to be hilarious that it's going to be written down in the history books. Well, who started this? It was one stupid fuck. You know what I mean? Like, that's going to be iconic, bro.
I know. That's like the best. That's like the best part of like all of it, dude. It's like the best fucking part of all of it, dude. Honestly. I love it. It's going to be the best.
Yeah, dude.
The new George Washington is OSF, bro. You know what I mean?
New George Washington's going to be a pickle.
Yeah, right? In a fucking mankini, right? So basically, no, we're gonna get off this here. So the reason why I showed you 301 is because if you make the presumption that you are, they're making the presumption that you are a U.S. citizen, and no one's ever rebutting it, right? And it's all civil, so the presumption stands as truth and law, unless you rebut it. The reason why it's complicated is you don't even know what the goddamn thing is. You don't even know there's a presumption. You don't know what the fucking thing means. So how can it have any bearing if you have no idea what you're even fucking contracting to, which is true. But if you don't bring that up either, you see the problem? So everyone's just under this assumption that everyone's a common carrier. End of story. And then we have this whole other conversation. So the kind of numbers that we get on those plates that you saw earlier, the special diplomatic plates, we're actually getting this number. We're going into the DOT website, and there's an application process. It takes a while. It takes like 40 minutes. And we actually go on there, and we actually get what's called a private motor carrier DOT number. And we're sticking that number on the diplomatic plates. So it's actually a federal number they can look up. But it's not exclusively commercial. So a common carrier is always operating commercially. They're a whore. They're always looking for their next fare. A private carrier is selective with their commercial activity. So by having a private motor carrier DOT number, the officer doesn't realize it, but now he has to prove. There is no presumption that I'm a common carrier. There is no presumption that I'm operating commercially or trying to operate commercially. There is actually a no presumption at all, and now he is burdened with having to prove that I am currently and actively transporting persons or property for some sort of fee, rate, charge, or other consideration over state lines. If I'm a U.S. citizen, point number 1 of the Commerce Clause is already activated, so it makes it a lot more complicated. But as a state citizen, point number 1 doesn't apply. Now, the only other 2 that he has that can apply is number 2, which is interstate commerce, or number 3, which is commerce with Indian tribes. The Indian tribe one is going to be pretty hard to fucking prove unless I'm in Oklahoma or something. So he's only got one last bullet in the chamber. And that bullet is he has to prove. I'm not telling him shit. Fuck you. I'm keeping my mouth shut, motherfucker. You're going to have to prove that I am transporting persons or property for some sort of fee, rate, charge, or other consideration over state lines. Good luck. Good luck, motherfucker. And you say to me, well, Brandon, they don't give a fuck about that. They're going to bust out your window and all. Great. Now I've got damages, duty breach damages. Now I got a cause of action. Now I'm going to take his fucking badge and go after the fucking police academy. I'm going after everybody. Police chief, police academy. I'm going to get a big payday. And then they're going to change their policies and they're never going to do that shit ever again. We've got a lot of fucking people who have filed lawsuits about this. Tons. And the cops sure do seem to be getting a lot more fucking agitated. So I think they're seeing the fucking curtain coming down on their bullshit. I think they're, man, because I'm telling you, I got a lot of reports of some very highly agitated officers recently, the past couple months. So this is getting really big, super big. This is getting humongous, and they're seeing the end of the train tracks with this bullshit coming pretty fast. Okay. So now that we've covered transportation, let's get into the word driver. And this is pretty long definition. I probably won't read all of this, but we can get into it. A driver, as defined for Motor Carrier Act jurisdiction, is an individual who drives a motor vehicle in transportation, which is, within the meaning of the Motor Carrier Act, in interstate or foreign commerce. This definition does not require that the individual be engaged in such work at all times. It is recognized that even full-duty drivers devote some of their working time to activities other than such driving. Drivers, as thus officially defined, include, for example, such partial duty drivers as the following, who drive in interstate or foreign commerce as part of a job in which they are required also to engage in other types of driving or non-driving work. Individuals whose driving duties are concerned with transportation, some of which is in intrastate commerce, and some of which is in interstate or foreign commerce, within the meaning of the Motor Carrier Act. So right there, they're clarifying the difference between somebody who's doing commerce within a state and somebody who's doing commerce between states or a foreign country coming in and doing commerce within the state. Totally different classifications, right? Individuals who ride on motor vehicles engaged in transportation in interstate or foreign commerce and act as assistant or relief drivers of the vehicles, in addition to helping with loading, unloading, and similar work. Drivers of so as you can see, we're getting into it more and more and more. Drivers commerce is fuck. And it even breaks down into subclasses. Intrastate, interstate, non-driving work, loaders, unloaders. We have all these different classifications within the terminology of the term driver. Now, why is all this? You can see it. You can see it, which is why I explained the whole beginning part. Foreign commerce, interstate, where all these terms come from? Commerce Clause. And that's also why it's also circumstantial evidence. It's not necessarily direct evidence. It's circumstantial evidence that state of California is a federal business. Because the way state of California operates is the same thing. They're always asking all these things. And when you read the Commerce Clause, you're like, God damn, that sure does sound like the Commerce Clause. The Commerce Clause is only for the federal government. The Commerce Clause is for Congress. It's not for the states. So you start seeing this kind of terminology, and it's like, well, fuck, this sure does sound like the Commerce Clause. It's got nothing to do with California. Commerce Clause has nothing to do with California.
So you're saying that, for instance, just so we're all on the same page here, big rig driver that is absolutely hauling goods and is getting paid to do so.
Correct.
He does, in fact, need a class CDL driver's license, and there's no two ways about that. That's what you're doing for work. You're
absolutely
getting paid
not
for this. This is how this goes.
I'm sure if I don't know. That would be that'd be a tough one for me to break. Everything is really easy for me to break. I break shit all day long. I'm like a fucking code breaker. That specific instance would be very difficult for me to break. Yes.
And the reason why I ask is because, for instance, my father is a crane operator, right? His driver's license went out of date, and he wasn't allowed to operate a crane on a plant site without a valid driver's license first. And I mean, hell, I was a forklift operator for a while. Same thing. They wouldn't give me my forklift certifications unless I provided them a driver's license as well. Now, that wasn't even on the open road. That was on a plant site. But that kind of makes sense to your purpose, that it is something for commerce. Same way that like a CDL driver driving a truck from point A to point B would be for commerce.
Yes, but you have to back up a little bit because that's not interstate commerce. He's not operating in between state lines. So the thing is that there's only 3 parts of the Commerce Clause. What are the 3 parts? You got to memorize. These are so important. What are the 3 parts of the Commerce Clause? Remember the first one?
I do not.
Commerce with foreign nations.
Okay.
Remember the second one? It's on the screen right now. Interstate commerce. Interstate commerce.
Okay.
Number 3. Remember number 3? It's the weird one that you're never going to see, so I don't talk about it that much. Remember the third one? The third one for the Commerce Clause?
I'm looking.
Indian commerce between Indian. I forget the exact terminology. Indian tribes or Indian land or whatever. Indians. So I don't talk about that third one a whole lot. It's just added confusion. It's unless you're in Oklahoma or something, it's not really going to be all that applicable. So you're saying the third one I don't talk about a whole lot.
Yeah. So you're saying like I should have fought it whenever they asked me for my driver's license.
No. So let's
dude.
So let's stop for a second. So the process of elimination is very simple. We have three aspects of the Commerce Clause. Let's go back up. Commerce Clause. We have 3 subsections. Here are the 3 subsections. Now, let's do process of elimination. To operate a forklift, are you involved in point number 3, commerce with Indian tribes?
No.
Good. So 3 is out. Driving the forklift, the thing that you were doing at that job, were you directly associated with commerce among the states, interstate commerce?
Per my definition of what a state is, yes. Per your definition, I'm not 100% sure, going to be honest with you.
Were you forklifting boxes or things in between state lines, over state lines?
No, I was loading a truck that was going to go over state lines, so I was involved in that. That's what I'm saying.
That's I mean, that's, again, a lot of rebuttable presumptions there. I would, that's an interesting situation. I would probably still fight that, but yes.
In that paragraph, it said if you were involved in the loading or offloading. That's why I brought that up.
Yeah. Which again, the only reason why that's even there is because somebody brought a presumption and somebody else didn't fight it, and then it became part of the statute.
Gotcha.
If someone else brings a presumption and wins, they remove that from the statute. So that's,
to be honest,
how that works.
Even if that wasn't the case, that company has a rule that's the way it is. And I mean, Louisiana's a right to work state, so they could have fired me for any reason whatsoever.
Well, yeah, but that'd be a discrimination suit. That'd be a discrimination suit.
Good luck in this state. You have to prove, I'm talking, for me, a white male to try to prove a discrimination case, big dog. That at that point, what's
well, fine, but I'm just saying. I mean, fine. You also got to keep in mind too. A lot of discrimination cases, they just don't want to deal with it. They'll just pay you to just fucking get rid of it. If you're a big enough pain in the ass, you also got to think that's also an option too, right? Yeah. But the actual answer to most of the situations that people don't understand is actually number 1, and the reason why number 1 is the one that's typically the one active is because a U.S. citizen is from a foreign nation and they're committing a commercial act within a state from a foreign nation. The District of Columbia is a foreign nation from California. So commerce with foreign nations, if you're a resident or a U.S. citizen, but what's so complicated about it is the way that you prove that you're a U.S. citizen and the way that you prove that point number 1 of the Commerce Clause is activated is by giving them a driver's license. So they say you have to have a driver's license, but in fact, having the driver's license is what establishes the Commerce Clause. It's totally backwards. If you never had a driver's license at all, you wouldn't be under the Commerce Clause. But because you got a driver's license or because you gave them a W-9 tax form to your company stating that you are a U.S. citizen or a resident alien, that's why you have to get the driver's license. If you gave your boss a W-8 BEN, which is a foreign beneficiary form, to replace your W-9, that would immediately remove point number 1 of the Commerce Clause. Now you don't need a driver's license. Now, if they require you to present a driver's license to drive that forklift, now you can sue the ever-loving fuck out of them for discrimination. I think it's a pretty cut and dry situation. They've never seen anyone do this. But in terms of like the actual A, B, C's of the law, that's an easy case to win. It all comes down to the Commerce Clause. If you've given them a W-9 form, you said under penalty of perjury that you are a U.S. citizen or other U.S. person. W-9, this is the one that everybody gets you to fill out. Go to the bottom. Certification, number 3. I am a U.S. citizen or other U.S. person, defined below. Signature of U.S. person. That means U.S. citizen. It's the same. It's a little different, but it means basically the same thing. Somebody whose citizenship lies in the District of Columbia. If you have a W-9 on file at work, then yes, you definitely need a driver's license because you are under the Commerce Clause. But if you give your employer a W-8 BEN, which they've never seen anyone do, and they're going to totally freak out, and all of Treasury and all of HR is going to run around like they just set the whole building on fire. Attorneys are going to get involved. It's the funniest fucking thing in the world. If you want to see the clown show in your place of employment, hand them a W-8 BEN, sit back with a Mike's Hard Lemonade and watch the fucking fireworks. It's hilarious. They've never seen anyone issue one of these, and they go absolutely batshit crazy trying to figure out what the fuck it is. It's hilarious. Now, if you give them one of these, you aren't under the Commerce Clause. Now they can't require you to have a driver's license. Now, if you were driving the actual truck going over state lines, at that point, yeah, like I said, I don't really, that's going to be, I don't see any way around that one. Sorry. I just don't. I mean, would I still do something or do something? Or like if it was me, I would still get a private motor carrier DOT number, get rid of the driver's license. I don't know. I would try to create private trusts with all of my clients. I'm sure I could probably figure it out, but it's very, very advanced, very complicated, and it's going to be very difficult. Whereas
I don't think a CDO driver driving for a fleet's going to get that one approved. I'm with you.
So the whole point of this whole conversation is your car that you have out front.
Yeah.
It's complete bullshit that you need any of this for that. We're going to get into more detail as to other things. There's more filters we have to go through on this. But the whole point of all this is just commerce clause, right? That's what you got to think with all the time. If you think commerce clause, there's only 3 points. The third one ain't going to apply to much anybody. So really, you've only got 2 things to memorize. It's just 2 things to memorize, and they're very short. Commerce among the several states, interstate commerce. You could say interstate commerce could be the second one. And then commerce with foreign nations. That's it. So commerce with foreign nations, interstate commerce. When I first learned about this, I just said it all day long in my head. What are the 3 points? Commerce with foreign nations, interstate commerce, commerce with Indian tribes, foreign nation commerce, interstate commerce, Indian tribes. I wanted to memorize it. It's so important. It's like the most important fucking thing ever. It's just these 3 points, right? So with that said, everything we're reading is all just the simplicity of establishing one or more of those 3 points, which is exactly why, if you go up, if I were to define a driver's license, if I were to give you my own personalized definition, it'd be the primary contract that establishes your activities as falling under one or more of the 3 points of the Commerce Clause. This is done by establishing that you are a U.S. citizen or resident/foreigner of a state, which would be point number 1 of the Commerce Clause, and or that you are engaged in commercial activity between state lines, which would be number 2 of the Commerce Clause. I didn't mention number 3 because it's not typically going to be very applicable, typically. But if you're involved in an Indian tribe or delivering to Indian tribes, number 3 is a whole nother issue that you would need to deal with. Okay. Now, again, I don't want to get into the Indian thing too much. It's a whole wild, it's like a whole different world. It's like going into a whole different planet when you go into Indian stuff, because you have federally registered tribal land, and then you have non-federally registered tribal land. So point number 3 of the Commerce Clause only applies under federally registered tribal land. So if you're commercially operating in between your state and a tribal land that's not federally registered, it still wouldn't be under point number 3 of the Commerce Clause. So there's more to that, but I'm just trying to show you and explain it to you in a way there's no point in getting into all that. It's just too much. It's just not applicable, right? Here's another definition of the word driver. 49 CFR Code of Federal Regulations 390.5T. Driver means any person who operates any commercial motor vehicle. And then if we go into the definition of the word person from that area, it's pretty funny. I got a good laugh when I saw this. Person means an individual, firm, corporation, partnership, association, state, municipality, commission, or political subdivision of a state, or any interstate body, as well as a department, agency, or instrumentality of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the federal government. This definition includes railroads. That's the definition of the word person. Now, again, it says federal government. Again, a lot of these things, I don't think there is even a state. I think the whole state is literally just a business underneath the federal government. I think the real states, the actual real honest to God original American states, are basically just gone. They're not gone legally. They're still there. You can still get into them. You can still operate under them. But because they've quietly just disappeared everything. It's not that it's not there. It's not that it's been replaced. It's just nobody knows. and nobody even knows to bring it up. And then you have the rule of evidence 301. The presumption is that you're in state of California. The presumption is that you are a U.S. citizen, and nobody even knows enough information to even bring up the rebuttable presumption that you're not. So if they assume you are and you never rebut it, you are. And that's basically the world we live in. So really all you got to do, I mean, really the simplicity of it is just write an affidavit saying that you're not. And then bang, you just broke the whole goddamn system. It's that easy. You just shattered the whole system. Like it's this giant Mount Everest of glass. Affidavit, I am a state citizen of California, not a U.S. citizen. Sign it, put it in. You just, the whole Mount Everest just comes crashing down instantaneously. Funniest thing in the world. It's the easiest goddamn thing in the world. But if you don't know it, it's sort of like having this big engine. It's like this, you know, you ever seen that meme where it's like, coming in and messing with a huge boat engine, $5,000 and then knowing exactly which bolt to screw on because you've been doing this for 30 years, $100,000, It's the same idea. I come in and I just go boop and the whole thing crumbles down. Well, you're paying for my expertise. You aren't paying for how difficult it is because really this stuff is so fucking easy. It's unbelievable. That's why we get a lot of cases thrown out. It's so fucking easy. It's unbelievable. But you don't see that on YouTube. You're not going to see that on YouTube. You're going to see the psychos that are fighting cops and beating up cops because that's what they want you to see. They don't want you to see, the guy going in there yawning and putting a one sentence affidavit on the record, having DAs run out of the fucking building like they're on fire. They don't want you to see that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, the algorithm is definitely not going to be working in the favor of people going against the system.
Yeah.
I tried looking for it, man. I can't find these videos.
You're not going to see them on YouTube. Well, you're starting to see a few of them. Look up Operation Wise Dome. That's where a lot of them.
Wise Dome, is that a website?
That's my buddy. That's my buddy Cameron. He's got a YouTube and stuff. He's like one of the only people you're gonna find videos of this actually getting done fully. Like him with a hidden camera in court, like getting cases dismissed, like literally instantaneously. Like he has a lot of great content on this. I just did a whole in-person event in Austin, a sold-out event with him. I love his stuff so much. There are probably other examples, but he's my favorite, and he's just got so much content of this nature that it's very refreshing. But I mean, in my private groups and stuff, like these people aren't going in with like hidden cameras and shit. But we get dismissals just left. I mean, dismissals is the easiest fucking thing in the world. I mean, we drive around with the fucking 150 miles an hour, with no fucking driver's license, no plates, nothing. Fucking. Get the car out the next day, drive off. I mean, seriously, we've got so many of these I can't even fucking count. It's getting more and more and more because you have to realize a lot of the citizenship stuff and even this thing I'm reading to you right now, this is pretty new. I was working on this for a month or so. I have the dates up top. It was, I started working on it. We had our show, I think, just before this. I started working on this right afterward. And it wasn't even completed until April 7th. And then I last worked on it May 6th. So, this stuff, too, it's also like we're getting so much better and better and better all the time that I'm telling you, these cases, it's going to be like melted butter soon. I mean, it's just going to get to a point where, again, the whole point is just to collapse the entire traffic system. If we get enough of this popping and we get enough of these wins, then the whole traffic police system is just going to collapse, and that's going to be the end of it, right?
I mean, if it was bullshit, so many people wouldn't be getting away with it. I mean, the people that you're alluding to, and then the website that you just told Jacob about, like, how would so many of these people be getting away with doing what you're saying?
Well, we also do other things. So, for example, again, like the last show, the financial show. A negotiable instrument is an unconditional promise or order to pay. So the easiest thing that we do, and this is working like absolutely literally 100% of the time, like every time with like literally no effort. Get pulled over, say, yeah, dude, how many tickets do you need to like hit your quota or whatever? Just give me all of them. Like, give me all your tickets. Give me 15. I don't care. Like, how many tickets do you need to give me to go home? Get 15 tickets. endorse the instrument. It's an unconditional order to pay. Endorse the instrument without recourse. Paid to the order of. On the ticket, it'll say who you make your checks out to. So that's who you're gonna make it. Paid to the order of. You're gonna write that name without recourse. Little cover sheet. Mail it to the court. Disappears.
They just don't even bother with it, or what?
No, literally vanishes. Completely vanishes. They close the court case. Vanishes out of the computer system. Everything just fucking completely vanishes. Because you're technically negotiating that instrument back to the court, because it is actually a negotiable instrument, right? So that's actually not even on this driving versus traveling page. That's like the easiest of easy street. That's like you have a cigar in your mouth and you just fucking drive 150 miles an hour and then just like fucking whatever. Like it doesn't fucking matter. This is all what we're going over right now is minus all the financial information. Just strictly Commerce Clause, structure, legality. We're going to get into titles here in a minute. So this is different than that's like the easy street backdoor, and then this is sort of like the deeper understanding of how it all works, essentially. So
all right.
So this is pretty shocking. So you guys are doing business as, right? Well, doing business is literally a foreign corporation definition. If you look at the definition of doing business, a foreign corporation is doing business, making it amenable to process within the state. So if you say doing business or doing business as, you are in that same sentence saying that point number 1 of the Commerce Clause applies. So you would never use the term doing business or doing business as. That's one more landmine that you wouldn't want to step on, which is a pretty fascinating one, right?
Uh-huh.
Doing a history lesson of if you go all the way back to, like, for example, in California, there was no word driver. The first word that ever existed was actually chauffeur. So the original version of the term driver is actually the term chauffeur. And I'm starting to kind of get a little bit fatigued. We've been going for a while, so I'm just going to kind of skip over this, but you guys can look this up on here if you want. Essentially, the word chauffeur is what driver means. Driver and chauffeur is the same word. Okay.
And that implies, at least in our modern dialect, that implies commerce.
That's why they changed it. That's exactly why they changed it, because it implies commerce. That's exactly correct. But the word driver is also purely a commercial term, but people don't know that. And then there's a presumption, and then you don't rebut the presumption, and then you're fucked. Same shit, right? California Vehicle Code. We get into some really fascinating. This is just like all the way in the code. We're not even doing anything crazy at all. We're just going straight off the code, which is not typically what I like to do because you're too far into the matrix. But there's some really powerful shit even deep within the code itself. For example, traffic law. This one literally, CVC section 21052 defines how traffic laws only applies to employees of the state, which would mean a resident of the business called State of California. The provisions of this code applicable to the drivers of vehicles upon the highways apply to the drivers of all vehicles while engaged in the course of employment by this state, any political subdivision thereof, any municipal corporation, or any district, including authorized emergency vehicles subject to those exemptions granted such authorized emergency vehicles in this code. Now, what is this sentence in English? The presumption is that everyone is a U.S. citizen, and this code only applies to U.S. citizens. and nobody ever rebuts that presumption, right? And they literally say it right in rebuttable. So in CVC 4000, vehicles subject to registration, in subsection H, it says, for purposes of this section, possession of a California driver's license by the registered owner of a vehicle shall give rise to a rebuttable presumption that the owner is a resident of California, which means foreigner. So You weren't under point number 1 of the Commerce Clause until you got the fucking driver's license. Once you got the driver's license, now you're under the Commerce Clause. So you need a driver's license because you got the driver's license.
Wow. So they're just stepping on their own toes at this point.
Yeah, and what's funny is even this is a rebuttable presumption. So 301, if you don't submit evidence proving that you're not, you are. So what happens? You don't know any of this. You don't know the rules of the game. You never put an affidavit in the record. So you're fucked. It's just a game, dude. It's literally just a game you don't know the fucking rules to, bro. I'm telling you, that's all this is, bro. Because when you understand the rules, this shit is so fucking easy to fucking combat. It's literally hilarious. Absolutely. Like, do you realize if someone pulled me over and gave me a ticket for driving without a driver's license, first thing I do is endorse the instrument without recourse, send it in. Then if we have a case, do you realize I'm going to have like 400 affirmative defenses? I mean, like, the DA is going to hang themselves in their office. Like, it's never going to happen, bro. Like, it's never going to. I mean, we haven't even gotten halfway down this fucking page yet. The DA is going to put a revolver inside of their own mouth, for sure. 100%. Like, dismissing a case against me driving without a driver's license is literally going to be orgasmic release. That's how fast they're going to try to throw out the case.
I guess it depends on what the ticket is for, right? Because they're going to try to weigh the options here. And if they see that this is going to take weeks and weeks and weeks of trying to argue with you.
Try decade.
Right. They're not going to waste their time, which is time is money.
Yep.
For what would have been a fucking few $100s worth of a ticket. And they'll just say, all right, fuck it.
Yeah, now check out this one. This one's another really powerful one that I would also use. This would be point number fucking 90 in my affirmative defenses. So vehicle code, California Vehicle Code 6700. The owner of any vehicle other than a commercial vehicle, okay, of a type subject to registration, which is registered in a foreign jurisdiction, may operate the vehicle in California until the owner accepts gainful employment in this state or establishes residency in this state, whichever occurs first, provided the vehicle displays valid license plates and has a valid registration issued to the owner, and the owner was a resident of that state at the time of issuance. Now, I have my own nation. I issue my own license plates for my own nation. I am not I have not established residency in this state, and I do not have gainful employment in this state. Interesting. Good luck, DA. Good luck when I bring that affirmative defense. You've never seen that one before. A non-resident owner of a vehicle may operate or permit operation of a vehicle in California without obtaining California registration if the vehicle is registered in the place of residence of the owner and displays a valid license plate issued by that state. This exemption does not apply if the non-resident owner rents, leases, lends, or otherwise furnishes the vehicle to a California resident for regular use on California highways. So this is like the 90th fucking loophole that you can use. I've given you a lot. Now I'm starting to use the word loophole because the U.S. citizen stuff, that's not a fucking loophole. That's literally, are you an American or not? That's some deep shit. This is like so matrixy. You're so far into the code itself. I feel like now we're starting to talk more a little bit about loopholes. And so we're going to get out of this in a second. But I just want to kind of like the word loophole, I feel is a little bit more acceptable here where we're at right now. But when it comes to like citizenship and being a resident, that's not loopholes. That's like some deep ass shit. That's some fucking bald eagles and American flags, bro. That ain't no loophole. You know what I mean? So now getting into an entirely different filtration. And I guarantee you just bring up one of any of these, they're going to dismiss the case. You have a whole arsenal here. You have the biggest arsenal any DA's ever seen walking. You're like Rambo walking into that shit already, and we're not even halfway down the page. Okay.
Jesus.
Now we're going to start getting into a whole nother filtration system, titles. Okay. So straight off the American Association of Motor Vehicles website, the manufacturer certificate of origin, MCO, or manufacturer statement of origin refers to the original ownership document for a vehicle. The document contains a variety of security features and is provided by the new vehicle dealer and contains specific vehicle information such as the year, make, model, and VIN. Upon the retail sale of the vehicle, the document is surrendered for the issuance of a jurisdiction title. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. So in the California Vehicle Code 7.065, unless a new vehicle is sold by a licensed California dealer and an application for registration of new vehicle is submitted, all applications for original registration and or title of new vehicles and motorcycles must include a manufacturer certificate / statement of origin. Fantastic. So what is the actual title to a vehicle? It's either an MSO or an MCO. No one's ever even seen one of these or heard about these things unless they work at a car dealership. And the reason why is because you buy the car and they ask you, do you want us to handle license and plates and everything for you? You say yes. And you go to CarMax or talk to a guy who sells cars. He'll say, yeah, we take the MSO, we fill out the Reg 397, we put the MCO or MSO in the parcel with the Reg 397, and we send it to the state, and then the state issues the certificate of title, which is called a jurisdiction title. Okay.
All right.
Very interesting. So on the About page for the AAMVA, American Association of Motor Vehicles, whatever, it's helmed by an international board of directors from the jurisdiction membership. Under the board sit committees which represent the disciplines for driver, law enforcement, vehicle, identity management, and MVA operations and customer experience. Various subcommittees and working groups are convened by the committees to provide guidance, resources, and solutions on topics of interest to the membership. AAMVA's 4 regions have their own independent boards of directors that oversee their annual conferences and other activities within their respective regions. Now, how do they define this term, jurisdiction membership? Jurisdiction members are composed of the 50 U.S. states, District of Columbia, 5 U.S. territories, 10 Canadian provinces, and 3 Canadian territories, and the agencies within those jurisdictions who administer and enforce motor vehicle laws. AAMVA's members handle driver licenses, vehicle registration and titling, and roadway law enforcement. So what the fuck is all this? The AAMVA has these members that are jurisdiction members. The original title for the vehicle is called the MCO or MSO. It's the original ownership document for a vehicle. They make you give them that in exchange for something different. Okay. So when I bought my bike, I said, fuck that. You aren't sending nothing to the state. Fuck the state. You're giving me the MCO or MSO, right? So on the back, if you turn the MCO, it looks just like a title, which is all part of the fucking scam. When you turn the fucking thing on the back, this is from my MCO, MSO. This is the terminology. Each undersigned seller certifies to the best of his knowledge, information, and belief under penalty of law that the vehicle is new and has not been registered in this or any state at the time of delivery, and the vehicle is not subject to any security interests other than disclosed herein, and warrant title to the vehicle. For value received, I transfer the vehicle described on this face of this certificate to its actual full ownership of the motorcycle. I never went into a contract with state of California under the Commerce Clause. I said, no. I have the original MCO MSO for my motorcycle, and I have no certificate of title. I can't register the vehicle. It's a physical and legal impossibility. Why can't I fucking register the vehicle? Because I actually own the vehicle. If you actually own the vehicle, you can't register it. It's physically impossible.
Okay, so
we're going to get into more on this. We're going to break it all down. So, what is the definition of the word certificate? A written assurance or official representation that some act or some has or has not been done or some event occurred or some legal formality has been complied with. A certificate of title is proof there's a title someplace else. There is. It's the one you fucking gave them and exchanged for a jurisdiction title. So a certificate of title is proof that there's a title someplace else, which is the MCO, MSO, which you voluntarily gave to state of California to operate under the Commerce Clause. A certificate of title is an abstract of the actual title. And it splits ownership into two different categories: legal title and equitable title. And we're going to get into what those mean in a moment. So here's the quote again. Upon the retail sale of the vehicle, the document is surrendered for the issuance of a jurisdiction title. It doesn't have to be. They don't tell you that. Doesn't have to be. It's completely voluntary. This activity is completely voluntary.
But people don't know that.
Exactly. People don't know any of this. They've never heard of any of this. They've never thought of any of this. There's nobody's ever, If I type in what is a jurisdiction title into Google, it tells me, in the context of law and government, a jurisdiction title refers to the legal basis or authority upon which a court or governmental body can exercise its power and make decisions within a specific territory over certain matters. You literally hand the government jurisdiction over your vehicle voluntarily. You literally donate the legal ownership to the state, and you give them jurisdiction. They literally call it a jurisdiction title. A certificate of title is a jurisdiction title.
Is this the same thing for like titles to a house?
Yes. This is why you pay property taxes. All this information is directly applicable to a house and property taxes. But we need to go a little deeper on this. So even on the DMV website, if we were to go on here, definition of automobile, California DMV. Even on the goddamn website, they've got these things split up. An automobile is a passenger vehicle that does not transport persons for hire. A commercial vehicle is a vehicle which is used or maintained for the transportation of persons for hire, compensation, or profit, or designed, used, or maintained primarily for the transportation of property, for example, trucks and pickups, right? People, I'm the sovereign citizen, driving versus traveling. No. The problem is no one's ever really taken the time to break all this down and really understand it. That's the problem. It's not a sovereign citizen versus non-sovereign citizen versus federal, whatever. I have the MSO MCO for my fucking bike. The government and the state and all these people can go fuck themselves, and there's not a goddamn thing they can do about it. End of story. Period. Now, they can assume I'm a U.S. citizen, and then now, because I'm a U.S. citizen, I don't really have the right to own property, kind of, sort of, even though it's under the 14th Amendment, but it's kind of optional. They can get me that way. There's other ways they can get me. That's why I went over the most important stuff first, which is citizenship, residency versus domicile. That's the most important subject, right? because you don't realize the 14th Amendment says that U.S. citizens can hold property, but the whole 14th Amendment is essentially pretty much optional. Really, at the end of the day, they can kind of just say no and you're fucked, basically, essentially. Because again, the only absolute unqualified right is to reside within the United States, and you can leave or re-enter. That's the only actual real right that you have. So the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act says that you can have property, but really it's not really a right. It's a privilege, and the government can sort of just say no, essentially. It is no.
So that could be said for any other amendment as well, correct?
On the U.S. citizen side, yes.
Yeah.
That's why the incorporation doctrine is so fascinating, because they incorporated a lot of the stuff back in, but it's still secretly optional. Really, at the end of the day, it's still, you can bring up those cases, you can fight that, and they can still just say, no, fuck you. And technically speaking, they can still do that because you're a U.S. citizen. You say you're a U.S. citizen, right? So motor vehicle definition from 18 U.S.C. 31A6. The term motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for commercial purposes on the highway and the transportation of passengers and property or cargo. They go even farther. If you go down in that same subsection, we can actually pull it up. This one, I'll show you the original spot.
I feel like boats would also be classified as motor vehicle.
Yeah, so here's the one I just read to you, but we're going to go down because they go even farther. Subsection 12, used for commercial purposes. The term used for commercial purposes means the carriage of persons or property for any fee, fare, rate, charge, or other consideration, or directly or indirectly in connection with any business or other undertaking intended for profit. So we have those here. And then here's where we start getting down into the difference between legal ownership and equitable ownership. So legal ownership, a legal owner, this is from California Vehicle Code section 370. Legal owner is a person holding a security interest in a vehicle, which is subject to the provisions of the Uniform Commercial Code, or the leaser of a vehicle to the state or to any county, city, district, or political subdivision of the state, or to the United States under a lease sale, or rental purchase agreement which grants possession of the vehicle to the lessee for a period of 30 consecutive days or more. Now, keep in mind, is a person holding a security interest. What did my MCO or MSO say on the back at the very top? The vehicle is new and has not been registered in this state or any state at the time of delivery, and this vehicle is not subject to any security interests. When you send it into the state, you're giving them legal ownership. And that's how the Commerce Clause activates. And that's how the entire California Vehicle Code activates. That's how speed limit signs fucking activate. Speed limit signs have nothing to do with my motorcycle at all whatsoever. It's completely irrelevant. I can ride my motorcycle as if they don't even fucking exist. They literally do not legally exist at all. Now, keep in mind, you have personal jurisdiction and subject matter jurisdiction. If I had a driver's license and I told them I was a U.S. citizen, they couldn't touch the bike because the bike's got the MCO, MSO, but they can haul my ass off to jail. State citizen plus MCO, MSO equals a completely impossible to break. It's literally diplomatic immunity. That's why I say I have diplomatic immunity, because I'm saying all this information in words the cop can understand. I'm not going to go into all this and try to explain. I have diplomatic immunity. That's all you need to know, because I do. This is what gives me, this is diplomatic immunity, because they can't fucking touch me.
So holding the MCO and MSO and all these things makes it to where your bike is also non-impoundable?
Nope. It would be straight up theft. I'd go after the tow yard. I'd go after everybody. Straight up theft. Because the thing is that when they tow a vehicle that you have registered, they're really just towing their own vehicle. That's how towing works. It gave them legal security interest. They're not towing your vehicle. They're towing their vehicle. And the police is a private security force operating on behalf of the state. So really, to tell you the honest to God truth, the cops have more legal right to your vehicle than you do. I'm not kidding. I'm literally not even kidding. I'm not joking. That's how this whole thing works. That's the actual functionality behind how all this works. The cops are basically agents of the state. So they have they're given that power from the state. The state holds legal title to your car. They have a higher level of ownership than you do. So the cops through agency, the cops through agency literally have more ownership to the car they just pulled over than the person who paid for it and is driving it. I'm not kidding. I swear to fucking God.
In the state of California, is your car seen as an extension of your home?
That's all just weird presumptions bullshit that people fucking didn't fight. That's all horse shit. That's all easy shit.
In Louisiana, it's absolutely seen that way. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, no, I don't know.
To search your vehicle, they have to have the same amount of either not even probable cause, damn near a warrant.
But what's funny is none of that's true. That's what's so funny. Because if you have a certificate of title and the vehicle's registered, the state can get into and search their own property. The reason why they don't do that is because everyone would freak out and they would kind of let the cat out of the bag. So everything that's happening
down for that though, bro.
Yeah, but technically that's 100%. For a cop to pull you over, bash out your windows, pull you out, tase you, handcuff you, and set your whole car on fire is 100% completely legal. I'm not kidding. Dead serious.
Okay.
100% legal. Completely legal. Now, the way you would sue in a situation like that is you would say, because you have equitable ownership, which means you're basically the beneficiary. So you would say, because the cop burned his car, essentially, I was damaged because I was benefiting by the beneficial use of that car. That's the only way you could sue. You wouldn't be able to sue any other way because technically the cop's just burning his own car. I'm dead serious. I swear to God. No one knows this. The cops don't know it. I don't think the courts even know it, but that's how this works. And a cop can literally Molotov cocktail your fucking car, and it's actually perfectly legal.
To any of the good cult members listening that may be officers of the law, please feel free to comment below. Would love to hear LEO's weigh in on this one here, dude.
I have a cop that came to my my Austin convention. We have a bunch of cops. They don't know any of this. They have no idea. They have just one for one. They have no clue at all whatsoever. In fact, every officer I've talked to, they swore an oath to the Constitution and to uphold people's rights. And then the next question I ask them is, okay, what are people's rights? They have absolutely. I've never had one officer tell me even one.
Sounds like a good way for a cop to end up on the Brady list, honestly.
But obviously, all this information that I'm sharing with you guys is all rebuttable. That's the beauty of all this. It's all rebuttable. So people say ignorant bullshit like you're not above the law. No one's above the law. The real sentence is there are presumptions that have not been rebutted, presumptions you aren't aware of. Once you become aware of them and you rebut them, that particular body of law, you're connected to these bodies of law because of these presumptions through Rule 301. You see presumption here, presumption here, presumption there, presumption here, even the word presumption sometimes used. Once you understand all these presumptions and you rebut them, you're disconnecting. It's a contractual tie into that body of law. When you sever or disconnect that presumption, you're actually disconnecting yourself from that body of law entirely, and that's the whole basis of jurisdiction. That's the whole basis. So here we have the definition of owner, which is different from legal owner. We have owner and legal owner. This comes from CBC 460. An owner is a person having all the incidents of ownership, including the legal title of a vehicle, whether or not such person lends, rents, or creates a security interest in the vehicle. So what are they saying here? Because you gave the state legal ownership, the state owns the vehicle all the time, all moments of all days, even if you lend it, rent it, or create a security interest on it. That's literally what they just said right here. We own it. Fuck you. That's literally what this sentence says. The person entitled to the possession of a vehicle as the purchaser under a security agreement, or the state, or any country, city, district, or political subdivision of the state, or the United States, when entitled to the possession and use of a vehicle under a lease sale, right? State owns your vehicle, fuck you. That's basically what it says. If you've given them the MSO, which everyone has. Every car on the road is owned by the state. Registration is the right to rent your vehicle, essentially. I mean, there's more to it, but if you want to get really simple, that's basically what registration is. It's not your vehicle. You've never owned a vehicle. In fact, you never owned a house. You never owned a vehicle. You don't even know your bank accounts. If you look on a checkbook, on the bottom right where you sign on your checkbook, it says authorized representative. It says MP, and then the line on your checkbook says authorized representative over and over and over again. Why? It ain't your fucking bank account. It ain't your fucking bank account. It ain't your fucking car. It ain't your fucking driver's license. It says right on the goddamn thing they can take it whenever they want. The Social Security card says it's not your property right on the back of it. And if they want it back, you just send it back. That's not yours. You got to start thinking, do you own anything? Your gun has a fucking serial number on it that was registered under what?
Yours might.
Under a U.S. citizen?
Joking,
No, I understand. Yeah, he's not joking. But you see my point? You don't own anything. So like Carl Schwab, whatever the fuck his name is, you'll own nothing and be happy. Nobody's owned anything in a long time, my friend. Nobody owns anything.
Klaus. He doesn't even own the World Economic Forum because he just got removed, and now he's got allegations of sexual misconduct.
Oh, shocking. Oh, yeah. Oh my God, I'm so shocked.
Who could have seen that coming? A wealthy elite that touched his interns and secretaries. Clutch my pearls here, bro.
So you can see here, titling is really important. Titling is literally ownership. The state owns your car, right? So what's the definition of legal owner? Now we're going to go from the California Vehicle Code and we're going to go into Black's Law. What's legal owner? One who is recognized and held responsible by the law as the owner of property. Now, that's very interesting. That means if I get pulled over and I get tickets, I'll just send them to the fucking DMV of the state. They're the legal owner. They're the one held responsible by the law, not me. That's one beautiful thing that people don't understand. We're starting to get into legal versus equitable ownership. There are some pretty cool aspects to this. Just leave it how it is. And you'd be shocked by this rabbit hole is a completely different rabbit hole now we're getting into, because everyone has split ownership on everything, their home, everything. The state or the county, in terms of a property, the county is the legal owner. That's why you pay property taxes. And when it comes to a car, the state is the legal owner. Okay, well, they're the ones held responsible by the law as the owner of property. So if you get sued, if anything happens, if you crash into somebody, don't look at me. State's where you need to go.
That's for people that have a registration, though.
Well, no, it's anybody who has a certificate of title. If you have a certificate of title.
You, for instance, you have MSO and all of that on your bike. They can't. You can't tell them to go to the DMV.
No. I am the legal and equitable owner of my motorcycle.
Right.
I have both ownerships. It's actually called absolute. It's called absolute ownership.
Okay.
And when it comes to property, it's called fee simple absolute. But absolute ownership is a really good term to use just in general when you're referring to having both legal and equitable ownership under the same umbrella.
Got you.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, like, as far as call the DMV, they own it. That applies for the majority of people living in the U.S., not to somebody like you that has total ownership. Got you.
That's correct. Okay. And I could send in my MSO tomorrow and get a jurisdiction title. Nothing stopping me.
But you're obviously not gonna.
No, but I could.
Right.
In a more particular sense, one in whom the legal title to real estate is vested, but who holds it in trust for the benefit of another, the latter being called the equitable owner.
Mm-hmm.
So
Equitable owner. So that means that you're on the hook for it as much as the DMV's on the hook for
No,
it.
no,
If
no,
we're gonna
no,
play
no,
that
no,
game, right? Equitable, equal.
No. We're going to get into what that means. No, God, no, not even close. Now, the thing is, there's a key word here too. You got to keep in mind this word right here. Trust.
Right.
Everything is a trust. Your certificate of title is a trust. It literally is a trust. It's a trust under the Commerce Clause. The trustee, state of California, holds legal ownership. The beneficiary or equitable owner, Brandon Joe Williams, and it's a trust. It's literally a trust. And guess who set up the trust? You did. You went to the DMV and you paid to set up this trust. Legally, that's the way it works. Did anyone force you at gunpoint to kill you or your family to go down to the DMV and wait in line with all the smelly people and pay to do all this and set up this trust? It's complete. In the law, it's a trust, and the trust is completely voluntary. It's completely voluntary. 100%. You went down to the DMV in English. I'll tell you what happened in English. Hello, I would like to set up a trust where you guys are the trustees and legal owners, and I would like to be the beneficiary or equitable owner of this vehicle, and I want to use this vehicle under the Commerce Clause. Can you help me? Sure. We can help you, no problem. The problem is you never knew that, and none of those people know it either. There's not one DMV motherfucker that's ever walked the earth that knew even 1% of any of this.
I mean, most of them are, not to talk shit on any of our esteemed DMV employees that may or may not be listening to this show. Most of them are, in a sense, underlings, right? Some of the slowest moving human beings on earth, and they are not masters of the law by any means. Hell, they're barely masters of the computer system that they get paid to run. So, I mean, I'm with you 100%.
Dude, they're not paid to give a fuck. That's really what it is.
I think they get paid specifically to not give a fuck.
You can make that
I think
argument.
that has to be a part of the job requirements.
Horrible trustees. Terrible trustees. Okay, so equitable owner. One who is recognized in equity as the owner of property because the real and beneficial use and title belong to him, although the bare legal title is vested in another, for example, a trustee for his benefit. One who has a present title in land, which will ripen into legal ownership upon the performance of conditions subsequent, which is that's a feudal term. If you're
meant paying the debt that's owed, honestly.
But what's crazy about all this is that I always tell people, it's like, oh man, everybody wants to go out and get legal title. Why? I mean, you could just leave things the way they are. If your car needs new tires, send them to the trustee. Send the bill to the trustee. The DMV. If they don't pay the bill, sue the DMV for not paying your fucking tires, your new tires. You need a new engine? Great. Trustee, I need a new engine. Beneficiary needs a new engine. Oh, no, we're not going to do that. Fantastic. Sue them for trust fraud. Sue the DMV for trust fraud. If you're a legal owner, you can't do any of that. So what's so cool is being in the system, when you really start to understand this stuff in a really deep, meaningful way, it's almost fucking more badass than being out of it. As the legal owner, anything, you can't get tickets. You can go 500 miles an hour, but I can go 500 miles an hour. I'll get in someone's car right now with a certificate of title. I'll go 500 miles an hour, get the ticket, endorse it without recourse, send it back in, sue the trustee for not backing me up, and then get back in the car and drive 500 miles an hour again. So the prison system, the evil system, and the fucking everyone's evil, it's all evil. No. It's a completely voluntary system. You're inside of a trust. You can stay in the trust and live a great life. I mean, fuck, it's almost just as good as being out of it. Or you can just exit it and own your shit and then you're home free. You could do either one. It's you're literally free as fuck. You're like literally bleeding bald eagles. Either way you look at it. It makes no fucking difference.
God.
When you understand the information, you are free. You don't even need to fucking do anything. It's literally Neo. When you understand the information fully, you put your fucking hand out and the bullets just stop. It's that easy.
The way you're putting it is seeming that way.
Yeah. So like everyone watching this show, oh, I want to run out. I'm going to fucking get the legal title. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. You have a voluntary option. You're in the middle of a trust. Do you want to stay in that trust? There's a lot of cool things you can do in that trust. In fact, it might be better for a lot of people. If you work at McDonald's, you don't have tons of cash, and you're more of a worker bee type guy, or you work, you make $40,000 or $50,000, $60,000 a year. It might actually be better for you to stay in the trust. If anything happens, you don't need insurance. What the fuck do you need insurance for? The trustee's supposed to handle all that. Fuck them. You guys give me insurance. If I need anything, I'm going to come to you. The trustee's the state. You can sue the DMV and the state of California. I have new tires. I need new tires. Where are my new tires, trustee? You're the beneficiary of the car. I'm not being benefited. What is that? Trust fraud. Sue state of California, the DMV for trust fraud.
That would be hilarious to sue them for new tires on your car.
Gas receipts. I'm not going to be too much of a dick. All I want to be is just reimbursed at the end of the year for the gas. You don't need to give me, you can give me a gas card. Trustee, give me a gas card. You know what I mean? Or just reimburse me at the end of the year. Whatever you want to do. All you got to do is say, having to pay for gas isn't benefiting me. Trust fraud. It's that simple. They're the legal owner.
That is, yeah, that is borderline absurd, but it's hilarious.
Now here's where we get very, very clear on this. This is so clear. There may therefore be two owners, quote unquote, in respect of the same property. One, the nominal or legal owner, the other, the beneficial or equitable owner. Beneficial is a better term because beneficial kind of gives you that, like, you can literally think about it. If I'm not being benefited, like if you get pulled over and you get a ticket, you can sue your trustee and say, I got stopped on the side of the road. I had a meeting to get to. I didn't get to the meeting. I wasn't benefited by this action. This fucking police officer is an agent of you, trustee. Trust fraud. Sue him for trust fraud for getting pulled over. Even if they don't even give you a ticket, you can sue the state of California for trust fraud. Just for pulling you over and detaining you because you weren't benefited by the presumption of everything in the whole society is that you're being benefited by the activities. So when they pull you over and they give you a ticket, they're benefiting you by getting you to calm down because you're going too fast or doing something that's liable to get you killed. We're helping you not be killed by pulling you over and giving you a ticket. You're being benefited. That's the presumption. But when you raise your hand, you say, I'm not being benefited by this at all. This is trust fraud. It's a completely different conversation. But until you say that, Rule 301, the presumption stands. You are being benefited by being pulled over and arrested. Literally by being beaten and tased, the presumption is you are being benefited.
I hear what you're saying, but the answer to most of what you're saying is also just sue them, right? Okay, with you. And assuming that they didn't beat you and you have bodily harm done to you and these types of things, right? Because in that case, if you win that case, you're getting paid. I feel you. But suing to this level or to this degree for what could have been a few $100s out of your back pocket, how much, is the juice worth the squeeze here?
What is your time worth? Can they define that, or who defines that?
I feel like, your income, depending on your job, would kind of define that.
Well, that would be your reality for your cause of action. My reality is completely different. It's $100,000 every minute to fucking detain me. That's how much my time is worth.
What judge is going to preside over that and say that that's accurate?
Well, you have to prove when you bring a cause of action and you bring damages, you have to prove those damages. I agree. It's probably going to be pretty difficult. But the thing is, you can bring those claims. You can bring any claim you want. You could bring a claim that you were pulled over for 10 minutes and they owe you $400 trillion and they owe you all their cop cars. If you wanted to bring that claim, you can bring that claim. Yes, you're going to look like a crazy person, but technically you can bring and push that claim. You can do it.
But that's my point, though. Yes, physically you can, but that doesn't mean that it's going to work out that way or even close to that way. And at the end of it, you'll be left with, and assuming that you're not hiring a lawyer, assuming you're going to be representing yourself, right?
Of course.
How much are we actually looking to gain from this? And is the juice really worth the squeeze?
Well, if you sue, you know, I have a million reports of this. I can tell you right now, you start suing everybody, you get put in the computer as do not fuck with this guy, and they just stop fucking with you. I believe that. I have so many reports of that. I can't even if you don't win, if you're just fucking complete crazy doing crazy stuff, they'll just put you in the computer as don't even bother.
Right. So I can see that 100%.
And that's like, that also and they get labeled. No, they get labeled "do not detain," which is basically diplomatic immunity. You can literally irritate yourself into diplomatic immunity. I'm not joking. I've had a million reports of this. You can literally irritate. You can do nothing I've taught you at all in any of our shows and just irritate the absolute fuck out of everybody incessantly, and you basically will get diplomatic immunity. I'm not joking. Dead serious.
Until you get that one cop that's like a newbie on the force who's like, no, fuck this. I'm gonna make an example out of him, and then you know.
Well, if you're a complete asshole on the side of the road and you're telling the cop to go fuck himself, you get out of the car. Yes, but if you're kind, polite, go home, file your lawsuits, get your depositions. Like I said, get your deposition, get the video, paid ad, destroy the cop's reputation, paid ad of the deposition. Just not on the side of the road. I'm not talking about side of the road street justice. I'm talking about, you know, file your lawsuits. You're always filing in everything. You know, you're a pain in the ass. You keep coming back. If the lawsuit gets thrown out without prejudice, which means you can bring it back, you step back, you reorganize, you refile the case. Like just within the system, kind, easygoing, but you just become this fucking massive goddamn fucking Australian mosquito. You can literally mosquito your way into diplomatic immunity. I'm not joking. I never knew it was possible until I started getting all these fucking reports. That was never even something that I thought was even an option, but it's totally an option.
And that's also assuming you have a judge that does not have a particular stick up their ass towards people that try to play this game.
No, I mean, you go in and it gets thrown out. You go straight to appeals. And then you go to appeals, and then they throw that out, and then you file for reconsideration. And then they say no, and they throw that out, and then you file a 28 USC 351 complaint, which is a special complaint on a judge that goes to the chief judge of the appeals circuit. And then now they get sucked into that, and then now you also file a writ of certiorari, and you're going to the Supreme Court, and then you also file a bar complaint on the prosecutor and on the judge. And then the bar comes back and they say, fuck you. And then you can actually upgrade the complaint to the CRV, which is a different unit in the bar. And they tell you all this stuff. They'll give you a letter and it says, oh, we're not going to do anything about this. But if you want to upgrade this into the CRV, you just send an email to this location. I mean, I just did literally, I just learned all this shit just by they're literally telling me what to do. And I was like, okay. And I just fucking emailed the CRV. You know what I mean?
That costs time, right? That costs time and money to file. Does it?
No. You can file informa pauperis. You can file all the lawsuits you want with no money down. I know it's kind of a hilarious way of saying it, but literally no money down. Informa pauperis. If you go to the local courthouse, the lady will help you. It's always a lady. So I said lady. Yeah. The lady will literally help you fill out the petition, informa pauperis petition. You don't need to know a fucking thing. You can have literally a handwritten, scribbled fucking complaint. Go in. I want to file this informa pauperis. Hand them a handwritten complaint. She'll help you fill out the petition informa pauperis, and you can submit it into the fucking court. Now, informa pauperis is a special kind of petition. They have to actually approve it. The court has to actually approve it. But man, they're liberal with this. They approve a lot of these informa pauperises.
And if they don't approve it, then what?
then you write another one and you file another informal pauper. You can do 100,000 of them.
So you do paper terrorism.
Well, if you're really wanting to get across a particular claim and you really do have a cause of action, you have a duty, breach, damages, and you're just having a hard time structuring your complaint, or maybe it's handwritten the first time and they can't read it, so the second time you type it up, make it look nice, or maybe it's just a simple structural thing, or you send a private communication to the judge and you say, hey, why aren't you, if they don't tell you, why aren't you approving this informal pauperous? What is it about this that I need to change or adjust so I can get it approved informal pauperous? That's not paper terrorism. Paper terrorism, and I know paper terrorism, I've read a few of the cases. There's 60 docket items, and each docket item is like 50 to 100 pieces of paper. It's like, you can't even, like, what the fuck is this? It's like, you can't even, that's real, honest to God, that's the legal definition of paper terrorism. And that's that's ridiculous. I don't think I definitely have never recommended anything even remotely close to that with any of my audience. That's insane. That's a horrible thing. That's a horrible activity. No one should be doing that.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of resources. But that's kind of, and I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but basically if they deny it and they kick it down, then you continue it until you're such an annoyance that they just say, fuck it.
No. If your complaint is only a page,
and the other, right?
If your complaint is only a page or two, it can be very, very short.
Okay. I thought the filing would have to be that long because that's just how it's done legally.
No.
You got to do it in the language.
Parties. You put the plaintiff, you, defendant, them, parties. The court has jurisdiction over this because of blank. Causes of action. Cause of action number one: breach of contract, duty. Attached Exhibit A is the original contract or whatever. I'm just giving you a really simple example.
Yeah.
B, defendant breached this contract by disconnecting services before the date in the contract. C, Exhibit B for email. C, damages. This caused $2,800 in damages due to lost funds because I couldn't sell flowers for a couple days, whatever. And then you would put Exhibit A would be the original contract, which is a page or two. Exhibit B would be the email. Fuck you. We're done. Go fuck yourself. And then the complaint itself would be, a front and back page. So in total, it's 5 pages, very easy to read. And then the informa pauperis petition would be on top of that as like a cover sheet, basically.
Got you.
So it doesn't need to be 1,500 causes of action,
Got you.
That'd be like paper terrorism at that point, or going on and on and on about a bunch of relevant shit. I mean, these people, paper terrorism, they're literally writing enough written material to be like 30 or 40 entire books in length. And a lot of times they do this at the very beginning of a case before the case is literally, the engine is barely even, it's not even remotely close to operating temperature at all. It's like pushing the gas pedal all the way down and then turning the car on, just holding the gas pedal down the whole time. It's ridiculous.
Right.
There's a whole balance. You start with the complaint. They get to answer the complaint. You can always do an amended complaint within 30 days, typically, depending on local rules. Most jurisdictions you can. And then there's just sort of like back and forth a little bit. And then after that, now we get into discovery. And now you can ask them to present information or documents or originals. They can do the same with you. There's a whole song and dance. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't need to put 700 pages on the front end. You'll get there. Like there's an actual train. You'll get there. You don't need 700 pages now. By the time you get to the end of the fucking court case, you'll have your 700 pages. You don't need it right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So let's go on with this here. So ownership, right? So then if you look on the certificate of title, your name is listed as the registered owner. No one's ever looked that up. The fuck's a registered owner, right? Owner whose name is recorded in a security issuer's registrars as the security's owner and is entitled to receive dividend or interest in principal payouts. So as far as I can tell, you're entering into a trust. The state is the trustee and you are the beneficiary. And the definition, because it's got to be under the Commerce Clause, the definition of a registered owner is basically the person who's the beneficial owner who's entitled to using the motor vehicle in commerce. And then they're entitled to the dividend or payout. They're entitled to the profits of that industry. So for example, if you had a car and it had a certificate of title and you were working for Uber, you could send all of the repairs and gas and everything else, all that stuff goes to the state to get reimbursed, but then all the profits would actually be yours. That's basically the definition within the confines of a certificate of title. That's the definition of the idea of registered owner. Registered owner has the entitlement to the profits.
Now, you could send all that to them, but are they actually going to pay it, though?
They've never seen probably hardly anyone. I mean, there's probably been a handful of people ever in the entire history ever do anything like that. And that's why litigation is such an important part of everything I teach, because everything pretty much leads there at this point, right?
Right.
Now, if you don't want to litigate, just get legal ownership and then bang, it's easy too. There's easy ways. I teach everything. You are the sovereign being. Even the fucking courts have said that forever. State citizens, if you call yourself a state citizen, if you call yourself a real American, you have the same powers as the king by his prerogative, which we already covered earlier. I think it was an 1838 case, right? You are the king. And when you read TM 2025, the Citizenship Manual from the Army, they talk about how, again, like I said earlier, America is the first country to experiment in self-governance and succeed. And they talk about the whole timeline in TM 2025 as to how that happened and what happened and how that evolved and all that kind of thing, right? So the term sovereignty or sovereign is very, very innate in a state citizen. It's the most American thing in the world. Sovereignty is the most American fucking thing in the world. Mm-hmm. We are the nation that created an experiment in self-governance. There are no other nations that have done this, to my knowledge. The way that TM 2025 writes it, there never really has been. We are the ones, and we fucking succeeded. Sovereignty is the product of Americanism. So as a sovereign, as a person who has the powers of the king by his prerogative, it's not, oh, you should do this. Oh, you should do that. Oh, you should get legal title. Oh, you should do this. Oh, you should go get a fee simple absolute for your property. It's, here's all the different options. You win any fucking way you play it, and you can choose whatever you want or nothing or all of it. I don't give a fuck, because that's the actual American truth.
It seems like it. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, you're proving it step by step here. I mean, it's written clear as day.
And I'm not going and showing you guys all the original locations of all this. It's all copy and paste. So it takes so much longer. We've already been going for a long time. So obviously, I don't even need to say it, but you guys should be going out and looking up all of these in their original locations just to make sure. Because again, Brandon's either brilliant or he's insane, right? So we just have to double check everything, you know. So, and then we get into, we've already talked about this. State of California is just a business. We already talked about this. The driver's license opens up a rebuttable presumption that the owner is a resident of the state of California. We've already covered Rule of Evidence 301, which is super important. Basically, what a cop is doing is they're basically just a process server. This is really interesting. So a ticket is just a civil lawsuit. It's no different than any other civil lawsuit. So state of California is the plaintiff and the cop is the process server. So he's writing up a lawsuit on behalf of the state of California and then just serving you the lawsuit on the spot. That's all that's happening. And what's crazy is you can do the same thing. You can walk into a company and say, fuck you, I'm going to sue you. Now, you can't be your own process server. That's another thing, too, is you could probably get a lot of these cases thrown out if you wanted to go in that direction. Just direction number 427 of how you can handle this. You could say, well, hold on a second. The officer is the one who wrote up the goddamn lawsuit. people can't serve their own lawsuits. That violates local. There's literally a local rule on it, and you can actually file to have the case dismissed due to failure to do service of process. The presumption is that you were properly served. But when you know the local rules, you know you weren't properly served because the officer can't be the one to serve you the lawsuit. Now, if the officer grabs some fucking woman off the sidewalk and says, give this to him, and the woman on the sidewalk gave it to him, and then she wrote up a little affidavit stating that the officer had me give this document to the other guy and said that I was a serving document, that technically would be a legal service of process. But if you don't know the local rules, you wouldn't know any of this. But it's also, you could easily just motion to dismiss as per local rule, whatever. I was not processed. I was not given correct service of process. Thus, this needs to get thrown out. Which is actually hilarious because in a lot of lawsuits get thrown out based off of failure to service a process. And that's just a procedural. Every bar card always throws that fucking card. I mean, it's like a free card. It's like at the beginning of the case, if everybody always files a motion to dismiss for failure to properly serve the lawsuit. But the reason why they do that is because if you don't say anything back, the presumption becomes fact, and then they dismiss the case. Even though you were served 100% completely legally, they'll still say that to try to see if you won't rebut it because you don't understand Rule 301. You see, that's why it's so awful. That's why everybody hates litigation so much. But when you start to understand these things, man, it becomes fucking hilarious. Because the bar cards, they have a few little tools on their tool belt. And they're the easiest, weakest, most frail piece of shit tools you've ever seen in your entire life. And when you understand just a couple little things, you can steamroll them, man. Like they're like ants. It's hilarious. And because they win 90% of the cases based off of these little teeny bullshit things, once you get over that hump and they're like, whoa, this guy actually knows a couple of rules, they just settle. What's it going to cost to get you to shut the fuck up? That's all they do. You see all this stuff, celebrities getting sued for this and that. Oh, it was settled. And they signed an NDA. Yeah, what happened was they filed a motion to dismiss for some horse shit. They got over that one. They rebutted that one. There was some other horse shit they filed in. They got over that one. And they said, fuck it. It's going to cost more now to go any farther. Let's settle. What's it going to cost to get you to shut the fuck up? Fine, we'll pay it. Sign an NDA. That's it. I'm telling you that's like 70% of every motherfucking lawsuit in the whole goddamn legal system. You can go 30 years as an attorney and all you do is just file up. He didn't serve this properly. File that in, motion to dismiss. Okay. Motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim for which relief can be granted. Nope. All right, fuck it. Let's settle. 10 grand. Shut the fuck up. We'll start at 2 grand. How much is it going to cost you to shut the fuck up? 2 grand. 4 grand? 3 grand. Let's meet in the middle. 3 grand. Sold. 3 grand. Shut the fuck up. NDA. That's literally all of law in a nutshell. You could enjoy a 6-figure 30-year career just with that alone. No joke.
That is crazy.
I can believe it.
And law is so fucked. It honestly is believable.
Well, what's funny is I swear to God, what I have taught you guys in just one of our 3 shows is so far beyond any bar card. It's like their egos go fucking ballistic. I've been doing this for 15 years. I've never heard any of this. Fuck this. This can't be true. This fucking sovereign citizen piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. But now it's like in just this one show, we've gone farther than a 20-year fucking bar card. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. That's not me being egotistical. I mean, I've invested, 10,000 hours into this. You know what I mean? You're seeing the product of hard work. I didn't just float out of the fucking ether sphere and fucking, know this. I had to dig like crazy. AIs were getting more and more advanced. So I would use one. I couldn't get to where I wanted to go. I'd wait. There'd be some new version that would come out. I'd try again. Couldn't get there. And then now with Grok and everything else, now it's Jesus Christ. I'm not the biggest AI guy. Really, I'm not. But man, I typed in I typed in, what was the case where legal fiction such as corporations and trusts became persons under the 14th Amendment. Bang. Bang. I couldn't believe it. Man, I was like, holy fuck. Instantly, dude. And I was like, oh, this is horse shit. It's all horse shit. And I'm like, all right, oh, fuck, I'll look it up. Might as well look it up. And I'm reading the case. I'm like, holy fuck. This really is it. And it's like, I could have been looking for that case for years. I don't know how I would have found that case. And it was a huge piece of the puzzle. That just happened like 10 days ago. So that was my first time using AI, and it like really delivered the goods, brother. Right. But I'm just saying, like, if I had to go to the law library and use a Dewey Decimal System, I'd probably be telling you I'm a U.S. citizen, frankly.
That's just too much.
So it's COVID pissed everybody off, pissed me off. So everybody wants to talk about this shit. Fuck this, fuck that. Everybody thinks they're paying taxes and they're contributing to the government, which they aren't. That's hilarious. They aren't, actually. Paying taxes doesn't contribute to anything. It makes no difference. Paying taxes is literally just a motion of which you are guilt tripped into voluntarily doing. That is basically the motions that cause you to shift your mindset that they are the rulers and you are the ruled. Giving them Federal Reserve notes doesn't mean fucking jack shit. The government can print all the fucking government bonds at once. It can print $500 trillion in bonds tomorrow. They can go to the Federal Reserve discount window and swap that $500 trillion for Federal Reserve notes within probably 15 minutes. They do not need your taxes. They do not need your tax dollars. Your tax dollars cost them more to administer than it's worth even fucking collecting. It's completely fucking pointless. They can print all the money they need. If they want 900 trillion tomorrow, they'll have it. The reason why is because it's the motions and the idea and the fear that causes you to be in a certain mind frame, a U.S. citizen mind frame. It's literally just a mind control project. It's no different than fucking MK Ultra or anything else. The entire tax system is literally just a giant MK Ultra. That's all it is. They don't need your Federal Reserve note. They can print and exchange all they want, anytime they want. If they want to increase the budget, they don't need your approval. They don't need your fucking Federal Reserve notes. They never did.
Well, that imprinting 900 trillion of them would, supply and demand. That would cause inflation to go through the roof. Like
it would collapse the country.
African country.
Yeah, it would collapse the country. But my point is, it's irrelevant. Prior to 1933, yes, they needed your tax money to run the government. Since 1933, they have not needed your tax money to run jack shit. Nothing. The police don't need none of this stuff. And that's what's so crazy. The police stations are out there giving tickets because they think they need these Federal Reserve notes, and they don't. They can create all the municipal bonds that they want. They can create a federal credit union. They can create municipal bonds. They can file what's called an OC-10 agreement with the Federal Reserve, which gives them access to the Federal Reserve discount window. And they can write up what's called an application for notes from 12 U.S.C. 412. Take the bonds, swap them for Federal Reserve notes. They can pay themselves all day long. They can do nothing and make millions of dollars.
I mean, the tickets, the money from the tickets doesn't go to pay the police.
But I'm just saying, it's literally, we're in an MK Ultra. It's all irrelevant. They think they need they don't need Federal Reserve notes. The city doesn't need Federal Reserve notes. The police don't need Federal Reserve notes. The utility company doesn't. Nobody needs Federal Reserve notes. It's all just an activity to put you in a frame of mind.
Yeah. Jesus.
It's a fucking promissory note. If I wrote a promissory note promising to pay Jacob on a piece of paper $20, that's a $20 promissory note. It's worth the same in law as a $20 Federal Reserve note, which is a fucking promissory note. Go on to Google right now. I'll do it right now. This will be one of the last things, and then I'll kind of.
One of them says this is legal tender. The other one is an IOU. So I mean,
No. That's fine. But look at this. Is a Federal Reserve note an unconditional promise to pay? Yes. Fucking Google. Fucking Google will tell you. Fucking Google will tell you. You don't need to go. You don't need to go to fucking sovereign citizen freemanontheland.net website from 1992 that barely fucking operates.
Please don't. That piece of shit that made it is like a raging piece of shit and a racist neo-Nazi, but neither here nor there.
This is the front page of an AI overview of Google, my friends. The answer is yes. That is the answer. What is a promissory note? It's one person who unconditionally promises to pay in the future another person. You need paper, a pen, and a hand. That's how you create a promissory note. And you say, oh, well, there has to be more rules and there's got to be There's not. UCC Article 3, that was the last show we did. There's no fucking rules. It's an unconditional promise to pay. UCC 3-104 tells you all you need to know on how to fucking create from scratch currency.
Yeah, we talked about this. I remember I asked you if we could turn a $10 bill to a $100 bill with a Sharpie, and you actually said yes. That'd be hard to play off, but like per the letter of the law of handwritten being the ultimate trump card on those things.
Handwritten is the guide. That's UCC 3-114.
Yeah.
This is probably no joke, bro.
You're sticking to that. Like
this one sentence is probably literally, I'm not even joking, it's probably the most powerful sentence I've ever found in all of law. I mean, the whole state citizen thing is pretty wild, but you know, finances, you can be a state citizen and still be a broke fuck struggling to pay your bills. This is literally fucked. You are a bank, infinite money, you are a god. You are instantaneously a fucking god. 3-114 is God. It's literally God in a sentence.
You ever seen that movie, The Benchwarmers?
No.
Really, you haven't? Okay, I highly recommend it. Rob Schneider and John Heater and was it David Spade? They play a baseball game against a bunch of kids and shit. And the other team pulls out this ringer who's like this Puerto Rican dude. And it's a kids league and 3 older guys. Like that's the whole thing here. He brings in a card with a handwritten note saying, I am 12 with a $20 bill in it. So, I mean, I feel like that's kind of what we're talking about here. It's handwritten. So obviously it's God. What he said is true. That's the way it goes. And it's like, you know, fraud is a thing.
I mean, it might seem ridiculous, but you saw
What is the definition of fraud? What is the definition of fraud?
I would assume it'd be a lie. I mean, it's an oversimplification like a motherfucker.
True. There's one more huge. That's half of it. What's the other half? Most important half. Well,
I was about to say, I kind of feel like it's kind of a complimentary, honestly.
No, the second half is willful.
Yeah, that'd be willfully lying. Right.
So in my mind, a Federal Reserve note, this is actually a silver certificate here, but let's pretend that here's a Federal Reserve note. Here's a Federal Reserve note. Here we go.
I mean, not necessarily willfully. There's people that go to jail for being a part of Ponzi schemes that didn't know any better.
So this is an unconditional promise to pay. This is a negotiable instrument. We already established that. It's the easiest fucking simplest thing in the world. There are 2 signatures on this unconditional promise to pay. Now, to become the holder, I have to be in possession of a note that's payable to the bearer. This is payable to the bearer, and the reason why you know that is because it's not specially endorsed. I'm looking at it. Does it have a payee anywhere on it?
No.
And actually, I know the laws on this. It has to be payable to the bearer. So when it's issued by the government, one of the stipulations, it has to be payable to the bearer when it's issued. So if I'm the holder, which I am, because it's payable to bearer, I can endorse this instrument. Handwritten terms for an endorsement prevail over both printed and typewritten.
Right.
There's no other rules. There's no other laws. I can't deface or destroy the negotiability of the instrument. And what that means is I can't like burn it or like scratch it out to the point where you can't see any of the fucking serial numbers. This is actually a registered negotiable instrument. That's what the serial number is a registered negotiable instrument, right? Registered means that like it has an original owner that's in a book somewhere, basically, if you go down that rabbit hole, right? So if I used a red stamp and I did like pay to the order of Jacob, right? Now at that point, that'd be legal. It's now a special endorsed instrument. I give it to you. If you were to right underneath that, just sign it, you would put a little signature just like these people did the Treasurer of the United States and the Secretary of the Treasury. When I stamp it, pay to the order of you. Now it's basically more of like a draft or a check. I can't give it to anyone. It's not payable to bearer anymore because I was the holder. I'm the god, and I hand wrote shit on it, which means it's got a different type of negotiation. Now, if I give it to you, you're the only person it's payable to, so I can only give it to you. Now, I can't give it to anybody else. Now, when you become the holder, you can sign underneath the special endorsement and convert it back to payable to bearer. And you just convert it back to a note payable to bearer, and you can give it to anybody you want. There's nothing fraudulent about that.
Not about that. No, I'm talking about like the example I gave of turning a $10 bill to a $100 bill with a Sharpie. Like that would be what I would classify into fraud.
So let's say I converted this $2 Federal Reserve note into a $100 Federal Reserve note by just writing on it, and they sued me for fraud. I'd say $100 of what? I motion to dismiss the case, Your Honor. $2 of what? It would be my first interrogatory question for discovery. Let's go into discovery. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Let's get it into discovery. Come on, boys. Let's go. Let's get this train popping. First question is $2 of what?
USD. I would assume.
I would like to dismiss the case, Your Honor. I would like to dismiss the case, Your Honor.
Every time you say there's no rules, I think back to that commercial of like, I think it was a Little Caesars commercial when they said some shit and he's like, there's no rules. Put your shirt on. There's one rule.
Well, no, the reason why, what's so fascinating is the reason why the court systems are the way they are, because I had a really hard time with this for so long. Why is it like this? Because the state citizens are the sovereignty. So like it's like we've been brainwashed to be these like lower level U.S. citizens through all the taxation and all the activities and the police and the negotiable instruments everywhere that we don't know how to fucking negotiate and transfer. We've been brainwashed to think that this whole big system thing is bigger than us and we're just below it, and it's supposed to tell us what's going on. But really, the courts are just basically like almost like an echo chamber or like a pickleball wall that like the sovereign people bang up against it with like their claims and causes of action. And then they only have power to give an opinion based off of you coming and giving it to them as the sovereign power for an opinion based off of two people who it's literally the court system is like, if you were to hire a marriage counselor, like, babe, we can't fucking handle this ourselves. We get too emotional. Let's pay a marriage counselor. So what are you doing? You're sovereign. She's sovereign as beings in the relationship, in relation to the relationship, right? You're choosing to be together, contractual, right? Voluntary and contractual. And you give that sovereignty willingly. It's a trust. You're appointing a trustee. You are the executor of the trust. You're the one setting it up. So like there's this illusion like that they're higher than you, but they're not. You set the goddamn thing up. They're the trustee. You just made the fucking consultant the trustee, and now you and your wife are beneficiaries. And you say, trustee, we get too emotional. We need like a mediator, and we'll pay you for your services as the trustee. Trustee needs to get paid. You're just setting up trust, bro. Same fucking thing. Same fucking thing as certificate of title. You are a sovereign God, and you're going around and you're just setting up trusts. That's all you're doing. That's your whole lifetime from the beginning to the end.
Bro, I tell you what, if I end up having another son one day, and I don't know if I really plan on having any more kids, I will name that kid Brandon, because I swear, bro, y'all have some fucking endurance of a horse. Literally, our two longest shows that we have ever done have been by Brandon Kroll and Brandon Williams, and you just beat that record by damn near a fucking hour, bro. Like, this was the longest episode by far that we've ever done, and you are just an Energizer bunny. My God, you just
thank you.
You're a fucking machine, dude. So
I definitely started getting. I'm definitely getting fatigued at this point for sure. I'm definitely. Yeah. This is the first time in a long time I've gotten fatigued. How long are we going on this show?
5 hours.
5.5 hours right now.
5 hours and 20 minutes right now.
Well, I want to end. I would like to end with one thing, or at least start to end, or whatever. I don't. The three shows that we've done is pretty much everything I've got. I mean, I've given you guys fucking literally everything. So if you guys and research is ongoing, and there'll be more things, but like in terms of like a I've got 3 presentations. This was my 3rd and last one. So if you guys wanted me to come back, talk more about certain things, do a Q&A, if you had specific questions. Otherwise, I'm going to come back, and then it's going to be kind of the same presentation. There might be some new tidbits here and there, but that's basically it. I've given you guys. I've exhausted the clip. I've got no more bullets in the clip. So from here, it's just kind of Q&A, specific questions, deep dives into specific areas or zones. Stuff like that, a personal. What do I do with this, or how would I do something with this? So that's really all I've got after this. This is it for me.
Well, I'll tell you what. The perfect place for that would be for you to come to a live show one of these times.
Okay.
And you can just have all the cult members from all over the flat Earth or globe or Matrix fucking simulation, whatever we live in.
What is it? MS? MK Ultra.
Just let her rip.
Tuesday nights look like, but bro.
That would be
Tuesday night,
fun.
Okay. Let's plan that. Let's plan that for like June or July.
Okay. Yeah. Well, probably July, I would say.
Right.
But anyway, look, if this is anybody's first time listening to you, which I doubt it at this point, where would they go and find you at, sir?
Bro, your favorite website, bro.
Is it
OneStupidFuck.com?
Yes, indeed.
I love it. Well, thank you so much, Brandon. This was awesome,
Thanks,
dude.
guys.
Definitely do it again here sometime June, July, or something like that.
I'd love to. I love it. I'm glad you guys invited me on. We've had a lot of fun, and it's great. It's great getting beat up by Jacob, and it's great being treated well by him. I love both avenues are great.
I was kind.
That first one, man, you hit me up against the ropes a little bit. One time I got a little bit irritated. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker's on me, bro. I was like, but it's okay. It's okay though. No, you know what? Because I don't get pushed a lot.
That's
I've
how
been
you
on
learn.
like 3 shows. Bro, I went on one show one time. I swear to God, I went on one show one time. They fucking tricked me. They got me on, they had me in a waiting room, and they literally went on this like 10-minute just fuck this piece of shit sovereign citizen cock sucking blah. And I was sitting there, I'm like, oh my God. And it was just like the most disgusting. And one of the guys is a fucking bar card. And he just literally was like, and I didn't know any of this. And like, I had a publicist at the time, and it was a long time ago. And bro, I was literally sitting there. I was at a bar on the fucking ocean in my motorcycle gear. And I was listening to this, and and you can't talk. You're just hearing it. You're in a waiting room. And I was just like, oh my God, I have stepped into the lion's den. And by like the 8th minute of him just absolutely destroying me, I was like, no, bro, I'm going to come out fucking guns blazing on this motherfucker. They brought me into the room, and I said, guys, I got to let you know, I think I just had a fucking orgasm. There's nothing I love more than being challenged, coming on a show and being challenged the way you guys have challenged me. I'm going to meet and exceed all expectations. I'm going to fucking crush this show. And it wound up being the longest phone call he had ever had in the entire history of it was like an hour long, which for them was like unheard of.
Yeah.
And I was just pounding this motherfucker for an hour, bro.
I feel like the reason why I came at you the way I did the first go round is because I didn't know your intent. Right.
Well, you went off the whole posse comitatus. You already had done all this, and I don't know anything about any of that shit. So
I didn't know that you weren't a sovereign citizen. I know you told Jonathan you weren't. But
I didn't even know that's what it meant. I didn't even know what fucking posse comitatus was.
But my point is, though, at that time, I was doing research into, I was actually planning on doing a sovereign citizen episode, right? And the more digging I did, the deeper down the rabbit hole I went. There was zero way, negative zero way that I could give a story on this, even portray it without looking like I had a personal vendetta against these people. I tried angling it from every way I could. Look, this isn't Jacob's words. This is just what I found. Bro, the deeper I dove, the more it was just neo-Nazi shit. And the more it was like, oh, well, the laws didn't apply before slaves were freed. And it wasn't because they rewrote the laws. The intention behind what they were saying was a disgusting start to finish. And I know you told Jonathan that you weren't that type, but I can't tell you how many motherfuckers we've heard of say, oh, I'm not a sovereign citizen type, and then they regurgitate the exact same arguments as a sovereign citizen type. They just call themselves some other subreddit of it. And it's like...
On this show? You've had them on this show and they act like that?
No.
Like private conversations.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
and so it's like, when you came on, I was like, please tell me this guy's not that way. And so I didn't know your intention. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with you on a lot of the interpretations of the law and things like that, but I'm also not a lawyer. It's not like I have any foothold to speak from. But yeah, so now that I know who you are and your intentions behind it, no, there's no, and there never has been hatred or anything like that between us.
No, I know. I'm just
didn't exactly understand your intentions is all.
You're probably the second hardest. That first show, it was probably like the second hardest I've been pushed. Maybe the third. No, I'd say like second, like close second, third. That one was really awful. That one I just described to you. And then there's only been like two other ones, you and one other group of guys, and they were both moderate. So it's like, it sounds like, oh my God, second most, holy fuck. But like,
it kind of does. I was like,
out of three,
my bad.
Out of three. But I mean, it's cool. It's like, I never, it's good. I should be able to get pressed. I mean, I'm trying to get in the courtroom and stuff like that. I mean, they won't let me in there because they know what's going to happen. It sounds horrible. And I'll just admit it. I've been asking for hearings and trying to get into a courtroom for 15, 16, 17 months. They will not let me in there, bro. I'm telling you, they would rather burn the goddamn courthouse to the fucking ground than let me in there. And I'm just going to keep fucking banging on that door until they let me in that fucking courthouse. I swear to God.
Keep on pounding, brother. Jacob, we need the send off, sir.
We do indeed. As our boy Brandon said earlier, things can and probably will go to some sort of a silver and gold backed currency someday soon. Let's hope and pray. But beside that, if you at this time, good cult members, would like to get your start in the buying and selling and trading of gold and silver bullion, then come check out cocsilver.com. Link in the description below. When you fill out your information, our boy Wayne Clark is going to reach out to you. He's a homie. He's a homeboy. And he's going to get you set up to get your start in this organization of 7K and get your start with the buying and the selling of the gold and silver bullion. Listen, gold is expensive. We know that. Silver is not so much, okay? It's still attainable. It's still reasonably priced. And we don't know what the markets are going to do, but we do know the value of these precious metals are going to go up. Get your hands on some while it's still able to be got. cocsilver.com. Link again in the description below. But another way you could support the show would be to please, at this time, hit the 5 stars, hit the shares, the likes, subscribes, comments, leave a post, leave a review, and share us with your friends and family. Share us everywhere. Here's the deal. The more activity our algorithms see across all of our listening platforms, the more we get promoted to more potential listeners who could then become potential cult members like the rest of you fine, ladies and gentlemen. While you're ready to go check out Meta Mysteries, Jonathan's other show, and give them the same love and respect over there, come check out Cajun Night. Come check out each of our individual patrons if you would like to join us for our individual Wednesday night lives every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Central. Come check out One Stupid Fuck. Let's boost all of these algorithmic matrices, ladies and gentlemen. And we thank you for everybody who's already gone and done so.
Come check out One Stupid. That was great. With that being said, this was another beautiful episode of the Cult of Conspiracy. And my name's Jonathan.
I'm Jacob.
And there's one very important, extremely vital piece of information we need you to learn just as soon as humanly possible.